States. Today we're starting with our media panel. And let me introduce each of the media panelists. Media, extremely important in terms of how public opinion is shaped in this country, and National Action Network and all of you. We had record numbers following virtually yesterday. We'll give them numbers out throughout the day. But it is extremely important, this panel, that we deal with how public awareness is and is not handled in a fair way that is inclusive. As we are now in the middle, we just finished our national board meeting, as we find ourselves in the middle of being on the front line of both the George Floyd case and the Wright case. I'll be doing the eulogy at Wright's funeral. National Action Network is paying for that as well this week. One of the things that Eric Garner's mother is here today, and other mothers, Trayvon's mother and others, we have paid for funeral services for everyone from Eric Garner to George Floyd to others. Chapter leaders around to understand, nobody buys insurance in case the police kills my son. So we take that off the table at first. We'll handle that, and we don't need athletes and others, let them give something to the kids. We take care of that. And I just want people to know that. And when they get $1 trillion settlement, we don't ask for money back. That's for the family. They need that. So I just want to make that clear. We have on the panel today, and let me give credit to Rachel Nordlinger, who's worked with us for the last 20-something years. Kurt Bardella is on the panel. He's a contributor to the Los Angeles Times and USA Today. He served as spokesperson and senior advisor for Republicans on the House Oversight and Reform Committee. In 2016, Kurt left the Republican Party and joined the Democratic Party. He is now a contributor to MSNBC and NBC News think tank. Glad to have him with us. Charles Blow is a New York Times op-ed columnist, and he has led the Times to countless awards covering politics, public opinion, and social justice. Our last convention in 2019, he received National Action Network's Media Award for his coverage of crucial issues, none that has not stopped. He continues every Monday. I read him faithfully, and to show you his respect for the organization, he actually put on a tie today. He doesn't do that for everybody. Y'all need to know that. Dr. Benjamin Chavis is president and CEO of NNPA, National Newspaper Publishers Association. Dr. Chavis is an entrepreneur, global business leader, educator, civil rights leader, syndicated columnist, and author. He's worked with NAN on several key initiatives down through the years, a legendary civil rights leader, one of the Wilmington 10. He is certainly in the Hall of Fame of civil rights leaders, and we're glad and honored that we have Dr. Chavis with us. Michelle McGee is the CEO of Ebony Magazine, the iconic black media institution. She's an innovator, author, and award-winning leader, and she's now leading Ebony and Jet, bringing it back big time. She's worked for some of the top media platforms, including A&E, CNN, the History Channel, and BET, where she created and ran the first and only network for black women, BET Her. And we're glad to have her. Ira Rosen is a best-selling author. He's the former senior producer of CBS News 60 Minutes. He produced some of the most groundbreaking political stories for 60 Minutes. He's won 24 National Emmy Awards, 24, placing him in the top 10 of all-time Emmy Awards winners in broadcasting. And he produced one of these 2 or 3 profiles on me in 60 Minutes. It was fair. No, he was fair to me. April Ryan is the White House correspondent and Washington, D.C. bureau chief for the Griot. She has covered the White House for 24 years and is an award-winning author. She has reported from the front lines as one of the few black female White House correspondents, and God knows we all remember her and Trump. It's like Ali Frazier fights April Ryan.
Love it.
Let's go, Myra Scaravamp. I always mess up your name. Is the host of Run Tell This podcast and a correspondent for Dr. Oz show. She's a multiple Emmy Award-winning journalist and was one of the early pioneers in digital broadcasting. Myra has covered some of the biggest news stories of the last decade, and she's a senior investigative correspondent for the Dr. Oz show and a longtime friend of National Action Network. Kat Stafford is national investigative race writer for Associated Press. Before joining AP, she was an investigative reporter for Detroit, Michigan, where her reporting prompted city legislation, policy changes, congressional reviews, and federal and state investigations. And last but not least, Cheryl Wills, no stranger to those of us in New York and NAN. She's the host of In Focus with Cheryl Wills on New York One Spectrum, and she is nationally recognized award-winning television personality for Spectrum News. Cheryl is the author of a series of books about her great-grandparents who were former slaves, and she is certainly no stranger to National Action Network. The moderator is my little brother and colleague at MSNBC, Candace Gibson, is an anchor for MSNBC's 6 to 8 a.m. weekend news programming. I spend more time on the elliptical Saturday morning, Sunday morning watching Candace tell me what I missed while I was asleep. Before MSNBC, he spent 5 years as anchor on overnight newscasts for ABC News. Let me turn this over to Candace Gibson.
Rev, thank you. Thank you, guys. And I should mention, Reverend, thank you for the National Action Network and so many others for having us and putting together this amazing panel. And no pressure. You said yesterday you started out with the president, and now you're starting out with us. All right, cool. Wasn't stressing it at all until then. Should mention my good friend, Maris Campo. It took me years to be able to pronounce that last name.
You nailed it.
And the good thing is the Reverend married you. So he made you get rid of that last name. He made you Mrs. Porter.
That he should just call me Mrs. Porter.
I got her new name in
exactly. Yes,
exactly.
Yes. He conducted those renewal vows, so he should just call me Mrs. Porter.
Exactly. So, hey, Mrs. Porter, and hey, everybody. Thank you guys for being here. Let's get started because we have so many people in an all-star group here. You know, when we discussed this whole panel about a week ago, we did not know about Karen Nazario. We did not know about Dante Wright, and there are probably countless others. It's amazing the times that we live in right now. Cheryl, I want to start with you because you're there on a day-to-day basis, and good to see you, my friend. How important is it to have a Black voice nowadays in the newsroom? Are you actively there saying, oh, I just saw this video of Karen Nazario, we need to get it into our newscast? Or are there managers now that are saying, oh yeah, this is important? Or do you still have to advocate at this point?
Did you say Cheryl?
Yeah.
Okay. Hello, Candace. Hello, National Action Network family. It's an honor to be here with my esteemed colleagues. You know what? We have come a long way, and I'm proud to say that Spectrum News has come a long way. And after 30 years with New York One, I no longer have to advocate like I say would have 20 years ago. I feel that they are listening much better now based on all of the tragedies that have been in our face. And that's why I think, Candace, it's so important for people of color to be in positions of responsibility in the newsroom, because we hold our colleagues' feet to the fire. So when all of these horrific stories involving police shooting unarmed Black men and women, it's not an argument, not on my turf anymore. And I'm very proud of that. And I'd like to think I had a lot to do with that.
Yes, I'm sure you did. I mean, you've been in this business for a long time, have great experience, and we've all been fighting this fight. Ira, you've been in this business as well for a long time. Do you feel as if, from when you started out, that, say, getting a video like the Virginia and Nazario video would have been difficult 2 decades ago to get it on TV and get it the attention that it needs?
No, I think it definitely would have gotten the attention. The key is not to feel that you've done a story and you could move away from it. I think what's important now is that news organizations need to own a story. So if you're going to do a story about what's happening inside the Black community, police brutality, you need to do it continuously. When I was at 60 Minutes, for example, we did a story on the opiate epidemic, and we did 5 separate stories, which resulted in a lot of policy changes, resulted in people getting fired, resulted in major lawsuits against the opiate industry. We also did stories where we got people out of jail, and we stayed on those stories. The key is to stay on a story and not feel that if you dip your toe into a story, you could leave it.
So, Kat, how do we exactly stay on this issue? It feels as if we can't leave it. There are so many different incidents on any daily basis that's coming up. How do we give the Dante Wrights the attention that they need come next week when there's something else that happens?
Well, I think honestly, first, the real key to all of this is being deeply embedded and rooted in the communities that we are tasked with covering. And I talk often that journalists need to really think about how we should be reporting for communities as opposed to reporting on communities. And there is definitely a difference. When you have these relationships that are built with the activists on the ground, when you have these relationships that are built with trusted community members, they are going to come to you and trust you with the narrative and trust you to share their stories in a way that is meaningful, right? So I think that we really need to, as an industry, go back to the very basics of learning the communities that we're supposed to be covering, because there is a lot of community mistrust right now that is directed toward the media. I think that we have made significant gains in terms of the ways in which we are covering police violence, but I'm also still hearing from people on the ground that they want to see the media represented in their communities more outside of when the atrocities happen, outside of COVID-19. They want to see their full experiences told in a way that they haven't before. And I just want to point out, 50 years later, after the Kerner Commission report, we are still grappling with the same incidents, the same mistakes. So I think it's time for us to really take on some soul searching and figure out what we're doing wrong and how to really repair these relationships.
Relationships within the community or in what we're reporting?
Relationships with the communities, right?
Yeah.
It's not just a story, right? We have to realize that we are reporting on folks' lives.
That indeed. This is why I'm a big fan of Sarah Seidner, and I'm sure you guys are as well. Whenever you see her on TV, you feel as if you know that she is, she empathizes with those communities that she's reporting on. And part of that as well is because we've lived it. We've all had these experiences. We've all been pulled over or whatever, and we all have kids that we are fearful for. April last year, when the Floyd protests took place, I know this firsthand, that there were many TV networks that obviously they empathize and they reached out to their employees, but they also encouraged that their employees do not take part in some of the protests because they felt as if it could be turned into something political. It was a political year. If you were told that, what would you have done?
Well, I'm from the old school, I guess you would say. I don't participate in protesting, but I believe my pen speaks volumes. I believe my voice speaks volumes. People understand that there is a relationship with Black media and the community, because we were beating the drum when other media was not talking about our issues. And I take what I do seriously. I am not an activist, but I do report and chronicle and curate, I guess you would say, to a certain extent, news about our community, all sides of the spectrum. That is important. Now, that's journalistically. Behind the scenes, at my home where I am now, I'm very opinionated. I am a Black woman from Black parents, and I'm 5 generations removed from the last known slave in my family. But it is incumbent upon me to tell the story, to dig deep from the highest offices in the land to the lowest spaces and places in the land, to get the story right, so I can put it on the table for you to decide if it's time for me to protest, if it's time for me to hold tight and wait. It's not mine to tell people what to do. It's mine to give them what is going on so they can make a decision. That's the way I look at it.
Charles, let me have you pick up on that, if you don't mind. Where does the line between being a Black person and a journalist and somebody who wants to be a protester physically out there in the streets versus using the power of the pen, as April pointed out?
Well, I don't know how to answer that question exactly, other than to say that for me, writing is an action first. And to echo what April said about, I'm not an activist. In fact, you have to keep some distance in journalism between what's happening and what you're reporting on and what you're chronicling and what and yourself. I often think about war correspondents who see horrific things than I see, but to maintain some space between what they are seeing and what they are doing as their job in order to get the report back. But I will say one other thing, that not part of the question you asked me, but was asked a little bit earlier about representation in newsrooms. I don't even think it's enough, not numerically in terms of how many people there are. I don't think that Black faces are enough. I think that we all have to reevaluate news as it positions itself now in relationship to Black communities, and Black people, Black reporters are participating in things that are detrimental to our community. We are showing images of Black people being killed as wallpaper. And I always tell people, from a news perspective, if you had footage of a woman being raped, would you show it? And if you did show it, would you show it once, or would you show it repeatedly as a motif behind which people sit or stand and tell the news? Because that is precisely what we are doing with the images of Black people dying. And it is even more severe than rape because it is the end of a life. And we participate in that as well. We participate in the process of going to scenes where people protest only when it is spectacle. If 300 people sit down with candles in a park, we're not there. If 300 people start to throw bottles, we are. We are teaching the community that the only thing that gets the cameras rolling is to create spectacle, and then we admonish them for the spectacle. That is a problem with news generally, and I see a lot of Black news reporters assigned to those stories and in front of those cameras and participating in the gawking at spectacle. So I think that it is important to have Black people be reporters and have Black voices at the table, but I do not believe that that is enough to deal with what is problematic about news coverage and Black communities.
Can I jump in?
Go ahead. Who is that?
Because
Cheryl.
Charles, of course, brings up a problem that any 24-hour cable news network like mine deals with all the time. And Charles, I really want your expertise on this. We have a problem with that. And we, like with the recent death of Mr. Dante Wright, we're still showing it. But if we stop showing it, we get criticized. And if we show it, we get criticized. And on one hand, we need to show it. We need to put this in the face of New Yorkers, of Americans, to let them see what's happening. But when we pull back and say, okay, this is too graphic, we're not going to show this anymore, only in context of, say, the upcoming trial, then people criticize us. Why aren't you showing it? So in a way, we are in a no-win situation. How would you respond to that?
Doesn't it desensitize us to it? If we're I had this argument as well during the whole Floyd, the initial weeks after Floyd's death, where I personally couldn't watch the video anymore. And I kept wondering, if George Floyd was white and died that way, would we be playing that video just as much?
Right. It's.
I think you have to look at it in terms of obscenity.
Uh-huh.
If your policy at your network is never to show child pornography when that becomes a news story, is that more obscene than someone being killed on camera? If your policy would be never to show a sexual assault, is that more obscene than someone being killed on camera? There is a way to make video available without exploitation of video on film. There are ways to cut away at the moment that the action occurs and say that it is available. If you must see it, it is available on our website, but we choose not to make pornography of Black death.
Mara, you've been in the newsroom. Let me get you to weigh in.
Yeah, I think that what Charles is saying is absolutely right. And I think that part of the problem is that we've all kind of come to accept Black people as victims. And so this fits into society's accepted narrative of Black people being oppressed, of Black people and being having violence inflicted upon them. And so I think because of that, especially when you have white managers in the newsroom, it doesn't even occur to them that this is not something that should be seen, because this country has been looking at those images as long as this country has existed. Those photos of lynchings have been sent around the country to family members. You know, for decades ago, that was the version of the videos that we're seeing today. This is baked into Americana. And so I think it doesn't even occur to a lot of people to say, wait a minute, should we be showing this? And really with the George Floyd video, this was the first time that I ever saw media organizations realize that they should not be playing it on a loop as B-roll and pulling back. I have not seen that video played on mainstream news organizations. You see it pop up in the internet and different social media feeds. I have not seen news organizations use it since roughly around the time it happened until now, until the trial. And when the trial started, I feel like they felt justified in using it because it was part of the evidence. It was part of the courtroom conversation. And there's an argument to be had that perhaps that's the case. So I felt like that was the first time they got it. But prior to that, showing these videos and using them as B-roll was just general practice. And so that's why it's so important. We see a lot of Black faces in front of the camera right now. And that's a really good development. But that's not the most important development. The most important development is more of these faces behind the scenes. These are the puppet masters who are pulling the strings. They're deciding what gets covered and how it gets covered. That's what's really important. We are seeing some of that. ABC News just named the first Black woman as president of a news division ever. So that is to be applauded. That's an amazing move. We all want her to succeed. We wish her well. That is a great thing. We need a lot more of that, because otherwise it's just window dressing. If you just have a bunch of reporters in front of the camera and white people pulling the strings.
Candace, can I just jump on the back of that, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say that, and don't forget that it's all tied to ratings, right? And me coming from being a sales executive at CNN into BET, we are sitting around a table with no other Black executives saying that story's not appropriate. I don't care how much money this network needs to make. And if you don't have someone through the entire food chain, there are breaks in the link. There is no alignment. And where there is no alignment, God does not show up, and there is no conscience. So I don't want anyone watching this forget, this is a money game, people. This is about driving ratings. This is about people buying their homes in the Hamptons that don't look like us. Don't let me start preaching Dr. Benjamin, but that's what it is. It's a money game, and we have these conversations all day long.
Well, and let me get
I'm going to jump in also when you get a chance, Candace.
Oh, go ahead, Doc.
First of all, I want to thank Charles Blow for opening this up, because this is the heart of the matter. But I do want to give a shout out to Jet and Ebony. We would not know who Emmett Till was. We would not know about Ms. Mobley if it hadn't been for that, putting that terrible, battered image on the cover of Jet magazine. It was riveting. This is in the 1950s. Here we are now in 2021. So the exposure of black victimization just didn't happen around George Floyd. It is part of the American tradition. The thing that we need to have balance is, that's why the January the 6th, when all of the media kept showing white people wilding out, white people going crazy, white people attacking the Capitol over and over and over again. That wasn't pornography. That was exposing the depth of white supremacy, the depth of the rage that white people have because of the change in demographics in America. The reason why we now have a few more black people in media position where they're making decisions is because the demographics are changing. The Children's Defense Fund just reported this week that the first time in American history, the majority of the population of under 18 are people of color, children of color. We don't have to wait till 2050 or 2040. It's happening now. And a lot of this resentment, the media has to, I think, bring balance. I think we need to show the victimizer, not just the victims, more, to show their inhumanity, to show their racism, to show their rage and anger, their insecurity. I think the media does not do a balanced job right now. And I think we have to have more than black people talk about that Black Lives Matter. We need everybody to say that Black Lives Matter.
And Dr. Chavis, I agree. But I also want to get Kurt to weigh in, because we've seen Asian victimization on display, especially this year. Kurt, is it, in your case, do you find that it's important, and for anybody, it doesn't have to be Kurt, but that it's important to show some of those attacks as well? Does it kind of diminish the life of so many of these people who are just seen out there being victimized?
You know, for the Asian American community, this is the first time in my lifetime that any issue about Asian Americans has been part of the national conversation on race relations and hate crimes in America. And for us, it's kind of sickening that it's taken video after video after video of watching primarily elderly Asian Americans getting assaulted in our streets for that conversation to even happen. I think one of the important things in this conversation about representation, I don't want to see Black or Asian or Hispanic faces when there's a Black, Asian, Hispanic crime going on. I want to see us up there talking about all of the issues all of the time, because all of the issues that go on that are discussed throughout our country, whether it's education, whether it's the economy, whether it's criminal justice, whether it's reforms, healthcare, it affects all of us. And we should have an equal say at the table in discussing those things. And it shouldn't take a trial or an assault or some horrific scene to see a parade of communities of color on television. And I think that's where the news can also do a better job. You know, I don't want to see just, you know, whether it's Katie Fang, the legal analyst on MSNBC, who, or Richard Louie, one of the anchors. You know, I've joked about this with Richard. I hadn't seen him on TV that much in the last year. And then all of a sudden, crimes against Asian Americans are going on, and Richard is all over the place, which is great. It's important to have that voice at the table, of course. But all of us have something important and meaningful to contribute to the broader conversations going on every single day, outside of just things that are happening specifically in our community. And that's an area that I think that the media needs to do a better job of.
Can I
completely agree with you.
Can I chime in, please, on that?
Please go ahead.
Yeah, I am very upset about how, when there is a crescendo moment, that mainstream media, because we need to basically specify what media we're talking about, mainstream media or we're talking about Black media, because there is a big difference. Black media, just like Dr. Chavis said with Ebony and Jet, they were beating the drum. They showed us the ugly truth of what happened in Money, Mississippi. They showed us the ugly truth of what's been happening in our lives. Black media has been beating the drum since the inception, since way before Ida B. Wells. We were the griots back in Africa talking about it. And when there is a crescendo moment, mainstream media jumps in and then asks the Black reporter, well, is this a thing? Yes, it's been a thing for a long time. You're just finding out about it. So let's look there. And Black media, let's give Black media its props. But then let's talk about mainstream media, call it out. It's incumbent upon those who are in those newsrooms, who are in leadership, to say we need to do more. As you had a president a few months ago who did not like to deal with issues of a community that's hurting with the highest numbers of negatives in almost every category. And now you have a president that's talking about equity. It's like the in thing. It needs to be the in thing all the time. This is a community, the Black, the brown, the Asian community now, that's in the scope of being a community, well, the Black and brown community, the highest numbers of negatives in almost every category. And now our Asian brothers and sisters are feeling the hate. It's not in vogue, it's life, it's humanity. And it's not about money, it's about people. At the end of the day, that's the way I see it.
Can I just make another question, which is, we've talked a little bit about video, but there's also hate speech. Do you repeat hate speech? I know at one of the networks, there was a strong discussion about whether to repeat President Trump's Chinese virus comments and whether to put that on a loop and to sort of repeat it as a way of addressing the issue. And in the end, they decided to show it to make a point. But I think it's a valid question to ask whether you could summarize it without showing it.
Dr. Chavis, do you mind weighing in on that?
Yes, I think, first of all, this is a great discussion. We thank Reverend Al Sharpton for having this media panel. Media, we not only have a responsibility to report the truth, but as April Rand said, the Black press, we're an advocate also of freedom, justice, and equality. So it's not only what we report, it's how we report it. So I was right. I think that we have to have some sense of accountability to our audience, accountability to society in which we are trying to also encourage to transform. America still has a problem with systemic racism. And every time we try to ignore it, it comes back to bite all of us. And I think that the Black press is trusted. Black-owned media is trusted because we've earned that trust over the years by not getting caught up in what I would call sensationalism, but also dealing with the real reality of the pain and suffering that too many of our people, when I say our people, I'm talking all communities of color, are now experiencing. But I'm hopeful that we not only have this discussion, that it will reflect what we will do after this show, Candace, after Reverend Sharpton's convention. I think we all realize all of us have work to do, whether we're in mainstream media or Black media. We all have work to do to kind of keep pushing the envelope toward a better, more perfect union.
Let me get to the diversity behind.
Real quick, what IRS asked about, which was the use of the President Trump's racist terminology regarding the coronavirus. I think that the first time he says it might be a reportable event because it's racist and it's President of the United States. Every time after that, there is no need at all to rerun that phrase, China virus, Kung flu, on a loop. All any anchor, any reporter would have to say is the president used a racist term to describe the coronavirus, and that's it.
And I think a lot of us do say that, who fight that fight on any given basis. I want to talk about diversity because, as Mara mentioned, there have been a number of changes. We have the first Black president of a network joining ABC News. MSNBC has its first Black female president as well. Cesar Conde is head of NBC News. There's been a lot that has changed in the last 9 or 10 months. But Michelle, you know corporations and you know how this stuff works. A lot of these folks will encounter hostility and even if there's inclusivity, it's a tough fight for many of these folks behind the scenes.
So if they have any notion like I have, one of the joys of me having the honor to usher Ebony and Jet. Every time I say those words, I say it with so much pride because I know what Mr. Johnson was trying to do in 1945 when he allowed us to see an image of ourselves for the first time on the cover of a magazine. I mean, there's just so much pride. They better hire everybody they can that's talented, that looks like we have an opportunity. Me, right? Every journalist I hire can look like me, can have a voice, can be Black, can be bold, can be unapologetic. And I'm going to tell you something right now. That is my number one priority. And they better do the same thing, because I've worked at news networks and they do have the power to make sure that they don't believe the Kool-Aid that there's only room for one, right? That's what they tell us. That's what they make us think. You made it, do the right thing. And then if we hire somebody that looks like us and they didn't do a great job, no, it's not. If I hire someone white, Black, if they're not good, that's not on me. They didn't do good. So we got to get out that mindset that it's not, this is business. We got to fill that pipeline, and we have to fill it quickly so that other people can usher in this sentiment, and then they can begin to build an organization that looks different. It's really the only way.
Mara, do you want to weigh in?
Yeah, I do. I have very strong feelings about this, because here's the problem, and here's what I fear, that a lot of opportunity is being given right now to Black journalists, particularly behind the scenes, which is where I feel it's most important. My fear is that power never gives up anything willingly and without a fight, and that they're doing this because they're aware of what the climate is. And as soon as the winds shift and we start looking at something else or focusing on something else, they're going to go back to the battle days and to business as usual. And they're going to use the excuse of, well, we tried and it didn't work because this reason, and it didn't work because of that reason, and we tried. How many white men are put in positions and fail and then are succeeded by another white man? They don't say, oh, well, we tried a white man and it didn't work, so we're never doing that again. They say, oh, we tried this white man, he didn't work, so now let's find the next best person for the job. And so that's the mentality that needs to change. It's not that, oh, well, we tried a Black president and we didn't hit the metrics that we were hoping to hit, so we're not going to do that again. No, it's keeping that door open. This cannot be a blip in time. This cannot be a trend. This has to be a permanent shift and change in the industry. We have to demand it. Now that we're in the door, we got to take it off the hinges. We got to keep that door open.
Candace, also have to have a ladder for other folks to come up. Go ahead.
Quick point. One of the things that I'm concerned about are the younger journalists that have either just entered the industry or are thinking about getting into this industry. And I think that, yes, while representation, of course, is important, but I'm paying attention to where are these folks being placed in the newsroom. And too often I see us only being able to get into breaking news roles. As a board member of the Investigative Reporters and Editors organization, I know that many, if not most, of the investigative teams of most newsrooms in this country are still majority white. So while, yes, there have been gains that have been made, but we also know that some of these higher profile beats that carry more responsibilities and that have actual ability to impact communities, they are still overwhelmingly white. And I just think that enough conversations are not happening to make sure that change is being done there. And I just also want to note that I'm also concerned about the mental health of Black journalists right now. We are still in the midst of covering the intersection of this pandemic, its fallout, and the racial justice movement, and people are tired. People are burned out, and we are seeing people exit this industry. So I think newsroom leaders need to pay attention to what their employees are saying and provide them with the proper supports to support their mental health right now.
Do y'all feel as if organizations are helping enough when it comes to that? Yes, we're watching on a daily basis, Black lives, brown lives, so many people of color victimized, and reporting on it. One of the toughest parts for me when I covered 9/11 was I used to be a reporter that I could go out on a story, and Cheryl, you know this, you go out on a story, you leave the scene, yes, you empathize, but you're not living it. 9/11, you're smelling the burning bodies, you're living in the city, you're surrounded by the stress. I feel as if we're facing a similar situation right now where we're out there, we're reporting it, we're coming home, we're part of it still. Do you feel as if organizations recognize that and that we're getting the proper help?
I'm so
Cheryl?
glad you brought this up, Candace, because yes, I can tell you personally, I am completely burned out. And 9/11, you and I were both there. That was a situation, especially as a native New Yorker, where you could not separate yourself from that. You know, if you're a New Yorker, if you grew up as a kid, you went in those Twin Towers on a field trip. So to see them come down before your very eyes was completely traumatic. And here we are with the pandemic. I've worked, I bet I speak for the entire panel when I say I've never worked harder in my life, even though I'm at home. I don't know how that happened. Even in my slippers, I'm burned out. Not sure how that dynamic came to be, but here we are. And then when George Floyd, that tragedy happened, we were doing like this double drama of this horrific incident playing out on national television while being secluded at home, usually by ourselves, and having to navigate both of these. And I don't think most newsrooms have been sensitive to how we as journalists have handled this personally. We did a whole hour special on the George Floyd incident, and I was screaming because it was just so overwhelming on so many levels.
You know, we're not supposed to, as reporters, we're not supposed to say that we have any kind of issues. We're supposed to do the job and keep our mouths quiet and be behind the scenes, not be seen and scribe and write the story. But the problem is I've been talking to more and more reporters right now, Asian, Latinx, and Black, who are African-American, who are saying they are now seeking mental health care, therapy. And it's real. I mean, you've got reporters now who are out on the field crying because they're watching COVID deaths. They're being attacked almost on TV by people who are protesting, having a can of soup, claiming they're using it for their family or telling them to get away. You've got reporters who at the White House who were berated by the President of the United States and who had minions who wanted to go out and kill us. Hello. Therapy, and it's unfortunate. A lot of the companies, particularly minority owned, they don't understand this dynamic. It's about putting the story out. But the problem is this is a serious issue. We are now under attack. We're facing more situations. I mean, you see people who were in Beirut and in Afghanistan, they're getting combat pay or hazard pay when they go. It is getting to that point now for us, not just hazard pay, but mental health care. Because you know, when I was going through school, this was not on the agenda. When I studied for this, and if I had my druthers, if I look back again, you know, if I know what I knew now, I don't know if I would have done it because it's taken a toll. And yes, and I will say this, I am in therapy and I'm healing, thank God. But this is a moment that reporters need to take a woosah moment. It's real.
Candace, so there's a conversation that.
Go ahead, Mark.
Sorry, I just want to share that, you know, there's a conversation that I have with reporters. You know, we very often, this is a question that I ask a lot of people because I'm always curious. Do you watch these videos? Because people feel they have to watch them for work, especially if they're covering them. How can you report on something if you haven't seen, you know, the most basic evidence at the core of the story? And there is a lot of debate where a lot of reporters have said to me, I can't watch them anymore. I can't do it anymore. The toll is too high. And so even when it's your job to cover them, it becomes too much to have to see it over and over and over again. So a lot of people have just opted out of the most traumatic aspects of covering these issues.
Yeah, understandably.
I have the privilege of having the ability, even the obligation to share how I'm feeling because I have my opinion. But I do believe, you know, I've been at the New York Times. I asked my mother when I interned at the New York Times. I think I came there in May, which would mean 30 years ago next month. I worked at the New York Times for 25 of the last.
Got that good black.
25 of the last 30 years. And I do believe it is important sometimes to create space between you and stories. I mean, I like I said, I hold up war correspondents and how they're able to do this and remain sane and functioning and professional. I remember during 9/11, when that happened in the New York Times, I was a manager in the newsroom at the time. And they arranged for everyone to go to the site because, like, as Mar said, how can you report on it if you didn't see it? I didn't go, and I still have never gone to Ground Zero. First of all, I think it is sacred ground, and I just don't I don't see how people are walking around down there and all those people died there. It's like, it's a graveyard and for the family, then it should be, I don't know, it's just my feeling personally. But secondly, I just didn't want to be overwhelmed by it. And that was the only way that I could figure out to be able to continue to do my job and to report for the citizens of New York what was happening in their city, what was the threat, had it passed, what was the impact, and how could I do that sanely and protect myself emotionally? I think that we all as reporters owe it to ourselves to make those calculations and to protect ourselves, because this story, whatever the story of the moment, is not the last story you're going to do. You have to protect yourself as a voice and a vehicle for all the future stories that you're going to have to do.
So Candace, can I jump in? Candace, listen, I agree with what everybody is saying. I just want to remind us that the trauma that we face as reporters, as journalists, reflects the trauma that the communities in which we serve and we report also is facing. So we're not isolated from that trauma. But I do want to remind us that there's something called resilience. We're going to make it through this storm. We're going to make it through. This is not the first lynchings, public lynchings that we've witnessed. We may cover it differently. But I just want to say that I'm very impressed. And actually, I want to salute this new generation of young journalists I see coming up, who are out there not only raising their cameras, raising their pens, but also raising their fists. They're becoming a challenge to the system of, keep in mind, media is not devoid of white supremacy either. So we got a struggle with mainstream media. We got to make sure that the Black press is sustainable. But I don't want us to end this panel on a note of that we're being overwhelmed. I think that it reflects a serious change that's got to happen in America. And I think the media, and I don't think the media is going to do it by itself, but I think we have our role to play. And that's why I think this discussion is therapeutic.
Absolutely. And Dr. Travis, we have like 10 minutes left, but I do want to get all of y'all to weigh in on something that April kind of picked up on, because we all talk to students all the time, journalism students, and I'll get the question of whether they want to get into this business, whether they should, and we all pause. So I want to get everybody to weigh in really quickly here on this. What do you tell a journalism student, Dr. Travis first, who wants to get in this business?
I remind them that freedom is a constant struggle. I remind them when they get into the business, it's going to be a struggle, and no matter how how many awards you may win, or how you get to be the editor-in-chief, it's still going to be a struggle. But James Baldwin said something to me that I just want to repeat, that I tell young people: the pen is mightier than the sword. It's not only what we write, but it's how we write it. We want people to hear us, see us, but at the end of the day, we want people to feel what we're writing.
I know you long form, but let me get you to do short form here.
Can I just pick up on that, because it's a great point, which is the key that I tell students is learn how to tell a story. I learned this from Don Hewitt. Tell Me a Story was the name of a book he wrote. And I think mentorship is so important. And I have like a family of kids I mentor, of, white, Black, all sorts of, women. And it's called passing it on. And I'm a big believer in passing it on and teaching people how to tell a story. A story will get people outraged if told properly. And we can't just do tweets and things like that. That's not going to cause outrage. What's going to cause outrage is if you tell a story properly and there's an emotional impact at the end of it, people will change, policies will change something. And that is such a key thing. And that's something that I try to pass on.
April, do you tell young students to get involved?
I'm sorry. It's also important to take the focus off of celebrity journalism. Probably 1% of the working journalists in America are people that you know, and the celebrity kind of names that you follow on social media or you see on your nightly news. People don't get into journalists to make a big check. You get into journalists to make a big difference, and it is grueling work, and it is not you're very not likely to become a celebrity doing it. You're doing it for mission. You're doing it for mission. You have to believe that truth needs facilitators to be exposed. That power will hide truth if it has an opportunity to do so. And there has to be someone who digs it out and brings it into the light. And that is grueling work. Sometimes it is grunt work. Sometimes you don't make a lot of money. You may never make it to the New York Times or to the networks or the CNN, but it is still valuable work to do. And if you think about it that way, and not how can I get to be the name that's on Twitter with 1 million followers, then you're at least starting on the right track.
April, really quickly, do you tell them that it's still worth it?
After what I've been through, I give them the good, the bad, and the ugly, the truth. Because right now, we are considered, to some extent, and to some communities, the enemy of the people. We didn't sign up for this. But I do tell them, going back to something that Charles Blow just said, that the founding fathers put into the pillars of this nation the First Amendment for accountability. And as a reporter, that is one of the greatest feelings. Just like the former producer over at 60 Minutes said, if you tell a story right, there will be changes in the administration, policies, laws can be changed because you are placing a blaring light on inadequacies or dysfunctions. So I give them that, but I also tell them there's the other side, and that other side is real. So I give them all of it and let them weigh it out and see if they want to come. I hate to say, some of them might be scared, but they're tough. These millennials will do anything. They will go through fire to get what they want.
Michelle.
So I would say, if you don't write your own story, someone's going to write it for you. But more importantly, Ebony is hiring journalists. So if you want to try your wit and write, come and call me. I'll check every LinkedIn post. But in all seriousness, I would say that, the power of writing, of telling your story turns into so many things. I wasn't a journalist, but I wrote books that gave me an opportunity to speak, that set me in line to be a CEO. So telling your story, writing, whether you're a journalist or just using social media responsibly, it's a powerful tool, and you have to hone that if you want to get to where you want to be.
All right, Kat, pretend we're at NABJ and some young blood comes up to you, and we're at the Kiki right now, and they're like, I want to be a journalist. What do you tell them?
I tell them a blend of what both just Michelle and April said. I tell them the good and the bad, but I tell them about the legacy of Black journalists and Black journalism, and the fact that we are carrying that torch that Ida B. Wells carried. We are carrying the torch of Robert S. Abbott, who started the Chicago Defender. So it is so important for us to be in these spaces, to be in Black-owned newsrooms as well. And I just let them know that, yes, you are going to have days where you feel like you want to quit. But I always remember the fact that my community, speaking about Detroit specifically, they need us, and they need us to be telling these stories.
Now, we both know the struggle together as well in some places. At the end of the day.
Maybe I'm in the minority on this, and I'm glad that you started with the fact that you know my struggle, because I don't want my answer to seem like a reflection of an easy path. I have had my ass kicked. I have been in the trenches. I have done the grueling work. I have done it all. And this is the most fun job in the world. And it's a job with purpose. I mean, how many people's jobs are protected in the First Amendment of the Constitution? And how many people can say that they are a pillar of democracy with the work that they do? So I've never wanted to do anything else. And I promised myself when I was 22, the first time I was in a working newsroom, that when it stops feeling like magic, I'm going to stop doing it. And it has never stopped feeling like magic. So, I'm the cheerleader. I'm the one you send people to when they want to give up, because I think this is the greatest adventure in the world.
It really is. Kurt, can you weigh in?
Yeah, I would tell anyone that be a local journalist. The things that are going on in our own backyards, in our own communities, in our counties, in our cities, in our towns, those stories oftentimes go unheard, unspoken, unnoticed. And that's where we need as many resources as possible to tell those stories right now. There hasn't ever been a more important time to have who I believe are the guardians of our democracy right now, our journalists, to have as many talented and dedicated and passionate people doing that job as we could possibly get. But we need it at all levels, not just at the national level, not just at, you know, the shiny CNN, ABC, New York Times. We need it at the Bakersfield Californian, or the Fresno Bee, or the Daily Courier. This, you know, local news has been under siege and getting smaller and smaller, and that is a detrimental effect that trickles down specifically to communities of color.
Yeah, and we didn't get into it, but I really wanted to get into local newspaper and the lack of local newspapers, how they've been dwindling, especially Black and brown newspapers, because those are really the foot on the ground there, folks who are exposing many of these stories. So let's bookend it with my friend Cheryl. We've been to parts of the Bronx where you speak with young kids every day, and they look up to you, they idolize you, they know you more than anybody else in this city. What do you tell them?
Thank you, Candace. You've done a wonderful job, and my special thanks to Reverend Sharpton and Rachel for making this happen. I have a deep respect for all of my colleagues on this panel. It was an honor and a privilege. And I just want to say, I talk to, as you said, Candace, students of all ages, and I tell them to get into this business, be fearless. That is key. For me, I have walked in both trade center attacks in '93, as well as the horrific events of 2001, Hurricane Sandy, and every kind of storm you can imagine. And now we're in a different kind of storm, a pandemic and racial violence. And I am down, but I am not out. It is a lot. We had a president who degraded every journalist on this panel, and we are all still standing. So you have to put on your boots, and as my grandma used to say, put on the whole armor and move forward, because you are not reporting for yourself. You're reporting for the people, and don't forget the people in everything you do. So thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Amen. Thank you guys so much. We finished on time. It definitely was an honor and a pleasure and privilege to be a part of this panel. Such an honor. So a couple of notes. Ebony's hiring. So if y'all know anybody who needs a job.
Some people. That's a good thing. That's a good thing.
Exactly. That's one of the great things. All right, guys. Kurt, Charles, Dr. Chavis, Michelle, Ira, April, Mara, Kat, Cheryl, thank you guys all. And thank you, Dr. Revenal, as well as Rachel and Amaris at Mercury. Thank you guys. Thank you for being here.
All right, bye.
Thanks for doing this.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you guys.
Let's give it up again for that amazing panel. Let's give it up one more time again for that amazing panel, a conversation around media and civil rights. I also want to give a special shout out to Rachel Nordlinger for coordinating that. I call her the PR queen. I honor her leadership and all that she does. Thank you so much again. And thank you to Candace Gibson for moderating that conversation. And Reverend Al Sharpton for allowing that conversation to happen, because we know that media plays an important role in how our narrative is being told. And so that was an amazing conversation. At this time, we will now hear words and remarks from the Secretary of the Department of Transportation, and that is the one and only Secretary Peete Buttigieg.
Hello, I'm Secretary of Transportation Peete Buttigieg, and it's an honor to be joining you again, even if it's a virtual appearance this time. And I'm already looking forward to when we can next gather together in person. I want to thank you for inviting me to help celebrate this 30th anniversary and share some thoughts on the occasion. For 30 years, the National Action Network has moved this country toward justice, equality, and equal rights for all. The arc of American life does not bend toward justice on its own, not without the hands and the efforts of moral leaders like you. And thank you to Reverend Sharpton for being such a leader, a powerful voice helping America to constantly be better and do better, someone from whom I have learned a great deal. Ours is a complicated moment, one in which the scale of our challenge is matched only by the scope of our opportunity. We are still struggling to wrestle with the national tragedy of a pandemic, with disproportionate rates of infection and death in communities of color. But we finally have hope, with millions of Americans being vaccinated each day, and a White House that has made vaccine equity a pillar of the response. In our economy, people are still teetering on a high wire, and many are paying more for transportation and housing each month than their paycheck can sustain. But we stand here with an opportunity to make the largest investment in American jobs since World War II. We need to overcome 4 years of damage and 400 years of injustice, a mountain of mistrust built over the centuries and still growing today, with yet another painful reminder of America's racialized inheritance in the trial of Derek Chauvin for the murder of George Floyd. But we also have Washington poised to pass game-changing progressive policies, policies that organizations like the National Action Network have been championing for years. And we have the first Black woman vice president in history, along with the most diverse administration team yet to serve this country. We live with all of these different and challenging truths all at once in this moment. We meet this moment with grounds for hope, the hope inspired by vaccines, new jobs, and an administration dedicated to equity. And that is a testimony to the impact of hard work and organizing, the value of groups like the National Action Network, and the power of advocacy as well as direct service. Especially in this moment, Black and brown communities and activists across the country have demanded more of America, insisting that this country do better not only by all of those who have been excluded or oppressed, but by this country's own professed creed. The work ahead is daunting, but it is heartening that on the national stage today, we're discussing how much progress we can make, how big we can go, and no longer just how much damage we must deal with. You now have partners in Washington who believe that equity is not a program, it's not a department, it's a profound value and a lens that must apply to every program, every department, and every decision. We know that racism is responsible for more destruction and injustice than any other force in American life. So I'm proud to be part of the Biden-Harris administration where anti-racism is policy. And I'm glad that you're hearing from many of my fellow cabinet members this week about the good work that we're doing together. The Biden-Harris administration made clear that racial equity and support for underserved communities would be an all of government, all of society priority. It was encoded from day one in the President's order and embodied in the Justice 40 initiative that has the goal of delivering 40% of the benefits of the President's investments to historically underserved and overburdened communities. So let's talk about the work we need to do to get there. Transportation is a foundation of our economy, and it's also an expression of our values. Advancing racial equity is among my highest priorities as Secretary. The transportation decisions we make can either exacerbate inequity or build a better future. We're clear on the path that this department will take. We are working to ensure that equity is central to how we spend taxpayer money. In this administration's earliest days, we announced that we were adding racial equity as a consideration for transportation projects in the $889 million Infrastructure for Rebuilding America, or INFRA, program. This month, we revised the $1 billion BUILD program, which provides competitive grants for transportation projects, and renamed it the Rebuilding American Infrastructure with Sustainability and Equity, or RAISE program, to reflect that new emphasis in our evaluation criteria. We're also looking at how DOT can help address inequities in our criminal justice system, so that a traffic stop is no less safe for a Black person than it is for a white American, and how we can support voting initiatives as the sacred right to vote comes under attack in states across the country. We've created an equity task force for this department, one in which I will be involved personally, to make sure that this remains a North Star to guide our work throughout this department and throughout this administration. These are important steps that will benefit communities, but they're steps. We need a giant leap, which brings me to the American Jobs Plan. This could be the best chance in our lifetimes to transform our infrastructure, and with it, the foundation that allows every American to live, work, and thrive. It will provide more than a $2.25 trillion investment in American infrastructure, including $621 billion for transportation and resilience. It will do so many good things, and I want to touch on just a few highlights. The American Jobs Plan will help create millions more jobs in cities and towns and communities across the country. Good jobs, often union jobs, the majority of which will go to people without a college degree, building a modern infrastructure. The plan also invests $100 billion in workforce development programs focused on underserved communities. The plan includes $20 billion for road safety. That's important for everyone, but it's certainly a matter of equity. On our roads, the fatality rate of Black people is twice that of white people. We cannot accept this. The plan includes $80 billion to expand and modernize Amtrak and the rail network, and it doubles federal funding for public transit. Again, that's important for everyone. It is certainly a matter of equity. Black people are 4 times more likely than white people to rely on public transit to commute to work. And they deserve a commute that is reliable, safe, and affordable. This is especially important because in 2019, our lowest income households spent 37% of their after-tax income on transportation. That's up from 29% just 2 years earlier. We can't accept this. The plan also includes $174 billion to help spark the electric vehicle revolution. We will rebuild our infrastructure in a way that is not only more resilient, but actually helps fight climate change. And 40% of the benefits of those climate and clean infrastructure investments will be targeted to historically underserved and overburdened communities. Now is finally the time to address these major inequities, including those caused by highways that were built through Black and brown communities, as well as decades of disinvestment that left small towns and rural main streets stranded. The President's American Jobs Plan includes $20 billion to reconnect neighborhoods cut off by past transportation decisions, to advance opportunity, equity, and environmental justice in new transportation projects. I've just mentioned a lot of numbers, but I want to put them all in context. We have not, since President Eisenhower, made such an investment in infrastructure, and we have never in our history made such an investment in transportation equity. My predecessor in the Obama-Biden administration, Secretary Anthony Foxx, did especially important work to advance the cause of transportation equity. I know that I have big shoes to fill in this regard, and I'm thrilled that we may have the resources, thanks to this bill, to further deliver on a vision that Secretary Foxx helped introduce. What we see throughout all of these investments is a lesson that goes beyond transportation, that equity is good for everyone. The American Jobs Plan will not solve every problem in every community, but it will address many of the challenges we face today and create a stronger, more equitable future for decades to come. It empowers our young people to inherit and build a country where the American dream is truly, finally accessible to all. And that's what your work has been all about. The National Action Network and other civil rights organizations and community networks have planted the seeds for years. Now it's time for us to water them together. What we grow must be strong enough and vast enough to outlast us all, and I believe it will be. So thank you to the National Action Network, to Reverend Sharpton, to all of you for 30 years of working to make America the best version of herself, a version that lives up to our ideals. Congratulations again on this milestone. Thank you for your good work, and be well.
Let's give it up again for Secretary Buttigieg for those remarks. We're excited to introduce our next panel that is about to come up. The next panel for the double standard of justice, moderated by Executive Director of the National Black Justice Coalition, David Johns, joined along by Alfonso David, the President of the Human Rights Campaign, Imani Rupert Gordon, the Executive Director for the National Center for Lesbian Rights, and Kiera Johnson, the Executive Director of the National LGBTQ Task Force. Now, we know as we're fighting for this fight for justice, we must be inclusive, and we must do all we can to fight to end racism. But that also includes the fight against homophobia, that includes the fight against bias and stigma that lies within communities as it pertains to the LGBTQ community. And we know that we all must fight together because we understand that none of us are free until we all are free. And that includes fighting for those from all spectrums of life, and And that's why I'm super excited to have this conversation for the double standard of justice. And so we're going to turn it over to the screen for the panel, and we hope that you all enjoy it and sit back, relax, and enjoy this very informative conversation.
Greetings. My name is David Johns, and I'm the Executive Director of the National Black Justice Coalition. I want to begin by thanking Reverend Sharpton, our sister Ebony Riley, and the team at the National Action Network for thinking it important enough to hold space to have a conversation about the double standard of justice. I'm super excited to moderate a conversation with some giants in the field who are working to ensure that all Black people have the opportunity to be free. And I'm just really excited for us to have a conversation. And so we're just going to jump right into it. I will introduce each of you by name and title only, and then we'll invite you to answer the following question. And it's, how do you come to this work? For people who might not have been following your leadership, I want you to invite them into your world. And then I'd also like for you to complete the following prompt. What's the best part of being young, gifted, Black, and queer, ... So why don't we start with you, Imani Rupert Gordon, who is the Executive Director of NCLR, National Center for Lesbian Rights.
Thank you so much, Dave, for the introduction. And it's lovely to be on a panel with you all. And every time I am, I know that I'm in the right place. So thanks so much, everyone. So how I came to this work, I wanted to be part of creating a socially just society. And when I was young, I thought that meant something through media. I thought that meant creating characters. And when we understood that there are people that are like us, but a little bit different, that there'd be, that it would be easier to understand difference. And when I grew up, I realized that you don't actually have to do this in this fake sort of life, and like creating a world, that you can do it in the actual world that you're in. And so I originally had gone to school and I was going to become a therapist. And then I just realized that I wanted to be part of creating touching a larger group of folks, looking at larger systems in place as opposed to working with people individually and one-on-one. And so I ended up at the Broadway Youth Center working with LGBTQ youth experiencing homelessness. And then I worked at Affinity Community Services, serving Black LGBTQ women in Chicago. And now I've been at the National Center for Lesbian Rights. And I just love this. I love this work. I love working in coalition with amazing folks. And the second question was, what's the best part of being young, queer, Black, I believe? Honestly, I would say that.
Don't forget gifted, Omani.
And gifted. Honestly, I would say that being loved and appreciated, because I feel loved and appreciated, and I love young, gifted Black LGBTQ people. Thanks again for having me.
No, of course, I love that. Thank you for that. Let's pass the mic to our sister, Kara Johnson, who is the Executive Director of the LGBTQ Task Force. Do you want me to repeat the questions, Kara?
I think I got it. How I came to this work, it's so funny. I feel like I answer that question differently anytime I'm asked it. And I think social justice, my family wasn't very political, and yet they had very strong values, right? That weren't like dictated, right? Or necessarily, we want you to grow up and be ... right? But they modeled it, and they reflected, what it meant to be compassionate, and what it meant to be in community, and what it meant to be non-judgmental, and what, why it's important to be a critical thinker. So there were all of these foundational things throughout, my younger life. I think that they kind of set me on a path to do this work. I mean, I knew early that I wanted to be of the people. I mean, in a different way. I was convinced I was going to be a lawyer. I was like, I'm going to be a lawyer, and I'm going to be a lawyer for brown people and immigrants and women and poor people. I knew it. I can see myself at 16 years old. Remember when you were 16, you wore like your first like suit jacket? Like I was like, oh yeah, like this is what I'm supposed to do. And then real life set in different ways. And actually my sister got pregnant, told me she was pregnant when she was 16. And I knew that my life was going to take a different turn. I wasn't going to be in law, but I wanted to be an activist. I wanted to be an advocate. I wanted to be an organizer. And so my first, paid position in this work was as the Maxine Waters Reproductive Freedom Fellow at what was then called Choice USA, is now Unite for Reproductive and Gender Equity. And then it was a very short road to the LGBTQ movement, right? It was really clear to me at 19 years old that women's rights and reproductive justice and LGBTQ liberation were built from the same soil, right? Our quest for bodily autonomy, self-determination, agency, the right to love who we love and build the families that make sense for us, right? Like it's like we were just two different trees, like in the same soil. I found myself volunteering and doing cross-movement organizing. And I got a position at the task force about 3 years ago as the deputy executive director and have become the ED since then, about 2 months ago. And I'm exactly where I want to be. It's like every day I know that my work, my life and my work coalesce in such beautiful, like impactful, meaningful ways that bring me joy, challenges too, but definitely more joy, which is why I'm still here. So I'm in it to win it. And what's the best part of being young, gifted, Black, and queer? I have to say, especially now, it's like I've got a whole bunch, like I've got a community of those folks, right? Like as a young person, right, I felt really weird, right? Like I was like a super weirdo. Like I was like, I don't know if Black kid that listens to like Guns N' Roses, right? And then I'm like the only Black kid doing political organizing, and I'm also queer, but none of my Black friends are talking about being queer. Like, oh my God, I'd rather read in a book than go to the club. Most times, not all the time. As an artsy kid, I was a speech and debate kid, right? Like I love to have fun. I love to joke. I love to party, and I'm super cerebral and like just weird. And now I found my whole community of like Black, gifted, queer weirdos. Like there's a whole bunch of us, right? Like doing community work and doing advocacy work. And I guess now as a less young, I'll stay with young-ish. It feels really good to be occupying space and positions and power and airwaves in a way that I know other young, queer, gifted Black people have access, right, to me. And I didn't have that, right, when I was 12, 13, 15, 16. And we get to be that for a whole new generation, and that feels really good.
Yeah, we're happy you're in it because we like to win and enjoy watching you in this new role. Last but certainly not least, my brother Alfonso David is the president of the Human Rights Campaign. How do you enter the work, brother, and how do you complete the prompt? What's the best part of being young, gifted, Black, and queer?
Oh, I just want to say Kiara's answer just gave me so much life. So thank you for that. How did I come to this work? Like Kiara, I think I answer this question differently every time I'm asked this question, but it's all grounded in one seminal moment in my life where I went through a civil war in Liberia. I lived a very privileged life. My parents were in politics, and my father was arrested and my uncle was killed. And we were living under house arrest for several years. And the idea of becoming a surgeon and focusing on medicine evaporated very quickly as I confronted, what does democracy mean? And what does freedom mean? As a 10-year-old kid, when you lose your freedom, when you really lose your freedom, you start having those difficult conversations very early on when you may not even have the tools to really adequately evaluate what you're asking yourself. So for me, I knew at a very young age that I wanted to fight for the oppressed, and I wanted to fight for marginalized people. And that passion became even stronger as I went through middle school and then high school, moving to the United States, being ostracized for being, quote, African, folks looking for my tail. I appreciated at a very young age that the law has been used for such a long time to oppress people. And those who master the law are in the best positions possible to actually manipulate it so that it can actually benefit those who need it the most. And so I ended up going to law school, ended up clerking for a federal judge, working in the private sector for a number of years, running 2 different companies, and then finally went into the not-for-profit world and civil rights generally. And that was about 20 plus years ago. And the goal there for me was to really think about how I can use my skills to benefit those who are most marginalized. So I joined an organization called Lambda Legal, which is a civil rights organization. I litigated cases all around the country, everything from HIV discrimination cases to education cases to the marriage case in New York. And then I entered into government, and I spent 12 years in government. And that shift for me was important because I had spent 3 years in a not-for-profit world fighting for justice and equality, only to lose when we went up to the Court of Appeals in New York. And the court said, well, there is no fundamental right to marry the person of your choice, and certainly not for same-sex couples. So I went into government and worked at the Attorney General's office, and then worked at the governor's office, and had the privilege of working on a variety of pieces of legislation and policy, from the marriage equality law in New York to drafting regulations to protect transgender people. And that was such a rewarding experience. I did not think I would come back to the not-for-profit space, but HRC called, and the offer was too good to deny, because at the moment that I considered it, we were in the midst of the Trump administration. And LGBTQ people are under assault. We still are, but we certainly were from the White House. And I took the job in part because I see that we have an opportunity to transform the landscape in our lives, that we have an opportunity to leave this place much better than we found it for LGBTQ people. And I believe that taking this role at the Human Rights Campaign allows me to play a part in advancing this trajectory for our community writ large. For me, the best part of being young, I'm not sure how much young I am anymore, but young, gifted, Black, and queer, is being able to see that vision of the future that I know is going to change, but being able to see it now. Being able to appreciate the resilience and the beauty of our community, a community that has been oppressed for so long, and every single time we rise, seeing how we've breaking down silos, see how we break down stereotypes in our own communities, is, for me, one of the best parts of being young, gifted, Black, and queer, and seeing young leaders that are not saddled with some of the struggles that we were saddled with when we were young people. And for me, that's just beautiful.
It was important for me to ask you how you come to the work, because it is clear to me that there's still a whole lot of work for us to do within our community to remind folks that as long as there have been Black people, we have been beautifully and incredibly diverse. When you think about the challenges that exist, as well as the opportunities that exist, in particular at this moment in this movement for Black lives, and when you think about the leadership, the responsibilities that come with the leadership and the spaces that you occupy, what are the most important conversations that Black folks should be having? What are the most important actions that we should be taking so that each of us have and know the freedom that Brother Alfonso talked about now? Alfonso, why don't you start?
I think the most important conversation that we need to have is twofold. One is about our humanity, and the second is about equity. When I say our humanity is LGBTQ people have been stripped of our dignity for so long. We've seen hate indoctrinated into statutes. We've seen policies issued that seem to deny that we actually exist. But in our own communities, we've also seen our existence denied. We've seen people that we think are part of our community, our Black community, our brown community, that deny that we actually exist and that we contribute to society in the way that we do, that we're history makers, just like everybody else is. So I think one of the most important pieces of the conversation that we need to have is making sure that people see our humanity and afford us with the dignity that we deserve. The second part of that conversation for me is about equity. And we talk about equality all the time, and equality is important. But as we know, civil rights laws have existed in this country since the 1960s, and yet Black people still face discrimination. So we need to think about how we frame our quest for freedom, liberation through the lens of equity, not only as it relates to people that we're working with, but also people who are not working with. Because many people don't know how to have this conversation about equity and how we get to that place where we can actually achieve liberation. So we need to have the difficult conversations to get there. I think what we sometimes do is avoid those difficult conversations, those uncomfortable conversations. But I don't believe we actually get to a place that we call liberation without having them. And having them with our aunts, having them with our uncles, and having them with our opponents. We need to have those conversations with everyone so they see us, they see our humanity, and they afford us the dignity that we deserve.
Yeah, I received that. Thank you for that. Kiera, same question to you.
One of the things I find myself talking about a lot, and I feel really passionate about it, is that we've got to figure out how we evolve, right, as individuals and as families and as communities, and allow other people to evolve, right? Hold them accountable while also continuing to hold them in community, right? We've heard this, it's almost become a buzz phrase, right? Cancel culture, right? And I know that means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. And what I feel passionately about is we all have a lot to learn, right? Where I am at 44 is very different than where I was at 16, which is very different than where I was at 22. And I hope it's very different than where I'll be at 57, right? And there are things that I felt and I experienced and I, thought. When I look back, I'm like, wow, 18-year-old Kiera, boo-boo, wow. Ooh, wow, I'm glad there wasn't Twitter and glad there weren't smartphones, homie, because wow. And so we do live in an age of smartphones, and we do live in an age that is connected, and we connect fast. We are in an age of Twitter and speaking to each other in sound bites, right? And that's not how evolution happens, right? That's not how our quest for freedom is going to happen. It's not going to be talking through Twitter, right? In sound bites. It is a part of the path, right? But as Alfonso said, we have to engage in deep conversations and listen and allow ourselves the space to be open and evolve. I think about my uncle, who's in his 50s, who converted to Mormonism. I guess we call it Mormonism. Maybe I should ask him, huh? He's a Mormon. And my mom told me just a couple weeks ago, your uncle saw you talking about trans rights and why it's so important in the Black community. And she was like, Kiera, he was just like, I really learned a lot. I'm so proud of her. I learned so much. And I was like, what? I would never have broached a conversation, right, with him about these issues. It's like, right, like with our families, we're like, okay, I got a double Dutch in and double Dutch out, right? I got a little bit of time with
that's
you.
Not where I
I'm
thought you were
to...
going, Fred. I don't think that's how that story was going to end. So I'm happy to know that that's where it landed.
Yeah, and so I you avoid the conversations that might, get you in a place where it's going to be too much friction, right? Like, because you just want to enjoy the time and keep the peace. But, my father was 42 years older than me. And when I came out, he didn't talk to me for 3 months. By the time I got married, he was speaking at my wedding in tears, talking about, you changed my mind and you changed my heart. I was like, what? This old Black man is like a new person. And then it went even further. Our relationship was such that he shared with me, and it was hard for him to share with me, about the homophobia that he perpetuated, particularly as a younger person in the military. He was specific. He talked to me about specifics and was in tears and was so embarrassed, you know what I mean? But wanted to share like where he's come. And that's not a story to say we don't hold each other accountable, right? It's not like you're absolved of the impact, right, that you have on people's lives. And people have to have the permission to evolve, right? That's who we are as a people. And I think we have to have that conversation because the threat is real. What is consistent is that we, our access to democracy is being, right, denied, and access to full agency, autonomy over our bodies is being denied as Black people, as women, as trans folks, as young people. Like, if voting didn't matter, right, they wouldn't be working so hard across these states to carve out reasons why certain people can't vote. If it didn't matter, why would someone then prevent you from doing it, right? And same around the Equality Act. I think people are like, oh well, is this really like a cutting edge issue? Like, why should I care? And I'm like, if it wasn't the expansive, visionary piece of legislation that we know it is, it would have already been passed, right? We know that it hasn't passed because it's folks who look just like us who benefit from the Equality Act and the expansion of civil rights, right? It's women who will benefit from the expansion of civil rights. It's trans folks, right, who will benefit from the expansion of civil rights. There's a reason it hasn't passed. There's a reason there is a campaign to prevent it from happening. And that's a red flag. If someone's trying to do this, you got to get your elbows out, and it means we need to be there. So yeah, evolution.
We're about to go there next. We're about to go there next.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna stop. I'm on the pull. On the
no. Just don't stop. Just
okay.
Pause. Just pause. In part because, but I want to honor and appreciate you naming that which doesn't evolve dies. Right. Like literally, that's a part of what we understand based on biology. And I also appreciate you naming the need for us to hold space for one another as each of us evolve, right? Again, acknowledge that we're incredibly diverse and the things that connects the work that we do to all of the members of NAN is this desire to ensure that each of us has the ability to do that, to get to those spaces, to have those kinds of conversations and to lean in and to listen with love. Imani, before we get into a specific conversation about the Equality Act, and we'll step back and catch people up if they're unclear about what the legislation is, what its impacts are, and some of the things that Kiera was just talking about. What's your response to that question? When you think about the leadership of NCLR, what conversations are most important for us to have, and what actions are most important for us as a community of Black folks, to be specific, should be engaged in?
Oh, thanks so much. Honestly, I think the most important conversation is to be about inclusivity and intersectionality. I think we don't get anywhere without that. And we have to be really careful, because so often when we are looking at underrepresented communities, there seems to be a desire to take this part of an identity out. And so when we're talking about an LGBTQ community, that we're not also talking about what this is like, what an LGBTQ person's life is like when they're also a woman, when they're also a Black person, when they're also low income, when they also have a disability or live in a rural area. We're not thinking about those things together, and we have to, because Alfonso was talking about getting to liberation, and that's what we're talking about. We want to get to liberation. This is a process. It's slow moving, but in order to get there, we have to make sure we bring all of us. And historically, our movements have not done a good job of bringing all of us. And that means that we have to have very difficult conversations about who is the most underrepresented within an already underrepresented community, and lift everyone up. And that this is not oppression Olympics. And but what we need to do is, when we are, if the most underrepresented is free, is liberated, then all of us will be. And we have to think about it like this. So often we start having these conversations where folks believe that racism doesn't exist in the LGBTQ community, and that is absolutely untrue. We know that I experienced just as much racism within the LGBTQ community as outside of it. I experienced misogyny within the LGBTQ community, and the thing is, this is not how these things work. Racism doesn't work just like, oh, if someone understands because they also have an underrepresented identity, then they're not going to be part of perpetuating another one. That's not how racism works. And we know that that's not how it works. And so, and putting these things on, and then just starting to believe that this is how things work, we know that that's not how any of this works. And so having conversations about how to be inclusive, how to serve the most underrepresented, so that Black trans women are being lifted up, so that when we are getting to a place of equity, that everyone actually gets there. It doesn't work for us if it only works for the select few people that experience the most privilege in an underrepresented identity are getting to liberation. That is not what liberation is. And so we need to have these hard conversations, and we need to do our work better.
Yeah, I've heard Reverend Sharpton preach a number of sermons talking about the work required to support the least of these. And that's what came to mind as I listened to you share that, Imani. Let's go back to the topic of how racism works and go right back to where you started, Kiera. I want to name that each of our organizations are part of a new coalition, the Freedom and Equality for All Coalition, that is designed with one goal, is to pass the Equality Act. There are nearly 100 countries, including Angola, who have laws that prevent discrimination based on sexual orientation, while more than half of Americans across the United States live in states that have a lack of comprehensive protections based on sexual identity, gender orientation, or expression. And so I want us to have a conversation about the Equality Act, what its implications are, and why it is that Black folk, in particular members of the National Action Network who care and who have cared for Black folks for quite some time, why they should prioritize advocating for passage of the Equality Act. Imani and Alfonso, why don't we start with you? And I'm doing that in specific acknowledgement of your executive leadership within the new coalition. I want to say thank you for that as well.
I was on mute. Thank you. So we have, as you said, David, 16 civil rights, LGBTQ, social justice organizations fighting to pass the Equality Act. So I'm going to do this like a true-false question. The Equality Act is comprehensive non-discrimination policy that would protect us from discrimination. And I'm using us specifically to illustrate this point. Does the Equality Act prohibit discrimination against Black people? Answer is yes. The question is, why should you care? If I walked into a department store today, to buy a new shirt or a new pair of jeans, I could face discrimination as a Black person, and I would have no protections under federal law. public accommodations. If a woman faces discrimination in a place of public accommodation, she is not protected under federal law. If I, as a gay man, try to serve on a jury, I could be kicked off that jury and I would have no recourse under federal law. If I got into an Uber or into a Lyft, I could be thrown out for being LGBTQ and I would have no protections under federal law. So as Black people, we may not appreciate that we don't have the comprehensive protections that we do need. We need these protections under federal law. We do have some of these protections under state law, but they don't protect me. And as we all know, to Amani's point, I can face discrimination as a Black man or as a gay man, and I may not even know the difference. And if someone understands that they can discriminate against me as a gay man and as a Black man, then I am exposed more than I need to be. So as Black people, we need to, hopefully all of us do, but appreciate that this journey, this walk towards justice includes all of us. And the 1964 Civil Rights Act did not include all of the places of public accommodation that we needed to include. They included certain places like pools, but they didn't include other places like barbershops. They didn't include retail stores. So the places that we visit today are not covered under the 1964 Civil Rights Act. That's why we need to be actively engaged to pass the Equality Act, to protect me as a Black man and to protect me as a gay man.
I think that was just so well said, Alfonso. You know, I will just add that I think that it's confusing because I think many folks believe that we already have these protections that we don't. And Alfonso made a really amazing point, and that is that we're not protected the way that we think that we are in a lot of ways. A lot of us have privilege in different places, and many of us live in states where we have protection, so we don't have to think about this in the same way. But the Equality Act would give these federal protections to people all over this country. This is a very basic issue of access and an issue of fairness. So this is why we have to do this. This is why we have to do this right now. And the other thing is that this is also not a partisan issue. This is not, over 70% of people want to pass, that believe that LGBTQ people deserve fairness, deserve rights, and deserve protections. And most people think that we already have it, and we simply don't. And this is true for Black people, people of color, for women, for LGBTQ folks. There are many ways in this country that we're still treated as second-class citizens and are not protected by the law. And that absolutely has to change. And we have an amazing opportunity to do that right now with the Equality Act. It couldn't be a better time, and it's so incredibly important.
Yeah, of course. And I want to ensure that everyone is aware of the website, passtheequalityact.com. I want to acknowledge a name that legacy civil rights organizations, including the National Action Network, have publicly endorsed the Equality Act. The Equality Act has been successfully passed out of the House of Representatives in every Congress that it has been introduced in recently, and most recently with the unanimous support of the Congressional Black Caucus. And so we know that the biggest hurdle at present is passage in the Senate. And so before we move on in the conversation, what are the things people can do? What are the actions that we as a community should be taking to ensure that the Equality Act becomes law? You're muted.
All right. I would say people should go to the website, passtheequalityact.com. Reach out to any of our respective organizations, the Task Force, NCLR, the Human Rights Campaign, National Black Justice Coalition, and volunteer. We're making phone calls. We are sending out mailers. We need to make sure that people understand that this piece of legislation is sitting in the Senate and we need support to pass it. You don't have to necessarily write a check to get involved, although that would be great. We need people to actually get engaged, to pick up the phone and say, I'm willing to help. I've worked a full day, but I'm gonna make phone calls at night. or I'm going to volunteer in some way to help us pass this law. Because if we don't pass this law, we will continue to face discrimination. 2/3 of LGBTQ people experience discrimination today. So it's not some abstract principle. We're facing these challenges now. And so if you want to get involved, go to passtheequalityact.com. We will send you information. We will engage with you. We will help you figure out the infrastructure you need to engage, to volunteer, because we need your help.
Now, do it now. Thank you.
Do it now.
Do it now. Let's stay in this space. Let's stay in this space a little bit. For those who might have missed it, the year thus far, 2021, has become a record year anti-trans legislation. There have been nearly 100 anti-trans bills introduced in this state legislative session, which far surpasses last year's record-setting number of 79. And in states like Arkansas, there have been 3 anti-trans pieces of legislation introduced within 1 week. And so let's say in this space, and for people who just haven't been paying attention, what's happening? What are the implications of this legislation, and what should members of the National Action Network doing?
Well, I mean, this is something that's horrible that's happening, and it's mean, it's cruel, and it's horrible for trans young people, but it's also horrible for all of us. These bills make it impossible for parents to support young trans young people. It makes it impossible for physicians and healthcare providers to provide the necessary support for transgender young people, and it keeps transgender young people from playing sports, which just is horrible and cruel. That is bad for sports, and it's bad for people. We know, and I think, probably most of us on this panel have had some experience playing sports, and I know that was a really big part of my leadership and understanding how to work with a team, and that was through playing with sports teams, and taking that away from trans folks it's just cruel. It does not hurt cis people. It does not hurt cis women. That is something that we're hearing, and that's not true at all. If that were true, that was something that we would already know about. Like that is not what's happening. That's not even close to what's happening. And this is just everything that's happening in Arkansas, and all these horrible bills that are happening right now. This is the distraction. This is a distraction. There are actual concerns with women playing sports. There are actually concerns about equity, about fairness, about salaries. There are actually documented concerns, and making up something that is just hurting our young people. Young people deserve better from us. We need to do better. And this is this is absolutely horrible. And we're seeing it all across the country. Please get out and support, call your legislators. But then also in the times that this is what's happened here, we're also asking you to support mutual aid organizations that are getting money into the hands of trans people so that they're able to get the stockpile the medical by hormones and by some of the things. Honestly, this is just horrible what's happening to folks. And so we're really in a tough spot, but please get out, call your legislators, and let them know that young people deserve better. They deserve better from us, that we're failing right now.
Yeah, I want to unpack three things. And yes, let me unpack three things, and then I'll pass it to you, Brother Alfonso. And that's once in the state of Arkansas, a piece of legislation was passed that limits the ability for trans youth to access medical care. There's another piece of legislation that literally allows doctors to turn away LGBTQIA folks, or people they imagine might be LGBTQIA folk, if they deem that they do not have a medical emergency. And there's legislation that specifically limits the ability for trans girls only to play sports, right? It's problematic on so many levels. Something that Imani said that was incredibly important is that these are solutions in search of a problem, right? For as long as there have been athletes, there have been trans athletes, and gender divisions in sports have not destroyed them, right? And so we should be clear about that. And we should also, as Black folk, be really clear that attacks against trans people are but the tip of a spear that will be used to attack us in ways that are consistent with our lived history. So I just want to make clear that for anyone who does not have the benefit of a meaningful, intimate, I didn't say romantic, intimate, possibly romantic if you're lucky, relationship with a trans person, you should understand that you should care for all of these reasons. Brother Alfonso, go for it.
I just wanted to maybe state the obvious. As Black people, we know that stigma leads to violence. We've seen it for 400 years. Trans people have existed for as long as we've existed. It is not new. Anti-discrimination laws have existed in this country since the 1970s to protect LGBTQ people. Why is this all of a sudden a problem today? Let's all remember that today they come after us, tomorrow they come after you. That our quest for liberation is inextricably linked. Last year we had at least 44 transgender and gender nonconforming people killed in the United States, most of them Black and brown. This year, at least 11 transgender and gender nonconforming people have been killed. There is a direct relationship between the stigma that is created and perpetuated by these bills and the violence that we're seeing in our communities. So we need, to Amani's point, everyone's help to push back against these bills. We have more than 100 of these bills just targeting transgender people, more than we ever have in history. Why is that happening now? Ask yourselves. And how do we overcome these obstacles? We can't do that alone. We need folks at NAN. We need our entire community to engage with us.
Kiera, Alfonso said stigma leads to violence. And we know that for far too long, the experiences of Black folks have been mired in trauma and toxic stress. And just yesterday, I believe, the Williams Institute at the UCLA School of Law issued findings from a study that reported that younger LGBTQ adults experience greater psychological distress and suicidal behavior than older LGBTQ adults. When you think about our beautiful babies who did not ask to be born, and the challenges they face as a result of the work that needs to be done that we've been discussing, what are the ways that Black folks should be interceding and should be intercepting things on behalf of young folks, of our children and youth?
You know, to Alfonso's point, we've experienced, right? We've experienced this in real ways related to race and also related to gender, right? I can't help but think about, you know, FloJo, right, and the Williams sisters, like, right? We heard the commentators, right? How they would take pot shots at their bodies, right? Questions about if they were masculine, right? And that's why they were so successful. And, you know, what these anti-trans laws do, right, is it makes it legal, right, to put our kids in harm's way, right? It makes bullying and ostracizing and discrimination a regular, normalized, appropriate, legal way to engage our young people. And like you said, the data is out there, right? Like LGBTQ kids are more likely to be depressed. They are committing suicide at higher rates. And, you know, I have 3 kids, right? And one of my kids is really, you know, grappling with, right, like what pronouns they want to use, right? Who am I, right? Like I feel a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And it matters, you know, it matters to be in an affirming space. We all know, right, what happens when we find our people, right? When we find our Black folks, when we find like the sorority that was right for us, when we find the team, that's our team, right? Like my God, I'm horrible at baseball, but I rock soccer, right? And they're your people. But we also know what it means when we don't have that support. We also know what it means when we can't find the resources, when we hear, side conversations and the doctor doesn't want to touch you, or the teacher makes a comment that is about you and your community, and you don't know what to do with that. It breaks my heart. And like Amani said, our kids deserve better. We know what happens when children are treated with dignity and fairness and respect, right? We know what happens, right? They become superstars, right? It is life and death, right? It is the difference between walking through life with confidence and not, right? It's the difference between being, right, the president, the CEO, the ED of it, right, of an organization or a company, or feeling alone and threatened and unloved and unworthy. I don't know why. Like, why would that ever be our choice? And the reality is that as Black folks, no matter what other identity, oppressed identity you put with that, we are going to be disproportionately more affected by that discrimination. It's a sad and unfortunate tale, but it is true. So however you feel about queer people, if you love Black people, know that those Black queer people are going to be more likely, right, committing suicide, more likely to be profiled and put in jail, more likely to not find their pathway to thriving and success.
Yeah. When our babies are loved and supported, they shatter records, like Montero Lamont Hill, aka Lil Nas X. They blaze trails like Zaya Wade, right? They show up in the world like each of you. And I want to name and acknowledge and celebrate our sister who leads GLSEN, Melanie Willingham Jaggers. Their organization provides a lot of data to help make real exactly what Kiara just described. I want to remind folks that this is not, again, an exclusive LGBTQ conversation. We clearly don't lead single issue lives. And so everybody should be aware that the suicide rates for Black children and youth, regardless of their sexual identity, gender orientation, or expression at present or in the future, have doubled in the last 2 decades. And so anyone who purports to care about Black folks, and in particular our Black babies, should care about their mental health and well-being. And so acknowledging that, Imani, for folks who might have listened to us have this conversation, who might have received the invitation to support the passage of the Equality Act or to push against anti-trans legislation. And for folks who might think like, that's not my lane, I'm gonna, I'll invest, I'll send a donation. How can Black folks create space for Black, queer, trans, non-binary, intersex members of our community? What are the sort of practical, everyday things that people should consider, that members of the National Action Network should consider to chip away at or otherwise eliminate the double standard that exists within our community?
So we have to remember that this has always been true for our communities. We have always been able to bring people in, and not everyone says that about our communities, but we know that that's true, that we bring folks in, that folks feel supported and respected in our communities. And remember that the LGBTQ folks are part of our community. And we need to figure out what we can do so that it makes it possible so folks want to be their authentic selves, to leave space that we don't know everything about someone, and someone might be working through something, especially with young people, that they might be working through something. And if we provide a space where folks know that they can be comfortable, they know that they can be themselves, they know that they can explore and they will be loved and they will support it, then we're all going to be better for that. And then last thing I want to say is that it's important when we're thinking about policy, because I know a lot of us aren't policy people. There was a long time that I wasn't a policy person. But what we have to remember is that policy isn't, it sounds fancy and it sounds like it's difficult, but all it is making something work. You know, if we think about it, you know, we're talking of the things we're talking about, the Equality Act, the things that we're talking about. We also have to know that healthcare as a system is a public policy solution. We have to think about that policy is just a way to get answers to what we're talking about. I am a social worker by training, and I run the National Center for Lesbian Rights, which is a legal organization. Something that I tell our team all the time is that I am a person in our community, and I am a regular smart person. And if I don't understand what we're doing, then we're doing it wrong. And so when we are, the work that we're doing, it's just important that we do litigation, as we do our legislation work, as we do public policy, and as we do public education. And we have to remember that to get to equality, it hasn't only been activists and people in the streets, though that's been important. And it hasn't only been the folks that have been able to change laws and create structural change. That it has always been the work of all of us together. The people that are standing in the streets, they are standing in the streets because often they want structural change, and that change happens in the courts. And that our work is informed by activists. It's informed by people with lived experiences that know that this is what equality looks like, that this is how we get to equity, and that we always have to work in coalition with each other. And so when folks are saying, this isn't my lane, like policy isn't my lane, it doesn't have to be. You know, maybe your lane is just making it possible for someone to be who they are so that they can go out and they can be one of the people in the streets demanding change, so they can be one of the people in the courts making sure that that change happens. There's a role for all of us here. And you don't have to be a policy person to make that happen. You just have to make it possible for someone to come after you.
Kiara, to Imani's point about the opportunity we have to support people in being who they are, you mentioned earlier supporting and loving a young person who is working through the pronouns that feel most comfortable to them. For the regular smart people who don't understand why they might need to respect someone's pronoun, can you say a bit about that and why it's important?
Yeah, we're evolving as human beings, right? Like talking about, I'm a very different person at 16, or I'm not 16, at 44 than I was at 16. And, most of us are very different, have different ways of walking in the world and dreams for who they want to be in the world. And that starts as kids, right? And it is critical. It's critical for young people to have affirmation and support and unconditional love as they're working through, right, the trials and tribulations of youthhood, right? And that includes, right, a gender identity or a gender expression. I remember when my kid was in preschool, and my partner at the time, she was like, "You're gonna let him go to school with his nails painted?" And I was like, "Yeah." And hello. And she was like, "Well, what if he gets made fun of?" I was like, "He's got lesbians as parents. He's Black. He very well may be. And if he comes back and says, I don't want to do this anymore, we're going to say, okay, let's talk about your experience with us, right? And when he comes back and says, everybody wants to paint their nails like mine, we're going to be like, that's awesome. And we're going to get on the phone with the parents who are going to call us who have issues with that, right? That's how it's building support, right? It's showing those kids, no matter what they're experimenting with or how they're walking in their truth, the mistakes and the successes, that the love surrounding them doesn't change, right? It is always unwavering as they're walking through that.
Alfonso, what do you say to our babies, to Black young folk who may at some point identify as members of the beautiful LGBTQIA+ community? What's your message to them, acknowledging all of what we've discussed and even things that we haven't contemplated in the time that we've shared together today?
For our young people, I would say, remember to do one thing. Look in the mirror. Look in that mirror and see a friend. there is so much that comes at Black people and LGBTQ people that tell us that we're less than. And you can never forget your capacity. You can never forget your value and your dignity. And all you need to do, if you think that you may not fit into this box that we're calling, you know, the kings, the queens, the princes of the world, look at our history. Look at our history, right? Look at James Baldwin.
Yeah.
Look at our history. Look at Audre Lorde. So for people to suggest that we're less than, and for you to believe it, we understand, because we've all gone through it. But don't forget to look in that mirror and see your dignity and your value, and the promise and the capacity that has yet to be tapped. Walking into a room every single time and being second guessed that you're about to steal something in a retail store, or being asked twice for something that somebody else has only asked once. We all understand that that has an impact on how we function in the world. But don't allow that experience to steal your passion and your power, because our capacity is untapped. And for any young person who thinks that they're less than, I say, look at this group. I say, look at our history and look in the mirror.
We're going to end things right there in terms of the formal discussion. I got 3 rapid fire questions to land this plane. And I'm going to start with you, Sister Kiera. So my one regret in this moment is that we're unable to have this conversation in person, in part because of the other activities planned around the plenary. And so in the spirit of celebrating the Black church, my 3 questions to each of you are: what is your favorite gospel song? What is your favorite scripture? And how can people follow you or otherwise support the work? We'll start with you, Kiera.
Oh my gosh, dang it! I'm a bad Southern Christian girl. Okay, my favorite gospel. I'm like totally. I used to sing in the dang gospel choir Umoja in school, and I can't even think of. I don't know, but you know what? It's not a church song, but one of the songs that is my favorite, it takes me to church, is Summertime by now I can't, you put me on the spot like that. Summertime. Give me the name.
I don't know, because I'm thinking Summertime in the LBC, and that's not a church song at all.
No, dude. A change is gonna come.
A change is gonna come?
You know,
that's a good song. Is that what you're talking about?
No, but the name, the artist.
No, she's saying that's a part of the
Oh, Sam Cooke.
Sam Cooke, thank you. I was like, we about to end all Blackness right now. Anyway, Sam Cooke.
You could name a song. Okay.
So I know.
Scripture.
Summertime and a change gonna come, like that. And I sing those to my children before they go to sleep regularly. Scripture. Yeah, no. No scripture.
How can people follow you?
God. I feel like my family is
How can people follow you or support the work?
You can follow me and talk about how bad of a Southern Christian girl I am. I went to Open Bible Christian School and everything, y'all. Recite all the names of the Bible back in the day. Anyway, but you can follow me on Twitter at Kiera DC, the Task Force, at the Task Force on Twitter as well. Our website is thetaskforce.org. You can find us on Facebook. I will even welcome you talking about me and giving me really cool scriptures that I can remember for the future.
Kiera Johnson, thank you, Freya. Appreciate your leadership. Imani, same questions to you. Song, scripture, how can people follow and support the work?
I'm not a religious person. So I would say, for song, I remember growing up on Sunday mornings, there's gospel in our house, but what would stand out to me and what family was for me is on Sunday mornings, we would play Stevie Wonder. And so Songs in the Key of Life is probably my favorite album of all time.
That's heaven sent. See, you good.
But I want to keep this honest. And you can find out more about us at nclrights.org. You can find out more about what NCLR is doing. My Twitter is Imani RG, or you can find NCLR on Twitter as well, Instagram, Facebook as well. Thank you so much, everyone, for having me. It was a pleasure to be here with all of you.
Thank you, Imani Rupert Gordon. Alfonso David, last certainly not least, song, scripture, how can people follow and support?
So my favorite gospel song is All Is Well With My Soul. It's everything to me. It's what we played when my father passed away. But the counter to that for me is Aretha Franklin's Amazing Grace, the entire album. It's a live album. It's incredible. And when I need inspiration, I listen to it very loud. So Amazing Grace. In terms of scripture or Bible verses, I grew up in the Baptist church and the Methodist church. My parents fought all the time. Which church are we going to go to? Depending on who won. My father won most of the times that we went to a Methodist church. But Psalm 23rd, I would say, is the one that I remember. And you can find me on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, all of them at Alfonso David, ALPHONSO David. You can also go to hrc.org and get all of the information we've been talking about. Resources are available for folks who are interested in supporting the work and supporting all of our organizations in the work that we do.
Awesome. I appreciate you. In case you missed it, my name is David Johns, and I have the pleasure of quarterbacking the team at the National Black Justice Coalition. Especially thankful for the leadership of Reverend Sharpton, Ebony Riley, and the team at NAN for trusting me to moderate this conversation. The song that I hold on to is Daryl Coley's Holy is the Lamb. And I also spend a lot of time now playing Tamala Mann's Take Me to the King. She just sings anything she sings. And I should have, I was thinking about the scripture, but a sermon I keep going back to is Dr. King's But If Not sermon. I've listened to him give it at least 4 times in the last month. And I encourage everybody to support and find out more about our work at NBJC on the Move across platforms. And if nothing else, my hope is that you will all find a way to call your senator and ensure that they pass the Equality Act. That is one critically important step that we can all take to ensure that every member of our community, we're talking about Black folks who look like us, who come from the communities that have conspired for each of our successes, so that each of us can be free now. Thank you for tuning in. We look forward to finding ways to get into good trouble with each of you.
Let's give it up again for our double standard of justice panel. At the end of that, it make you want to go to church. Let the church say amen. He said, it is well with my soul. I felt that one. Alfonso had talked about the 23rd Psalm. And I'm just reminded of one of my favorite parts of the 23rd Psalm. It says, he prepares a table before me in the presence of my enemy. There's something strong about knowing that God is still doing work even in the presence. In the presence. I'm not going to preach up here because that's not what I was sent to do. But again, we were super excited for that conversation. At this time, we will now go into a break. We will reconvene at 1:30 for our Women's Empowerment and Networking event. At this time, we are now taking a break. We will reconvene at 1:30 for our Women's Empowerment and Networking event. Thank you so much, and God bless.
Greetings from Washington. I'm Cecilia Rouse, chair of President Biden's Council of Economic Advisors. It's an honor to address National Action Network as you celebrate the organization's 30-year commitment to civil rights and justice. At this pivotal moment in history, your leadership is critically important. While all Americans felt the impacts of the COVID-19 crisis, it has disproportionately harmed communities of color on multiple levels in terms of health outcomes, educational attainment, and economic prosperity. Today, I want to focus on the economic fallout in Black and Brown communities and talk about what I hope is not just a way out of the pandemic-inflected recession, but a path forward that offers solutions to the inequities in our country. To understand why Black and Hispanic workers were disproportionately hurt over this past year, we need to start with where they work. These workers, overrepresented in the service industry, suffered greatly as people stopped going out, traveling, shopping in person, and the like. Even if not laid off, service workers were in greater danger at their jobs, since that meant showing up in person as the disease spread. Fewer than 1 in 5 Black and Hispanic workers were able to work remotely in the pre-pandemic economy. The crisis hit Black women particularly hard. As of March, Black women's employment was down by 8.3% from February 2020. That's compared to only 5% for the general population. Even as top-line economic indicators have started to improve, recovery has not reached all Americans evenly. In March, Black unemployment was almost 10%, and Hispanic unemployment was 8%, compared to white unemployment at about 5.5%. As troubling as these disparities are, they surely did not originate during the pandemic. Rather, COVID simply exacerbated existing discrimination and inequality, which left communities of color less prepared to weather the dual health and economic crises. Even in the tightest of labor markets, Black workers at every education level have higher unemployment rates and make less money than their white counterparts, with Black women earning 63 cents on the dollar compared to white men. As I noted at a White House event on Equal Pay Day, the day on which women catch up to men's earnings-wise, the real day for me, as a Black woman, was not March 24th, but rather August 3rd. And for Latina women, it's an appalling October 21st. If we want to build broad-based economic security for communities of color, it is not enough to return to pre-pandemic normal. Addressing structural inequalities must be a priority. President Biden has already signed a number of executive orders to advance racial equity, including establishing a whole-of-government initiative to support underserved communities and correct systemic racism in federal laws and programs. In the immediate term, the President's American Rescue Plan is providing much-needed relief to households to help us get to the other side of this pandemic. Among other things, the law extends unemployment insurance benefits, provides resources to safely reopen schools, expands child care assistance, and puts money directly into people's pockets. But that's just a start. To reimagine a fairer economy, the President's American Jobs Plan is a historic public investment that would create millions of good jobs, rebuild our country's infrastructure, and position the United States to compete in the global economy. After decades of disinvestments in communities of color, the American Jobs Plan would double federal funding for public transportation and eliminate lead pipes in our drinking water systems. To help close the opportunity gap, the plan would bring affordable high-speed broadband to households in all neighborhoods and invest $100 billion to modernize public schools. It's well known that people of color are more likely to live in areas that are vulnerable to flooding and other weather events exacerbated by climate change. And this historic investment would increase the resilience of essential physical infrastructure in those communities. The President's plan includes critical investment in workers who have been underpaid and undervalued for far too long. It proposes ways to build up the care economy by creating better jobs and higher wages for home care workers, the majority of whom are women of color. And the plan includes billions of workforce training, much of which is targeted at underserved communities facing some of the greatest challenges in our transforming economy. I am so proud to be part of these efforts. I became a labor economist because I truly believe that government has a duty to expand opportunity to all. Most people are eager to work, to contribute to the well-being of their families, their neighborhoods, and their country. If we don't pave the way to allow that, we have not only cheated them out of well-being, we have cheated the country out of their valuable contributions. Thank you.
Hello, National Action Network. I want to congratulate and thank all of you, and especially Reverend Sharpton, for 30 tireless, committed years in the fight for racial justice and equality. It is an honor to join you, but I wish that we could all be together in person. We still have some way to go before the pandemic is fully in the rearview mirror, but thanks to the leadership of President Biden and Vice President Harris, we are making great progress towards defeating the virus, and I can see brighter days ahead. I also know firsthand that African Americans, including many of you, paved the way and broke down institutional barriers that resulted in the historically diverse cabinet in which I serve. In the past few months, you've heard that the Biden-Harris administration is committed to recovering from the pandemic and building back better, and are likely wondering how trade fits into that agenda. When I was an undergraduate history major, I learned to respect and learn from the lessons of the past. Years later, I visited the Smithsonian National Museum of African American History and Culture that was established by the legendary Congressman John Lewis. My trade colleagues and I spent hours reflecting on the weight and pain of that first floor. It is unmistakable that trade, slavery, and the heartless attack on human dignity are root causes of the entrenched disparities in the U.S. economy. Failure to ignore that reality is not an option. As the first woman of color and first Asian American confirmed to serve as the United States Trade Representative, I recognize the historical significance of the position I hold, and I am committed to doing things differently. Today, each and every one of us in public policy bears the responsibility of being an ally, or, as the author Mickey Kendall termed it, an accomplice in the struggle to fill the dream of a more perfect and equal union that benefits all of us, not just a select few. Throughout my career, and indeed throughout history, the typical approach has failed to consider the real impact of trade policy decisions on all communities. And this is the reason that the President's 2021 trade agenda included the goal of racial equity for the first time in our nation's history. We are not going to do business as usual. Under my leadership, our agency is challenging preconceived notions and priorities. We are questioning how trade policy can better serve Black workers, minority-owned businesses, and aspirational entrepreneurs. We must ensure that they have a seat at the table and that decision makers hear and respect their experiences, ideas, and perspectives. I'm a firm believer that you cannot make good policy decisions for all Americans if the people creating the policy do not look like America. From day one, I've been committed to building a diverse and inclusive team at USTR. It will be a major priority for every hiring decision that we make. I've tasked my staff with being thoughtful and innovative in building trusted relationships with stakeholders who haven't had an established seat at the table or been at the table at all. We must meet this moment by looking at old problems in new ways and considering new problems with fresh perspectives, and we must do it together. I know both the Black and Asian American communities are going through some very dark days. Throughout history, we've struggled to overcome questions about belonging in our country that often sees us as other. But rather than accepting that as our destiny, I believe we can and must chart a different path, and we must do it together. I look forward to working with all of you to forge that new direction. Thank you.
Hello, National Action Network. What a treat to join you today. On behalf of the Department of Energy and my colleagues across the Biden administration, I want to congratulate you on 30 years of fighting for justice, your anniversary. Thank you for 30 years of vigilance, because for 30 years you have been an unwavering voice calling on America to live up to its founding ideals, calling out racist policy, protesting against voter suppression, demanding police accountability, legislating criminal justice reform, taking action for true equality. Your activism keeps this country honest, and we are better for it. So Reverend Al Sharpton, all of your colleagues and members, thank you so much on behalf of a grateful nation. I'm actually reminded of, I'm a Catholic, I'm reminded of the passage of scripture that we use so often in my faith, which has guided me and probably many of you through your lives, from Matthew, where the Lord says that his kingdom is the inheritance of those who feed the hungry, give drink to the thirsty, invite in the stranger, clothe those in need, care for those who are sick, and visit those who are imprisoned. And of course, Jesus said, whatsoever you do unto the least of these, my brothers and sisters, so also you do unto me. You live this scripture. They are the values that you ask your government to live by, whether you do it in the name of that scripture or not. It is the spirit of what you are advocating for, and they're the values that this administration leads with as well. President Biden, as you know, is a man of deep faith. He walks that Matthew 25 scripture. He believes that our success will be measured in how many families and communities once left behind we can lift up, how many people and communities are brought from their knees. Take a look at how he's going to put feet to his prayers. You can see it in the American Rescue Plan, the most ambitious anti-poverty measure since the New Deal. Just think about, for example, those $300 monthly checks going out for every child in every household starting in July, for parents who are doing everything right, who are working full time while raising their children, but who are living paycheck to paycheck. That extra monthly cash flow is a lifesaver. It'll cut child poverty in this country by half. So the American Rescue Plan gave us the tools to get COVID-19 under control, and it did it while keeping people on their feet. It put normal within reach. But with the next big action, the American Jobs Plan, President Biden is signaling that yesterday's normal is not good enough. Yesterday's normal was a series of crises. A crisis of inequality, where those at the top kept making big gains, but everybody else was stalling out. It was a crisis of climate change, where our dependence on fossil fuels drove our planet closer and closer to an unsustainable future of wildfires or hurricanes or storms or droughts. Yesterday's normal was a crisis of racism, where a long history of bigotry constructed a system of laws and beliefs and practices, systemic, persistent harm to people of color. And the last 12 months of COVID laid all of this bare, but we now have a once-in-a-century shot at tackling these challenges all at once. And we have just about 940 days left in this administration's term, not counting nights and weekends, to deliver this new normal, a better normal. The American Jobs Plan is how we can do it. It's a plan, and I want to describe it a little bit to you because it's so exciting. It's a plan to meet the challenge of climate change and infrastructure while building an inclusive and diverse economy without leaving anyone behind. It's about making these long overdue investments in our people, in our innovative capacity, in our manufacturing supply chain, in our roads, in our bridges, so that we can reach a cleaner and fairer future that we can all share in. It calls for a massive effort to fix those roads and bridges and connect our communities to broadband and secure the electrical grid. It puts hundreds of billions into powering the country on clean energy. It would be the boldest climate action in our history, by far. But it's more than just about saving the planet. As Reverend Sharpton has so succinctly observed, that climate change is a civil rights issue. We all know that systemic racism has meant that communities of color get hit first and worst by the impacts of climate change, and that has to change. It's why we centered the American Jobs Plan on our Justice 40 initiative, which ensures that 40% of the overall benefits from our climate and energy investments, 40% flow directly into communities that have been left behind. Equity is our North Star. Equity for people of color locked out of opportunities to start businesses or find secure, good-paying work. Equity for tribal nations who have fought for their land and for their people. Equity for the residents of fossil fuel towns on the edge of the transition to a cleaner energy system, equity for the families who are paying too much to keep their homes warm in the winter and cool in the summer. The administration is going to begin to pay the moral debt that we owe to all of these communities. And the Department of Energy is going to play a pivotal role in this. I like to call DOE the solutions department. We dream up big ways to overcome big problems. And right now, we are all in on fixing problems caused by fossil fuels. For decades, we've let refineries dirty the air above lower income communities who are overwhelmingly populated by people of color. And it's been made worse by the exhaust from cars and trucks zooming by on the highways that cut through their neighborhoods. Our investments in a clean electricity grid and in electric vehicles will right these historic wrongs. We are all in at the Department of Energy, all in on lowering the energy burden and putting money back into the pockets of Americans. Just a few weeks ago, we announced plans to add enough offshore wind capacity to power 10 million homes and to cut by more than half the cost of solar energy, both within 10 years. And this Department of Energy is all in on creating jobs, good paying jobs, making sure that anyone who wants a good paying job can get in on the training to do those jobs. It's going to take millions of workers to build our clean energy economy. They'll get those good paying union jobs in construction and in manufacturing and engineering and sales and administration. And these workers will in turn support jobs in their surrounding communities. This transition to a clean energy economy is going to need new businesses too. And we're going to up our grants to clean energy businesses owned and operated by people who come from the communities that they serve. We want these to be career-long opportunities, not just one-offs, and we're going to make sure that they're available to everyone of all backgrounds, all kinds of good-paying jobs for all kinds of people in all pockets of the country. In fact, Georgetown University just released a study saying that the jobs that are created by President Biden's American Jobs Plan will be available to people with a high school degree, 90% of whom 90% of the jobs will be available to people who have a high school degree. 90%. All kinds of people will be able to benefit from this plan. Our brand new, at the DOE, we have a brand new Office of Energy Jobs, and we are committed to making sure that every funding opportunity that we put out, every grant that we award, has the highest possible potential to create good paying union jobs. And my equity advisor, Shalonda Baker, is helping us to ensure that those jobs are created in communities that have been left behind, communities that have been unseen, forgotten. These are communities whose children can't even take a breath without using an inhaler because of the polluted air in their neighborhood, whose children have been poisoned by the lead in their drinking water, whose children are learning in schools with buildings with no heat in the winter and no air conditioning in the summer, who return to homes with no internet connection to do their homework with. These are conditions that should be unacceptable in the richest country in the world. And they are unacceptable to President Biden. But it all depends on passing the American Jobs Plan. So we need your help. We need you to organize and mobilize like you do so well so we can get it to President Biden's desk. And once he signs it, we want you all, everybody, to participate in the transition. We believe in energy democracy. Every American has a stake in this transition. So we need you at the table if we want to match our ambitions. I know this from my time as governor of Michigan. The most effective initiatives are the ones grounded in community, taking the needs and concerns of all stakeholders into account. And that's why we need to deliver the very best solutions for the American people, and that's how we're going to get there. We can help deliver the America that you have been demanding for the last 30 years. Your 30th anniversary, it is April of 2021. In another 30 years, on a beautiful spring day in April 2051, many of us won't be here, but our children and our grandchildren will be. And what is the history that we will have written for them. This is what National Action Network is all about. 30 years of chapters written and another 30 years of chapters to write. And we hold the pen. And I believe that if we work together now, our history will say that we wrote, we crafted a just future for those who follow. Thank you so much. God bless you all.
Rev, thank you for that generous introduction. More importantly, thanks for decades of courageous service as a champion of civil rights and for 30 years of leadership at the National Action Network. You are an inspiration to us all. At the Department of Veterans Affairs, we honor America's veterans. So let me acknowledge the National Action Network members who are veterans. Thank you for your selfless service to our country. We are fortunate to have a strong ally and leader in the White House. President Biden gave me a clear mission to be a fierce, staunch advocate for veterans and their families, and to fight like hell for all veterans, their families, caregivers, and survivors. To that end, we are focused on 4 fundamental principles as a vision for our future: advocacy, access, outcomes, and excellence. VA is going to be the nation's premier advocate for veterans, their families, caregivers, and survivors. Their sacrifices have earned them the care and services we provide. We exist to best serve them. We will provide timely access to VA resources, world-class health care, earned benefits, and a final resting place as a lasting tribute to their service. Veterans deserve access to educational opportunities, training, and jobs worthy of their skills and service so they can continue to strengthen our communities and country with their leadership. We'll seek new ways to ensure our most vulnerable veterans, especially those who need our outreach, have easier access to care and services that reduce veterans' homelessness and suicide. And when our most vulnerable veterans want to receive care in their homes, we'll help provide access to that care, as well as opportunities for the training, support, and resources our caregivers need. Veterans' outcomes will drive everything we do. VA has a proud history of leadership with data and health informatics. We have some of the nation's top data science talent. Good data, science, and evidence-based policymaking are fundamental to effective and efficient expansion of our COVID vaccination campaign, providing quality health care, tracking and managing veterans' benefits, and measuring veterans' experience and satisfaction. We'll rely more heavily on data in the future than we have ever done so in the past. We are going to seek excellence in all we do for veterans by leveraging the strength and diversity that defines our veteran population, our VA workforce, and our country. We'll work to ensure every veteran is afforded access to VA's capacity and resources. Diversity, equity, and inclusivity are fundamental to everything we do. We'll welcome all veterans, including women, veterans of color, and LGBTQ veterans. Every person entering a VA facility must feel safe, free of harassment and discrimination. The story of diversity and inclusion in our military formations is both troubled and inspirational. Heroic veterans who overcame prejudice, racism, and injustice and served honorably under the most difficult conditions, fighting for their rights, even as they fought for their country. Black Americans have served the causes of peace and freedom since the earliest days of our nation. During the Revolution, some colonies employed Black Americans in the militia and the Continental Army. Promised freedom for their service, many served valiantly in interracial regiments. During the Civil War, the segregated 54th Massachusetts Infantry Regiment, featured in the movie Glory, fought valiantly to preserve the Union and abolish slavery. The price of their glory was fearsome. By war's end, the 54th lost half its troops. During our country's expansion west, Black soldiers fought as the famed Buffalo Soldiers, serving isolated duty in the Southwest, mapping vast areas, safeguarding settlers, building roads, and protecting rail workers, many of them Asian Americans. The battlefields of World War II saw more than 1 million Black Americans in uniform. The Tuskegee Airmen, the Montford Point Marines, members of the Triple Nickel, the 555th Parachute Infantry Regiment, the Soldiers of the Red Ball Express, the 761st Tank Battalion, and 3 all-black divisions, the 2nd Cavalry and the 92nd and 93rd Infantry, fought courageously to turn the tide of tyranny. World War II also witnessed the heroism of the famed 442nd Regimental Combat Team, a segregated unit composed of Americans of Japanese ancestry. Many of its members served while their families were locked in internment camps, even though most were American citizens. Yet the 442nd became one of the most decorated units in American military history. The 18,000 men who served in the unit earned 9,486 Purple Hearts, 21 Medals of Honor, and an unprecedented 7 Presidential Unit citations. Puerto Rican soldiers of the 65th Infantry Regiment, the Borinqueneers, served during World War I, World War II, and in Korea, where they overcame racism and injustice while fighting valiantly. In 2014, the Borinqueneers were awarded the Congressional Gold Medal. Due to this courageous service and courage in World War II, President Harry S. Truman, in 1948, ordered that there shall be equality of treatment and opportunity for all persons in the armed services, without regard to race, color, religion, or national origin. Before the Voting Rights Act and before the Civil Rights Act, the armed forces became an example of progress in race relations. And while the fight for equality would continue, in fact, continues to this day, the military became known as the equalizing institution in race relations. These units that taught America that honor, courage, and patriotism have nothing to do with race, ethnicity, or gender. These virtues belong to Americans of every persuasion. The members of those units are exceptional because they fought for America, fought for our freedoms, when they did not fully enjoy those freedoms themselves. They blazed a trail of change, won their civil rights through their courage in battle, unwavering devotion to their fellow service members, and hard work. Most importantly, they proved that the blessings of liberty, justice, and opportunity depend not on the color of a soldier's skin, but on the passion in that patriot's heart. They fueled the engine of change that brought about greater equality to all our communities. But more hard work remains. Some of these brave service members who integrated our armed forces were brutally attacked and lynched when they returned because they wore their uniforms with pride. And even today, even as we have our first ever Black Secretary of Defense, we know service members of color are far likelier to be prematurely discharged under unfavorable conditions from the service than their white counterparts. That's wrong for many reasons, including that it means that they often cannot access VA support and health care. We must do better at recognizing the diversity that defines our veteran population. We need to insist, and I will, on a VA leadership that looks like our armed forces and our veterans. We need to ensure, and I will, that we are welcoming all veterans at VA facilities. And we need to address racial disparities in veterans' health. President Biden's budget released on Friday does just that, and we need Congress to enact it. During my first 2 months at VA, we celebrated African American veterans during Black History Month in February, and then the enormous contributions of women veterans during Women's History Month in March. Observing these important commemorations helps ensure that VA always remembers, recognizes, and reveres the great sacrifice and exceptional service of all our veterans. The founding ideals of equality are fundamental to everything we do at VA, and the reason why is simple. Diversity is a strength, never a weakness among veterans, VA employees, and all of America. Thanks again for the invitation and best wishes for your 30th anniversary at NAN as you continue the fight for justice and equality. May God bless our men and women in uniform of every color and creed, their family, caregivers, and survivors. And may God continue to bless our wonderful country. Thank you.
I am Alejandro Mayorkas, the new Secretary of Homeland Security. I have the honor of addressing you on this special day, the 30-year anniversary of the National Action Network. At the same time, it is a day when our nation confronts very serious challenges. In addition to the rise of hatred that has been too frequent and too constant in our nation's history, I'm also addressing you in the midst of a trial, the trial involving the tragic death of George Floyd. And that, of course, and correctly so, has gripped our nation's attention, as well it should and it must. When we think of our challenges that we are confronting now, the challenges of history, we owe it to ourselves to also think about a better future and drive to that better future. And that is what Reverend Al Sharpton's work has been all about, a better tomorrow. I look at and know very well the work of the National Action Network. If we take a look, for example, at the Youth Huddle that was created in 2013, dedicated to youth and young adult initiatives, centered around community service, civic engagement, self-empowerment, mentorship. We commend Ashley Sharpton for such an incredible initiative about building the people, the leaders of tomorrow, who will in fact create that better future, the seeds of which we are planting today. We look at the Newark Tech World, another phenomenal initiative of the network that is focused on digital literacy, computer skills, networking, IT skills. We think about the critical issue of equity, to which the Reverend has devoted his life once again. That principle is uppermost in all of our new President Biden's initiatives, thinking of the COVID-19 distribution of vaccines and how health equity is our core and foundational principle to make sure that no community is disenfranchised. It is hard at times to find reasons for celebration when we understand and seek to tackle the considerable challenges in front of us. But today is a day of celebration. It's a day of recognition, and it's a day of gratitude, all directed at Reverend Al and what he has created for a better tomorrow. Thank you. I look forward to partnering with you throughout the days and weeks ahead.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for this honor to bring the invocation today for the National Action Network's Empowerment Luncheon. When I was asked to do today's invocation, I could not help but to think about the life of Mary and Elizabeth and how impactful it was that once they made connection, their destiny and everything inside of them began to leap. It is reminding me of the co-chairs of this event, Tanya Lombard and Michelle E. Banks. Thank you, ladies, for this opportunity. And as we bring our hearts and minds together, let us just pray and ask God for his blessings. So, Father, in the name of Jesus, we thank you for this day. For this is the day you have made, and we are rejoicing and glad in it. We thank you for the acts and the works of those who are being honored today. We thank you, Lord, for their connection. We thank you, Father, for all that they have continued to do, for being trailblazers in going before us. God, we thank you that they have made strides in their respective vocations in the area of civil rights, government, business, politics, and in faith. God, we thank you and we pray in the name of Jesus that you would help us to be instruments of peace like them, that you would help us, God, and show us how to sow love where there is hatred, that you would help us to exemplify faith where there is doubt. Help us, God, to bring light where there is darkness. And Father, help us to be examples and beacons of light and hope for those that are lost. Father, we have come through some very trying times, and it is only because of you. So, Father, we ask in Jesus' name that you not only bless this occasion, but but bless the food that we are about to receive. Allow it to be nourishment for our bodies. Allow us to be blessings to those that are in need. And we thank you for this day. It's in Jesus' matchless name that we pray, and we say thank you and amen. God bless you.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Women's Empowerment and Networking Luncheon, a luncheon without lunch because of COVID-19. Our delegates that are here, because of their commitment, and our numbers limited because of COVID-19, but we would not have a National Action Network convention without setting aside and honoring women who are the backbone of our community and our gatherings. And we are certainly excited about the women that we honor this afternoon. First, let me recognize and thank the co-chairs who have put this together as they have the last several years, and this is always one of the highlights of our convention. Let me thank the businesswoman, corporate executive extraordinaire, member of our national board, and a sister with an S-I-S-T-A, not S-I-S-T-E-R, a real sister beloved, Tanya Lombard. And then, that's right, everybody loves Tanya. You can hear them clapping. And then the former CEO of Essence Communications, who has been an architect in our culture and who has done a tremendous job as an entrepreneur in her own right, and also a member of our National Action Network Board, Michelle Ebanks. Give her a hand as well. All right, to the women that we are honoring first the CEO of the League of United Latin American Citizens, LULAC. And LULAC is the oldest and largest Hispanic civil rights organization in the United States. The League of United Latin American Citizens works to advance the conditions of Hispanic Americans across the board through community-based programming, scholarships, and employment training centers. She helped defeat nearly 100 anti-immigrant bills. She has previously served as National Director of Community Outreach for the Democratic National Committee and Latino Liaison and Director of Gubernatorial Appointments for Governor Tim Kaine. Her community involvement spans across the League of United Latin American Citizens Council 4611, Virginia's Latino Higher Education Network, Virginia's Coalition of Immigrant Rights, and the Hispanic Organization for Leadership and Action. May we honor Cindy Benavides. Give her a big hand.
I think many in our community don't understand and are disillusioned by the government process. What they see on TV is very divisive. And that's where we step in and say, you have a role to play. Every single one of us has a role to play in this country, and that this is our country. This is the America that is a nation of immigrants, and that as Latinos, we are the future. White supremacy is not only a US-based thought. I would say white supremacy is a global network of people who are being radicalized to think that for being white, you are above others. That, you know, what we're seeing in terms of hate crimes is not only in the US, we saw it in New Zealand, we saw it in Australia, we've seen hate crimes against the Jewish community across the entire globe. This is not only domestic, though there has been increase for sure domestically of what is happening when it comes to the white supremacy.
Good afternoon, buenas tardes. Solidarity is one of the most important tools we have in this day and age. Together, as women, as mujeres, we create positive representation and improve rights through our respective fields. Similarly, our various communities can band together to improve conditions for all. We know that collective empowerment leads to greater equity across the board. I extend my sincerest gratitude to the National Action Network, Reverend Sharpton, and the event co-chairs, Tanya Lombard and Michelle Ebanks, for creating this opportunity for us. I am proud to lead the League of United Latin American Citizens, LULAC, the oldest and largest national Latino civil rights organization in the country, as we dedicate our energy to improving the conditions for all Hispanic Americans through community-based programming and policies. The American dream, el sueño americano, should not be a distant ideal, but instead an attainable goal. And it is through concrete work that we can make that a reality. We cannot walk alone, but I believe with our concerted efforts, we can tangibly change society. These past few months have shown what can happen when we unite and stand shoulder to shoulder and lock arms to create change. I am blessed to work every day among fierce leaders like Ebony, Monica, Tanya, Celeste, and so many others. The National Action Network works on a daily basis to challenge the status quo and create change. And I'm honored to receive their award today. Please know that I will continue to fight along your side to advance, protect, and defend our beloved communities and country. Thank you. Gracias.
Give a big hand, Cindy Benavides. And as we fight white supremacy, as she said, in this country, from the founding of the country was first based on white supremacy. Anything not white was considered inferior. And as we unite with those that have had to fight discrimination and expand and work, LULAC has been with National Action Network in all of our fights, and we are with them. Our second recognition goes to a young lady I've known since her teenage years who has been a fierce, unwavering champion for the rights of people and against the violence that is an epidemic and pandemic in our communities. She's an internationally recognized and widely respected peacemaker, and the Bible said, blessed is the peacemaker. She spearheaded efforts to end youth and community violence for over 30 years. She has used her leadership to teach peace and conflict resolution in prisons and community centers, high schools, college campuses, and conferences throughout the world. Life Camp is one of the leading violence prevention and intervention organizations in America. They provide educational, employment, and social opportunities to youth and families through their award-winning initiatives, youth membership and mentorship programs, and more. Her annual NY, or New York Peace Week initiative, which honors Dr. King and his legacy of nonviolence, works to inspire a culture of peace throughout the city of New York. She recently was at the White House as President Biden spoke about his new initiative on gun violence. She sat on the front row, deservingly so, because no one has fought harder against gun violence than Erica Ford of Life Camp. Let us honor Erica Ford.
I'm Erica Ford, founder and CEO of Life Camp Incorporated. Life Camp is the bloodline to a lot of young people and communities and families. We work to save young people from the trauma that makes them create acts of violence amongst themselves, and we give them the tools that they need to turn their lives around and to heal from the trauma that makes them turn to violence as a resolution to the problems and the pain that they have in life. I just want to say that the whole point of sticking together, let's keep that in our mind. Let's keep that, you know, we don't have to allow things to come into our space, that there's tools and things that we can use to just cool off when things get pressured. Growing up in Southeast Queens, most of the people that I grew up with were either selling drugs or became addicted to drugs or were engaged in relationships with people who did either of the above. And so one of the things that I wanted to do was try to give these young people a way to heal and a way to break the cycle of violence. And I went to a rally on December 12th, 1987. In attending that rally, I realized that there was something more to life than myself. As some people go to church and get saved, I went to that rally and got woke. And at that day, I committed myself to improving the lives of the people in my community, and I never looked back.
And what I chose to do with my life is dedicate my life to giving life, love, and compassion to other people and helping pave the way so that we can have something different in our life.
One of the things that has happened to me is to understand that I have to be strong in the midst of attack, in the midst of the sacrifice. I have to understand that I'm going to be attacked, both sometimes verbally and sometimes physically. But I gotta see beyond that. I can't let that be my lens. My lens has to be knowing that if I stop, lives get lost, families get destroyed, communities go back to gun-riddling death and destruction every day. And so, you know, my little challenges is nothing compared to the pain of our community.
Peace, everybody. Thank you to Reverend Al Sharpton and the National Action Network for acknowledging the work that I've done. Thank you to Tanya Lombard and Michelle Ebanks for being such phenomenal women and trailblazers for so many years. In 1987, I dedicated my life to being the voice for the voiceless and making sure that young people got the tools that they need to turn their lives around and heal from the cycle of violence. In New York City, we were able to reduce violence by 40%. And we will continue to stand in the forefront of making sure that our people are able to heal. Thank you once again, Reverend Sharpton, the National Action Network. We truly appreciate your work.
Give a big hand. Our sister, Erica Ford. Next, you will join me in honoring one that a lot of us have known and grown in her work and artistry. She's a Grammy-nominated American rapper, DJ, actress, and entrepreneur, considered one of the pioneers of female rap. She became the first solo female rapper to release a full-length album and the first female rapper to receive a Grammy nomination. She influenced the work of later rappers such as Missy Elliott, Eve, and Lil' Kim. Co-founder of the Hip Hop Sisters Foundation, which brings together leaders from hip-hop, entertainment, and corporate industries. They also provide annual scholarships for high school graduates to pursue higher education and career mentoring. She actively mentors young women through her organization and involvement in the hip-hop community. Served as the president of the LA chapter of the Recording Academy, the organization behind the Grammys, making her the first African-American to do so. She is a friend of this organization and a pillar in our community, the one and only MC Lyte.
MC Lyte truly blazed the path of females in the hip-hop world. She started rapping at the age of 12, recorded her first song at the age of 16, and released her first album, Light as a Rock, the first ever full-length album by a solo female rapper, at only 18 years old. MC Lyte has gone gold, cracked the top 40, and was the first female solo rapper to ever be nominated for a Grammy. Talent, drive, and longevity has defined her career. She's gone on to work with the biggest names in the business, including Janet Jackson, Jermaine Dupri, Sean Puffy Combs, Missy Elliott, Common, and countless others.
Hi. Thank you, everyone, for being here this afternoon as we celebrate women's empowerment. It's such an honor for me to virtually stand here with you all. Together, we can learn so much more about what the next person brings to the table and how we can keep up the momentum with women's advancement. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to Tanya Lombard and Michelle Ebanks for their vision, for their efforts in co-chairing this event, and especially to Reverend Al Sharpton. Thank you. As someone who is a part of the hip hop community, it is crucial for me to uplift women that are in the industry and outside of the industry. Everyone should be free to pursue their dreams and be themselves. And it's through that we reach empowerment and support that we all can make a difference. The Hip Hop Sisters Foundation was formed under that very belief, and I am proud to continue its tradition in my own life. And so I am very grateful for this honor. Thank you so much for this award. I feel like I've only just begun. There's so much work that we need to do, and we can do it together. So thank you so much for this honor. God bless.
MC Lyte, give her a hand. Next, it is my honor to honor Madeline Meline, who is the CEO and president of the Asian Pacific American Institute for Congressional Studies. She's a nationally recognized civil rights leader and member of USA Today's inaugural Leaders for Change. She has collaborated with the NAACP National Voter Fund, the Democratic National Committee's Asian American Leadership Council, America's Opportunity Fund, and more to raise millions of dollars to empower communities of color. Through membership, activism, and promoting civic engagement, she has worked to strengthen the next generation of leaders in politics. The Asian Pacific American Institute for Congressional Studies Women's Collective Program cultivates communities amongst Asian women passionate about and actively engaged in politics. Let us give her a big hand as we honor Madeline. Give her a hand.
You know, my life has mainly been centered around providing more opportunities for communities of color for representation. So after I graduated college, I came back to the DC area and started working for a national political committee, and worked in their training department and worked on a presidential campaign and eventually an inaugural. So I spent a lot of time really working with a lot of diverse people. And so my main mission and my why, as I like to say, is that I like to be able to work with people to give them opportunities to elevate our communities, whether it's Asian American or Latinx or African American or LGBTQ or any of our marginalized communities that need a voice. I have been very fortunate to have been given skills and resources to support those communities so that they can elevate themselves and uplift one another.
Much thanks to the National Action Network, Tanya Lombard, and Michelle Banks for organizing this luncheon. I am tremendously honored to be here. As someone who devotes herself to bringing diversity to the political sphere, it is so inspiring to see women from various industries gathered here who are just as invested in uplifting others. For 25 years, I've worked to empower communities of color through fundraising and civic engagement. Through the Asian Pacific American Institute for Congressional Studies, APACS, we work to promote representation and participation at all levels of the political process, and launched the Women's Collective to inspire, educate, connect, and empower Asian American Pacific Islander women to pursue elected office and public service. Creating change on all levels involves a strong foundation in politics, and I'm proud to help uplift other women hoping to enter that sphere. Mentorship is one of the most important and direct ways to strengthen others. Through sharing our knowledge and expertise, we can only make the next generation better. It is a privilege to accept this award from the National Action Network today. Thank you.
Give a big hand. Madeline Mikey. Madeline Mikey, give her a hand. Next really needs no introduction. I could not tell you how important this person has been to our movement and to our organization and to the movement of people against injustice for a quarter of a century. She's been the head of our communications department for 3 decades. She's been a wheel in the middle of the wheel, and we love her more than words can express. With over 30 years of experience in communications, she has led multiple ventures and assisted Mercury, where she is now a partner, the Terry Williams Agency, where she began, Nordlinger Media, and our very own National Action Network. She was a major communication strategist for our organization and the backbone for how we drew attention to many cases that would have been ignored and legislative initiatives that were successful. And she remains on the front lines of civil rights and social justice, empowering communities through media, politics, and community engagement, regularly consulting with corporations and nonprofits. She advises them on building authentic relationships with communities of color. One of the recent roles she took was coordinating the funeral services for George Floyd, a sensitive and important duty that she handled expertly. Let us honor our own Rachel Nordlinger.
Congratulations to Rachel Nordlinger, recipient of National Action Network's Women's Empowerment Award. A sincere thank you for your service and commitment to amplifying the message of our community. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace.
No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace.
It is an honor to be celebrated by National Action Network and Reverend Al Sharpton at NAN's annual Women's Empowerment Luncheon. And I am so grateful to you, Tanya Lombard, who many of us call Black America's Chief Activist Officer, and to you, Michelle Ebanks. Thank you for all that you have done to help push our narratives through media. As some of you know, I have worked with National Action Network for 23 years, and it has in essence defined my life purpose. Together, we have amplified some of the most historic and critical cases and issues in this century. The contributions that Black women have made to the movement are also significant. And I thank you, ladies, and all of the women of NAN and in the movement that have helped to progress our issues. Working as a communication strategist for NAN has allowed us to bring visibility to critical cases in civil rights, social justice, police misconduct, education, countless issues that we have put on the radar and helped to move the needle for our people in this country. So Rev, Nan, I am eternally blessed to be in your life. You are my family, and I will hold this award with honor.
Go ahead, Rachel, give it to her, give it to her. Hard to follow up Rachel, but let's try. A woman that we all know, actress and co-founder of Hollyrod Foundation. She's an actress and singer who you may recognize from 21 Jump Street, Hanging with Mr. Cooper, and CBS's daytime The Talk. She has raised an awareness for Parkinson's disease and autism, providing support and resources for families to better their quality of life through Hollyrod Foundation. The Hollyrod Foundation grants have supplied assistive technology to children's hospitals and autism centers, toddlers to young adults in over a dozen locations across the United States and Canada, are supported through RJ's Place grants, a partnership with Great Call, which provides health and safety services for the adults, has brought attention to the importance of independence and care for our older population. Let us honor with a big hand Holly Robinson Peete.
Month and a half, there have been protests against racism, protests against police brutality. How did you feel going through this whole movement, this Black Lives Matter movement?
Well, so as a Black mom of 4, I have, this isn't my first rodeo, right? But as a mom of kids that are Black, I worry about this stuff every single day. From the time they were born, this has been something that as a mom, I've been on my radar. And so it wasn't like some new thing. I think what happened with this is, between the pandemic and just the sadness and the cruelness of this one incident and the timing of it really, helped kick this movement forward. That said, as a mom, this has been something I worry about a lot. About 4 years ago, when RJ, my son with autism, started driving, it was a big deal because they said he would never drive. And when he started driving, I was worried about him every time he got behind the wheel, because what happens if he gets pulled over? He has autism, he's quirky, he's different. How does he respond to demands and commands? And how do I keep him alive? Because we've seen that can end bad. And so we're starting this initiative for RJ's law, which essentially would have notification on driver's license, and maybe in some cases on even license plates, to indicate that the driver, the registered owner, has autism or is on the autism spectrum. And maybe, just maybe, that will affect the exchange between the officer and the driver. I started talking about this 4 years ago, and there wasn't a whole lot of appetite to hear the conversation then, but I think maybe now, timing is everything.
I think we're ready. I think we're more than ready. Yeah.
Good afternoon. Let me first convey my sincere gratitude to Tanya Lombard and Michelle Ebanks, the wonderful co-chairs of today's event, for your hard work and for the impact that you've both had as powerful women. I'm a fan. This luncheon is a chance for women across industries to connect and learn from one another, as well as celebrate the achievements that we have made throughout the nation. As an actress for several decades, I have had the privilege of a platform to share my views and concerns about our world. I also decided pretty early on in life that I had the responsibility of being a role model to young women who may look to me and see that they too can follow their dreams, whatever that may be, acting, philanthropy, or another career path. And because of this, I am so proud to use my voice to uplift marginalized communities and to aid people living with autism and Parkinson's disease through our Holly Rod Foundation, which I co-founded along with my husband, Rodney, almost 25 years ago. We have the opportunity to make society better. We all do, not only through our own accomplishments, but through caring for our fellow humans. And it's through organizations like National Action Network that we as women, and men as well, can continue to make a difference. I am so very honored to receive this award today. Thank you so much. Have a great time, and God bless.
Holly, God bless you. Give her a hand. Give her a big hand. Holly Robinson Peete. Lastly, a woman who I've gotten to know, who stands straightforward and proudly. She's the Congresswoman from the U.S. Virgin Islands. She represents the U.S. Virgin Islands in the House of Representatives and was the first member from a U.S. territory to serve on the House Committee on Ways and Means. She's also served as the chair of the Subcommittee on Biotechnology, Horticulture, and Research. She was the first non-voting House delegate to be made a House impeachment manager for the trial of, wait for it, former President Donald Trump, and used her expertise as a former prosecutor to approach that role. She advocates for the U.S. Virgin Islands and rural communities, pushing for infrastructure improvement, rural development, program funding, and support for small businesses, among many other initiatives. She introduced and helped pass the Virgin Islands and United States Sentinel Commission Act, which served to renew national discussion around equal treatment and status for the U.S. territory, in addition to being a resource for local government agencies and civil groups. She is an outstanding shero, Congresswoman, the Honorable Stacey E. Plaskett. Give her a hand.
On Wednesday, Representative Stacey Plaskett made history as the first non-voting member of the House of Representatives to serve as an impeachment manager. Plaskett's skill on full display, arguing for the Senate conviction of Donald Trump.
This is what he said. We're going to the Capitol and we fight. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. And that's why this is different. And that's why he must be convicted and disqualified.
Good evening. I'm Congresswoman Stacey E. Plaskett, and I represent the Virgin Islands of the United States in the U.S. House of Representatives. I am so happy to be here, and I'm honored to accept this award from the National Action Network. As someone who has fought continually for the rights of our nation's citizens, those rights of my fellow Virgin Islanders, as well as the rest of the United States, it's so powerful to be here with other extraordinary women who have the courage to change the face of their industries and our nation every day. I'm proud to stand before supporters of the National Action Network, which is one of the leading civil rights organizations in the nation with chapters throughout the United States. Founded in 1991 by our fearless leader, Reverend Al Sharpton, NAN works within the spirit and traditions of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. to promote a modern civil rights agenda that includes the fight for one standard of justice, decency, and equal opportunities for all people, regardless of race, religion, nationality, or gender. First and foremost, we cannot go on without thanking Reverend Al Sharpton. Sir, Reverend Al, your pursuit of justice for the Black community over decades has been monumental. You are a pillar of the Black community. You continually adapt and rise to every new challenge, every new chapter in this fight, while keeping our foundation of faith and justice intact. Your work is so necessary for us to continue in our fight for equality. Thank you so much, Reverend Al. I'd also like to thank Chairs Tanya Lombard and Michelle Ebanks for your work as well. Thank you, my sisters. Women, particularly minority women, are often underestimated and underrepresented. More often than not, we know that we are relegated to being the workers without recognition, making it happen for our families, our communities every day, ensuring that even with the odds stacked against us, we, as well as our community, prevails in academics, politics, business, and many other spheres. We continue to make the difference in what we do. Shirley Chisholm, the first African-American Congresswoman, paved the way. She is the spiritual mother for those of us who are in politics, us women of color. And like myself, she has pushed so many of us to become involved in politics. The work that we put in today can create ripples that inspire and push forward other women, the women of tomorrow. It is a privilege to stand and walk with each of you. Thank you all, and I promise to continue the good fight.
Give a hand, Congresswoman Plaskett. Well, I want to again thank our co-chairs, the one and only Tanya Lombard, who's a member of our national board, one of the key corporate leaders in this country who has never, ever got away from her grounding as a leading champion for Black women and Black people, and Michelle Ebanks, who has been a cultural influencer unequaled. And I thank all of the delegates that came for this women's empowerment session without lunch this year. We are going to now, as we continue in the spirit of women, we are now going to have our daughters of the movement, the children of Malcolm, Ossie Davis, and others. So hold your seats. We'll be starting in a few moments, the daughters of the movement and their conversation. I see Dominique coming to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, my name is Dominique Sharpton. I'm the National Director of Membership at National Action Network and also the producer of special events. Before introducing the Daughters of the Movement panel, I do want to thank and congratulate. We have the Director of COVID Programs for Quest Health, who provided free testing to the whole convention during this year's national convention, and is attending that convention today in person, Mr. Stephan Bonaventure. Thank you so much for all that you do. It is my honor and privilege to introduce a conversation to National Action Network's virtual convention experience. These Daughters of the Movement consist of a group of women who sat at the feet of those who were on the front lines of civil rights in the movement. We carry the oral history, cultural values, and wisdom passed down to us by some of the revolutionary leaders who turned the tide of American history. We are the Daughters of the Movement. Our memories about growing up, watching our elders at work overlap and intertwine, as did the lives of our families, civil rights activists, artists, politicians, political strategists, religious leaders, and funders of the movement. This multi-generational sisterhood reaches audiences of all ages and advocates for social justice in order to inspire, to empower, and activate future generations. We were honored to spend time with one of the leading voices of this generation, Brittany Packnett Cunningham, activist, host of Undistracted Podcasts, and MSNBC contributor who shows up continuously and shows out to fully represent the powerful Black female voice that resonates so pivotal in this day and time. Brittany sat down with some of the Daughters of the Movement on the strength of sisterhood and talking about how to address this recovery phase in America and return to a normal form from an abnormal lens. The Daughters of the Movement feature Gina Belafonte, daughter of Harry Belafonte, Suzanne Kay, daughter of Diane Carroll, Stacy Lynch, daughter of Bill Lynch, Dr. Hasna Muhammad, daughter of Ozzie Davis and Ruby Dee, Keisha Sutton James, the granddaughter of the Honorable Percy Lewis Sutton, Ilyasa Shabazz, daughter of Malcolm X and Dr. Betty Shabazz, and myself, Dominique Sharpton, daughter of Reverend Al Sharpton and Kathy Jordan Sharpton. Please give your attention to the screen and welcome Daughters of the Movement talking with Brittany Packnett Cunningham.
So I called you Gina. Right? And then I called you Keisha, because I felt at that moment in time I needed a sisterhood, right? And I think for everyone here, they felt they needed some type of sisterhood.
So my first instinct immediately when you called me was like, Suzanne. Like, I gotta call Suzanne.
I got nominated.
Suzanne.
I was excited.
And then we were like, let's call Hasna. Because not only is it just, for me, the need for us to gather as women and have a sisterhood in that way, but also for us because we have such a common experience in our lives.
People love to know, you know, how we are families and how we are connected.
It is our responsibility to support one another. So I think that when we think about our parents, that each one of our parents felt that way.
My lesson, one of my lessons from my grandfather, is how we as a people, you know, elevate.
I didn't realize that, yes, your mother actually kind of mentored my mother. There was a big sister relationship there. I had no idea about that. And that definitely your mother did as well.
We have a really special opportunity because we've been groomed by very special people.
Yes.
And not only are we relishing in our own sisterhood and helping ourselves, but we have such an opportunity to help others.
Greetings, everyone. I am Brittany Packnett Cunningham. I am an activist, a writer, an educator, and host of the podcast Undistracted. And I am so thrilled to be with this incredible gathering of sisters known to you and to many of us as the daughters of the movement. We've got so much beauty here, so much brilliance here, so much wisdom that is gathered here. And I'm excited for us to dig into the things that really matter. We've already been chatting, checking our makeup, yes, sissing each other. So let's keep having that family conversation. And I'd love to make sure that everybody watching gets to know exactly who you're going to be able to hear from. So I'd love for each of you, starting with Miss Gina, to tell us who you are and tell us why co-creating Daughters of the Movement was so important to you.
Well, thank you so much, Brittany. So thrilled to see you and to be gathered here with my sisters. And thanks to NAN for giving us this platform once again. I'm Gina Belafonte. I'm an artivist and the executive director of Sankofa.org. It's a nonprofit organization founded by my father, Harry Belafonte, that works with artists and thought leaders in partnership with grassroots organizations, using art as a tool to educate, motivate, and activate artists and allies in service of grassroots movements. Well, listen, you know, my sister called me and said, I want to have a gathering of some other women who have a legacy that they hold, and there's a common bond between us, and many of us don't know each other. And so when she calls, I answer. And in developing and creating this space that we hold together has become quite a sacred space for us, a beautiful sisterhood, and an opportunity for us to really be in community with each other and commune in a way where there's some shortcuts, because we have a shared lived experience that some folks don't understand the nuances of. Sure. I will let my sister Stacy tell the origin story and explain a little bit more about who she is. But this is a sisterhood I hold very sacred and dear to my heart. And I'm grateful that Stacy called me.
That's perfect. Stacy, why don't we come to you next?
Absolutely. And I'm going to say it again, Brittany, I'm a big fan of yours.
We all are. The feeling is very mutual. Okay, so tell us this origin story. What, you know, it's, superheroes have origin stories, right? So I want to know you all.
Well, listen, I'll say we're all superheroes. You know, originally, when people ask, or they would say, you created Daughters of the Movement, and I've shifted that narrative because this is something we've all created together, right? In 2013, my father, Bill Lynch, who was the mastermind behind electing the first African-American mayor of New York City, David N. Dinkins, senior advisor to Nelson Mandela, Hillary Clinton, Jesse Jackson, the list goes on and on and on. He passed away in 2013, and, you know, a big, powerful, all-encompassing figure like that leaves a hole in your life and in many people and their lives, right? And so, for a few years, I almost felt like, I don't want to say lost, but I was like in a different headspace and zone, right? And in 2017, I'll never forget this moment. I was working at City Hall as a senior advisor, which, Brittany, I know in politics and organizing, that's, a tough field. And so, I felt like I was in a space and a surrounding where people didn't know my life experience, who I am as a person. And I said, I need my sisters, right? And I called Gina Belafonte and I said, hey, G, I call her G. All right. I said, hey, G, I have this idea about, coming together with other women with very similar life experiences. I have a sponsor, and the sponsor was really me, right? I have a sponsor that's willing to pay for dinner. Let's convene a bunch of women. And Gina called her network of women, and I reached out to my fellow sister, Keisha Sutton James. And I said the same thing. Hey, Keisha, I have this idea about creating really a safe space for women to come together and share, things that are important to them, cry a little bit, fight a little bit, right? Come back together as sisters. And Brittany, it's been one of the best decisions I've ever made.
I love that. I love that. Keisha, I'd love to come to you. Tell us about yourself and why being a part of this sisterhood matters to you so much.
So clearly it does, because I just got a chill when Stacey said what she said. I literally got a chill over my body because it's so true. I'll say I had this, the same experience, but I feel amplified because I was the only grandchild. First of all, I was an only child, and I was the only grandchild for 25 years to Percy Sutton, who was Malcolm X's attorney, family attorney to the Shabazz family. We have Ilyasa as part of our sisterhood. First Manhattan Borough president, first Black man to run for mayor, and et cetera, et cetera. But it was, because I was an only child and seen as very different because I was Percy Sutton's granddaughter, and, that was a big deal in growing up in Harlem. I did feel like I lived a rather lonely existence. And I most certainly didn't have, while I'm a really sociable person, I didn't have a sisterhood I knew some of these sisters, but we had not come together around this common experience. And so the intentionality about saying, hey, I know your life. I know what some of your pressures are. I know what some of your burdens are. I know what some of your joys are. And I know how unique those are because of this particular dynamic. We all have opportunities to create sisterhood around different things, to create bonds around different things. This is a unique one, and so finding that space where I could be with women and share. With women who would have the same level of care with some of the things that I needed to hold close, because they understood too what I was carrying, whether it was about me or my family members was critical. And I'm getting another chill. It has been one of my life's biggest blessings. And I'll say one last thing about it is that we're doing exactly what our parents, and in my case, grandparents did, which is hold one another up, and to have this system where we are supporting one another in the same way, and with this, the same people, multi-generational kind of lineage of holding one another up is, I know that the ancestors are beaming with pride with what Stacey has started.
They just have to be. Ilyasa, I'll actually come to you since Keisha talked about the connection between your families across generations. I'd love for you to just let people know who you are and why being a part of this family, this sisterhood remains so meaningful to you.
Well, first, it's such an honor and pleasure to be here. It's always great to share a panel with my beautiful sisters. Our parents are so connected, interconnected, and especially with you, Brittany, I know that you and I spent some time together not long ago. Well, I'm Ilyasa Shabazz. I'm a writer, I'm a community activist, a college professor, thinker, advocate, and I am one of 6 daughters of Malcolm X and Dr. Betty Shabazz. All of my sisters are tall and opinionated. I always say that I have to always shout them out, or they'll be like, "You're not the only daughter of Malcolm X, you're not the only daughter of mommy." So, you know, I am one of 6 daughters. I think it prepares when you do come from a large family, especially a large family of women, it teaches you how to navigate many personalities and how to also balance friendship, sisterhood. And, I feel so honored that I can say that I'm also a family, a sister of this wonderful sisterhood. And what is so terrific about this sisterhood is that we understand the different challenges, the personal challenges we have as daughters of, and the expectations and, from others. And so it's just a wonderful space to be able to come together to share, our progress, our personal, intimate challenges, and to hold one another up. And we decided that this would be just so inspirational to bring to others the importance of sisterhood. My father said that a society is based on the progress of its women. And we know we are some dynamic individuals and we are nation builders and everything else wonderful and terrific. And so we are so happy and honored to share our sisterhood today with you, Brittany, and with everyone else.
I love that. And I would love to continue this part of the conversation with you, Dr. Muhammad. I mean, we've talked about kind of all of the various spaces that folks come from, right? Academia, writing, activism, most certainly. Your parents and you continue to be a part of all of that and then some, plus the arts. Talk to us a little bit about who you are and why Daughters of the Movement is so impactful in your life.
Certainly. Brittany, first I need to say that you and your work is exactly what my parents were talking about.
Oh, God bless.
You're doing that work that they knew had to be done. Absolutely. As you said, I'm a writer and photographer and educator, and my work focuses on elevating the human condition. I'm an advocate for elevating the human condition. And all of those elements enable me to do so. And I feel very comfortable building capacity in others in all of those ways. I have a sister also, and in addition to Nora, I have these 6 beautiful women who are my sisters. And while every child needs it, especially women, we need mirrors, we need reflections. And I'm able to see not only the beauty in each of my sisters, but the reflection of that beauty is a reflection on me. So who they are embellishes who I am. And I can find a shoulder to stand on, a shoulder to lean on, somebody to tell me my slip is hanging. That's what sisterhood does. And that's how come it's so important. We kind of mesh together because of the legacies of our parents that mesh together. And while we don't have the same struggles that they did, we have our own, and we have the wherewithal and the desire to continue the work that they did in our own ways and continue the legacies so that other people coming behind will know from whence they came and know the work that still needs to be done, like that work that still needs to be done.
You all are continuing these legacies so beautifully. Suzanne, I'd love to come to you because like Dr. Muhammad, and her parents, Ossie Davis and Ruby Dee, you really came up in that era of Black Hollywood that had something to say, right? And that made sure that the work extended beyond them. So I'd love to know a little bit about you and what keeps you as a part of the Daughters of the Movement.
Well, like Keisha, I've got tissue here. You can't see because I'm going through a little difficulty here with my health, and I apologize for not showing everyone. But
no apologies. We're glad you're here.
Well, that's part of the sisterhood. They've been supporting me. You know, I get very emotional about this too. So Keisha and I were the only children of the group. And I also, my family moved to California. My parents were divorced when I was 2. My mother moved to California for Julia. And so it also separated me from the other Black firsts families. You know, the other families that you're looking at here, they would have all remained back east. There would have been families like this in the South, but very few. I'm not saying there weren't any firsts out in California, but this network I didn't really connect to. So I left everybody. So when they embraced me, when I got the call from Gina saying that they were starting these dinner parties, Stacey started, and we did quite a few of them before we decided to create this subgroup of the 7 of us and start Daughters of the Movement. We had a larger group. A lot of other daughters were part of it. I came to a dinner party. That's all I thought it was. You know, I didn't even know what to expect. It was nice. It was really nice. And then as it grew and grew, and ever since we've done the 7 of us and created this thing, like he just said, that we felt we should share, that's when it became something where I felt the hands of our ancestors. I really do. You know, my mother was pretty much a single mother in a way. I mean, my father was involved as he could be, but they were divorced. And my mother did what women had to do and still do, which is have a career and try to raise a child in a primarily white environment in Beverly Hills with no blueprint for how to do this. And under a lot of scrutiny on a TV show called Julia, where she was being critiqued very closely by both the Black and white community as to whether she was being adequately representative of our larger community. So she was under a little teeny bit of pressure, and she was trying to have a life, meaning maybe date somebody somewhere here or there, or, you know, there was very little room to figure out how to be a parent on top of that. And she grew up in Harlem. I grew up in Beverly Hills. That's not an easy, it's not the same environment. She was
transition, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? She was in an integrated school back in Harlem before they emptied out our inner cities and, you know, did what they did to us. But she had a different experience than I did, and very different lived experience. So she really didn't know what to do. So I feel that she's sitting up there somewhere breathing a sigh of relief about this sisterhood, because it has taken me, even though I'm older now, it's almost finished the work she couldn't do. This group has mothered me. I could get all teary about this, but this group has mothered me in ways my mother did not know how to.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you're gonna make me cry.
I know, I'm sorry.
Right now we're all getting Keisha's chills because
seriously,
this is so beautiful. And I think that people often will, you know, see a website or hear something with an official name or title and think that it's all flash and no substance, right? But that this is real family, real sisterhood, dealing with the hard things. And you all are so kind as to give us the gift of sharing that sisterhood with us. So I have to end this question with the reason why we're all here together to have this conversation with the National Action Network. That would be you, Ms. Dominique Sharpton. You have clearly inherited and continue to inherit a really powerful social justice legacy. Tell us about yourself and why being a part of this is meaningful for you.
I hate to have to follow Suzanne, and I'm crying, and oh my Lord, thank you. But thank you, Brittany, also. I mean, I love and admire you so much. I know we don't often get to talk so much, but I watch you, like, everything that you do, like, you know, you have me as a cheerleader saying, yes.
Y'all gonna have to adopt me in the sisterhood the way you're talking. So I just know I'm signing up.
Done, adopted, in, done.
We love you, and we thank you for being, you know, young, Black, beautiful, intelligent, I mean, brilliant, vocal voice.
Oh, God bless you.
I really appreciate it. And I know that, you know, we have to pay homage where it's due. So thank you, Brittany. And thank you for being here with us.
Flowers.
But yeah, so I'm one of 2 daughters of Reverend Al Sharpton. I'm the oldest, but I'm the youngest of this group. I'm the oldest of my 2 dynamics.
And she always lets us know that.
She's our baby.
We never leave that off.
That's what babies do, though.
She's our baby.
No, I say that to say that this sisterhood, I grew up having just Ashley. Ashley and I were, if those of you who know us, we're like twins, but we're like night and day. So Ashley's been my whole dynamic, my whole life. My parents helped us pretty, you know, sheltered growing up. My dad, I was born in 1986. So it was at the time when my dad was, you know, really starting to be out there, being vocal about progressing, you know, our rights Black people's rights, and that was not really settling with a lot of folks. So he was pretty controversial. And so growing up in the midst of that, being an adolescent and wanting to grow up, just having a normal childhood, it just, it seemed kind of contradicting in and of itself. So there were a lot of strict rules growing up in my house. And so Ashley was always my outlet creatively. She was just always my go-to and always my strength and dynamic. And also my mother, I have to point out, my mom, Kathy, was also the rock, that kept us, really spiritually grounded, and also grounded in understanding, what this meant to be Al Sharpton's daughter. That makes any sense. But this sisterhood, I didn't have this sisterhood until my late 20s, early 30s. And this sisterhood really helped to help define me in my adult life, helped to define, my sense of understanding of who I am, and the support system that is relatively available in this space that I never had before. I only had my sister, I only had my immediate family. So that's what this is for me. This is like, one of my Bibles, or one of my, one of my things that I need every day to continue going. And it's something that I appreciate that is not wavering. So a lot of the, growing up, I had a lot of friends that wavered. They came in my life for a minute, they got what they wanted, or if they wanted anything, they got what they needed, and they moved on. And I never really, not to say that I didn't keep in contact, but, in terms of the closeness and friendship, they were gone. They're gone.
Yeah.
For a moment, they're gone. This sisterhood, because of our connection, it brings us together, and it grounds us in a way that is, everlasting. And it's something that, we can have forever. And so I love that. But in the work that I do at National Action Network, I'm the National Director of Membership. We have over 120 chapters across the United States. And me, Dominique, I grew up wanting to be an actress. I wanted to be, to really funnel my creativity on the stage.
And here you are fighting the power.
Yeah, right. So I was like, my dad can do that, but I just want to be different. I wanted to be different. And then finding that voice. So I came working for National Action Network in 2009. I started working with my father as a producer of his syndicated radio program, Keeping It Real. And because of my creative expertise, so me, Dominique, I was hands-on. I was answering phones. I was doing everything at the station, and then realized, wow, there are a lot of people that call you, Dad, and depend on you for their crisis, to get help. I want to be a part of that. I want to be more a part of that. So that started my evolution of working with National Action Network. But that evolved to fast forward years later, Trayvon Martin happened. And as a young person, I was so enraged. I had seen, Amadou Diallo, I had seen Sean Bell happen, and I had seen the injustice happen, and it was outrageous. But to see the Trayvon Martin situation happen was a big realization moment for me to say, we need more of us. We need more young people out there doing this work. We have a voice too. We have a place too. Like, let's pull up. Like, it was that kind of energy.
Yeah.
So all of that BLM, the movements erupted, and it was like, yes, this is what we need. This is the energy. And then George Floyd. Okay. So now we're still dealing with, in the time, how we can define our own voice, and how everybody now with social media can be a part of that. But how does that look like individually? What are we doing individually to amplify our voice and as a collective for the movement to progress? And so that's kind of where I want to kind of bridge the gap and bring people together from all different walks of life, from all different networks, to say, look, collectively we came together more. Look at the dynamic work that we can do collectively to really progress this nation. So that's what I focus on.
I want to stick with this, and Ilyas, I want to come back to you, because the other part of the reason why you all took this sisterhood public is because you wanted to capture for people the oral history, the values, and the wisdom that you all had, a front row seat to, but that so many of the rest of us, as we are trying to engage in these movements, really need. Why does passing that on matter more now than ever?
Well, I think, this is definitely a moment ripe in history. We were all at home questioning, what is this pandemic? Are we going to live or not? Right? And being forced to watch this horrific killing of George Floyd, and people finally understanding that this is what we've been talking about for 400 for such a long time, ever since Christopher Columbus came to this country. And so I think it's, when we look at our education curriculum, and that is many of our premise, and understanding that the omission of Black, Indigenous, Brown, Asian, and Latinx history is not incidental. These exclusions distance us from our own heritage, from our lineage, and ultimately from our own sense of self. And this false, whitewashed curriculum enforces the myth that there has never been scholars, thinkers, innovators, caregivers, iconoclasts, artists, revolutionaries across the various identities. And if we consider, for example, that Africa is the cradle of the most advanced civilization, and that these kingdoms were full of immense progress, scholarship, and knowledge, learning about these kinds of things, including these things in our curriculum, the same way we teach our children about ancient Greece and Rome, encourages everyone to better appreciate the present complexity of Black civilization and negate the teaching of racism, discrimination, and hate, and rather focus on instilling the values of love, the values of equality, all of these things, to understand, as Dr. Muhammad said, that we are a reflection of one another. And when we see injustice like this horrific killing of George Floyd, but these kinds of killings continue to happen. They've happened for a long time during slavery. They continue to happen in Jim Crow. They're happening today. And it's not until we understand that we have to do the work, that we have to understand how to come together, how to love how to first love ourselves, but then, see ourselves as a reflection of one another and do this necessary work. And again, the importance of our sisterhood so that we can support one another in these efforts.
Somebody was just calling for the wisdom. Somebody wanted the wisdom just right now. That's what.
That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
So I just want to add to what my brilliant sister Ilyasa was saying. And I mean, if you listen to her and look at her, you can see Betty and Malcolm all in one. Right? All in one. But I think, to answer your question about, passing the torch down to the next generation. I grew up in a household where my father, and, I have to credit him, he surrounded himself with brilliant women, right? Brilliant women that were truly the organizers behind a lot of these movements and don't necessarily get the credit, right? So I would see firsthand Dorothy Height, and my father advising Dorothy and Dorothy telling my father what to do. Hazel Dukes, Miriam Wright Edelman, and the list goes on and on. Betty Shabazz, right? And I think it's critical that organizations like Daughters of the Movement and sisterhoods really support other sisters in the movement, like yourself, Brittany, right? Who are doing the work, who are really our voice out there, right? And it's time for us to really support you and others like you, whether it is resources, right? Or imparting knowledge and information. And so I think we need to acknowledge, I love our brothers, right? But we need to acknowledge what our sisters are really doing in this movement.
Because I think to the point you made earlier, Dr. Muhammad, this is all about elevating the human condition, right? That the point that Malcolm X had made so frequently, that a society is only doing as well as its women are doing, right? And I will take it a step further in the words of Madam Vice President Kamala Harris, right? That you can measure society by how it treats Black women. How we are treated actually indicates how all of society will be treated. Why do you think, Dr. Muhammad, this kind of wisdom is necessary in a moment like this?
I think that the feminine sensibility is prominent now, and it's what's needed in order to solve some of the problems that we're having. We cannot disassociate or forget about the past and all of the women, as well as the men, who worked so hard to get us to where we are. You could even include the women who decided to throw their babies off of the slave ships in the Middle Passage. But certainly, you know, Harriet Tubman and Ida B. Wells and Shirley Chisholm and all on and on. And it's like a relay race. And we have to continue the passage, not only of information, but also of support. It's important as well, as we look for justice from others and being treated equitably from others, we need also to make sure to take care of ourselves, because no one can take care of a woman like a woman, and no one can take care of a Black woman like a Black woman. And I say that without excluding folks, but it's important for us to include in the remedy our own self-support and our own attempts to heal and move forward. And that moving forward, but to me, and I'm sure others, includes the teaching of our children. And the first, excuse me, sorry.
No problem.
The first educator is the mother.
Yeah.
Excuse me. And as that child goes into society, the community needs to grow along with it. And in that teaching, in that education, formal or otherwise, we must learn also to care for ourselves, teach our daughters and our sons to care for themselves and others, and prepare the baton, repair the baton, lengthen the baton, turn it into whatever it needs to be in order to reach back and thrust forward those among us.
Suzanne, you talked a little bit in your introduction about just how much care you have gotten from this sisterhood, right? How much the strengthening and lengthening and repair of that baton you have actually experienced with this group of women. Why do you think it's important to make sure that the sisterhood is actually a legacy, right? So that it doesn't just stop with the last generation or with this generation, but that it actually continues. Why do you feel like this is the right thing to invest in?
You know, I can't fully answer why Black women have what we have. I don't fully know what it is. There's a saying I heard that that we are like the pupil of the eye. The pupil is the darkest part of the eye, and it's where the light comes in to the body. And there is something that we carry. It's an accumulation of lived experiences that goes back to the, you know, probably before we landed on this land here, before we came here. If you have any sisters that come from Africa, you can attest to that. So it's just something in us. And I wish I could put my finger on exactly what it is, but I don't know. But we have been trained at times to undervalue whatever that is. And so that's what, you know, Ilyasa was talking about, and what, you know, Hester was talking about. This is this thing about being miseducated. So if we don't, and maybe the younger generation of Black women have a better understanding of this, but I know that a lot of them still need a reminder constantly, this reflection, the word that keeps coming back in this, a reminder that it's not just that we have, you know, some abilities. We need to be leaders for the whole of creation. Really, this country is not going to move forward. I mean, clearly we're doing it for Black people, but this whole country is not going to get anywhere until we understand, and then we help them understand that, you know, something my mom always said, which is that she didn't want a seat at the table. She wasn't grateful for a seat at the table, that she felt those already seated needed her there. And that's the truth of it. And we have to make sure that our children, this next generation, understand that what they're doing and what they've inherited is necessary for this country to come close to what it claimed it wanted to be in those founding doctrines. So without us, it's not going to happen, period. So that's why we carry it forward.
We remain the protectors of the democratic project, right? Even though it did not include us in its very creation. So let's talk about that democratic project a little bit, because you all are continuing the legacy in so many ways through the modeling of what sisterhood truly looks like. And also in the political world. Keisha, you are running a campaign right now. I'm assuming in part because, you know, obviously you've seen political activity and engagement throughout your family history, but also because you understand that you need to be at the table, that we need you at the table. So talk to me a little bit about how you view politics as a key lever for the work of the Daughters of the Movement. I mean, in my hometown of St. Louis, we just saw the election of Tashara Jones, our good sister, who herself is the daughter of the movement because, you know, Vervis Jones, her father, was a longtime politician in St. Louis and leader in the Black community. So we're starting to see some success of Black women and Black women who come from the kind of legacies you all come from, engaging in political leadership. So why that pathway for you? Why does this lever matter?
So I was brought up to understand that that politics is the paradigm that defines, frankly, not on a spiritual level, but politics is the paradigm that defines much of our existence. It defines whether or not a police officer can arrest you for a crime. It defines whether or not your garbage is going to get picked up. It defines whether or not your school is going to be properly funded. It defines so much about our existence. And we have to be engaged with it in order to ensure that our existence is serviced properly. And it's our right for our existence to be serviced properly. But I wanted to piggyback on a little bit of what Ilyasa and Hesna had said. We were intentionally not taught civic engagement because they don't want us to be engaged in this process. And to
know just how powerful we are. Hello, Georgia.
That's right. That's right.
Exactly.
Powered up. That's right.
Precisely. So, you know, I've been obviously co-signed 100% on what the sister was saying about the power of us as a people. But the other part that was missing from our education and is still missing from public school education and from the public's education is the power of being engaged in our civic process, in our political process. I literally just came in from standing on the street corner trying to get people to pay attention to Alvin Bragg, Black man running for Manhattan District Attorney, who has the same lived experience as everybody on 125th Street in Harlem, has the same lived experience in terms of interactions with the police, in terms of public safety issues because of crime in our neighborhood, all of that. And how hard it is to get people to pay attention because they've been taught directly or indirectly that they shouldn't participate in this process. They've been taught that politicians are bad. They've been taught that their vote doesn't count, that their voice doesn't count, that they can't make change. And that was intentional. And so yes, most certainly, you know, the reason I'm doing this is because it was instilled in me. He also happens to be an exceptional candidate, but the work, you know, where I am in my life is most certainly, it's all about my ancestors, not just my grandfather, but back beyond them. You know, this is in my blood. It took me a while to get here, but it's in my blood.
It takes a while to get there because it's frightening, right? It's scary. It's intimidating. Dominique, did you have something to add?
I was going to say, just to piggyback what Keisha was saying, and that's why, you know, one thing that my father, Reverend Sharpton, always taught us was that movements are built from the ground up, not from the top down. Yeah. And so she was talking about civic engagement and how, you know, people are just disengaged, but this is why, you know, we as individuals have to pay that forward. And so, you know, right here at National Action Network, we formed the National Action Network's Youth Huddle, where civic engagement is taking place, where young people are engaged in the voting process and understanding why voting matters and can talk about the importance of different elections and understanding what they mean and what voting means. I remember being the first time I ever voted in my life was for my father running for president in 2004. And so, yeah, it's crazy. And so now, you know, Ashley has founded this National Action Network Youth Huddle where candidates like Alvin Bragg and Stacey Lynch come, pull up, and talk to the young people about the engagement process of voting. And sometimes it just starts with that. It starts with young people feeling like you care, feeling like the candidates care about them, feeling like their voice does matter and that their votes do count, and not just seeing them, when it's time for an election, but seeing them all the time in their community, pull up to where they're learning and where they need, the support and leverage that they are looking for to really help them in their lives. So,
speaking of candidates, we've got one right here on the panel among the daughters of the movement. I can't ask the politics question without coming to you, Stacey. You did the hard thing.
Yeah.
You put your name in the ring.
That's right. I'm on the ballot.
Yeah. What does it feel like to be in the arena, knowing where you come from and what your city needs to do moving forward?
I mean, listen, if I would lie to you if I didn't say I wasn't scared, right? There's always scared, girl, scared.
Doing it anyway.
But I'm doing it anyway. I'm doing it anyway, right? I mean, listen, there's always a fear factor to this. And Brittany, I'm going to be really honest. Like, I worked for a very progressive mayor, right? And, I felt like the policies weren't progressive enough for us, right? And so when I'm the only Black woman in the room, right? When I'm the only woman in the room, oftentimes, right? That fear that I have can't compare to that need, right? To have a diverse group of women, people of color leading this city, right? And so, I was scared, Brittany. I said, oh my God, am I really doing this, right? But I've also been in those rooms where I had to fight back on policy that was hurtful to us, right? And so I'm used to my voice shaking or trembling, right? And I made a very conscious decision very early on in this process that I would be true to myself, true to my community, right? And that, fear that's inside me, I have to compress it because I'm here for us, period, point blank.
So we're fighting the fight in the political realm. The other lane to this always is arts and culture, right? Because the two inform one another. Sometimes culture changes policy, sometimes policy changes culture, but they're always talking to each other. Gina, you are an expert at that particular symbiosis, right? You are constantly thinking about how can we pull the levers of art and culture to make this thing work. And one of the ways you're doing that is through Clubhouse. I know you always keep your finger on the pulse of what's popping. And we are on Clubhouse talking about all kinds of things. So the Daughters of the Movement has a series on Clubhouse. Talk to us about how you all are thinking about bringing in all of this wisdom and this history and this work into this kind of current cultural landscape. How are you approaching that?
Very intentionally. One thing I wanted to just say about Stacey's fear is that it's not just compressing it. It's a deeper understanding that her fear is shared among the community in terms of how to access a healthy, wonderful, connected life.
Yeah.
And I think, Stacey, I would say that your fear is fueling you.
Absolutely.
I don't think your fear is compressing. I don't think you push that down.
That's
because
right.
when I hear that shake in your voice, that's powerful to me. That's the power of vulnerability.
Yeah.
To bring that forward.
You received that, Stacey?
Yes.
Because I'm gonna repeat it for you and pass.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a good word.
Absolutely. It is driving me. Absolutely.
There you go.
My sister there.
That's sisterhood. That's sisterhood. Continue.
Yeah, and that's something that's so amazing about this sisterhood is that we can really hold each other accountable in a way that helps us grow individually.
Absolutely.
That helps us have a deeper understanding of who we are. Therefore, when we present ourselves to the community, we're that much more empowered, not only by ourselves, but the support system that we provide for each other. So as it relates to Clubhouse, which is a very interesting audio platform that started last year, earlier in the year, sort of right after COVID lockdown, I was invited to participate on the platform. And for me at first, it helped me pivot some of the work that I was doing in our nonprofit at Sankofa. We immediately pivoted from our cultural events that were in-person events to having to come up with creative ways to virtually, do outreach into the community. And we started doing meditations, I started to facilitate 2 guided meditations every single day for 4.5 months. Because I was determined that we were going to be there for the community as it related to our mental health, with so much that we weren't certain about what was going to happen. Not only what was going to happen to our health, but what was going to happen to our jobs, what was going to happen to our income. And a lot of people, live in the future. They project into the future. Oh my God, if I don't do. So I saw the opportunity on Clubhouse to be able to reach a wider community. And because the app has an interesting cross-section of people engaging on it, it has gone through many different cycles and flows of participation. I thought it would make sense for Daughters of the Movement to have a club on Clubhouse so that we would be able to reach folks who were interested in what we had to say, but didn't know or have a clue as to who we are. Like today, for instance, we're with NAN, right? NAN has a sense of the legacies that we all hold. But many people, especially on Clubhouse, who are of a younger demographic, who range in race and socioeconomics, don't necessarily know who a Diane Carroll or an Ossie Davis and Ruby Dee are, or a Harry Belafonte, until you say, oh, well, did you see that movie? Or did you see that thing? So it was a cultural space where we were able to bring all of our legacies and really show the intersection of culture and politics. I mean, my father will argue that he was and is an activist before he was an artist. And as he was able to shape his artistry, I mean, he had the good fortune of being mentored and femtored and peer-toured, with some of the greats. Ossie and Ruby were in the American Negro Theater with my father and Sidney Poitier. And then he was able to collaborate with Diane Carroll. But his mentor was Paul Robeson, another artist of great, great social impact. And he saw what the world did to his mentor. He saw what the United States did to his mentor. And as he grew in his artistry, he wanted to ensure that should he reach success, he would be able to not only be a dynamic storyteller of the legacy of poor people and Black people, but also use his platform to engage those on the ground who were doing work, use his platform to enrich his audiences with the sounds and storytelling of the diaspora and the continent and different languages, and really make sure that his audiences that were predominantly white in the beginning were able to have a different taste and flavor of what culturally Black people brought to the table. And this was a political act in itself. And so my father will say that art is political. All art is political, whether it intends to be or not. And so when I saw Clubhouse, I thought, okay, well, here's a platform. Let us engage this platform and bring forward messages of hope, messages of authenticity, bring accuracy, accountability, bring the true stories and storytelling of our sisterhood, as well as our legacy, as well as the broader community. So I mean, it's an interesting space. There are other spaces also that we will explore, like fan base or other places that speak more specifically and articulately to people of color. And while I will say, from what I see so far, Clubhouse doesn't discriminate, it is an app that is created by, I guess one person of color and a white man, male driven, as many tech spaces are. And the app was, I think, populated at first by their community, and then it was broadened to the community, to Black people and the community of color that really engaged in content creation. And we brought our culture to that space, and we helped get that $4 billion evaluation for those people. And it was our culture, and it was our consistency, it was our deep need to engage in community that elevated that platform for those men. And I will say that I think they're doing their best to engage people of color on their team, and to make sure and ensure that there is a diverse group of people participating. But anyway, that's where Clubhouse came into the mix with Daughters of the Movement. And we hope to be able to bring, with much intentionality, opportunities for not only people to hear from us and our journeys and our stories, but also we will share our platform with other sisters and other daughters, so that there will be a wider net thrown out to engage the community at large, to participate in this discourse and conversation around education, around health, around politics, around history, and culture and art.
And can I add, we
Brittany,
also
can
have
I just
a good...
Brittany, can I just add that this is an example of a reflection and standing on a sister's shoulders, because Gina was a brilliant director of a Clubhouse production of For Color Girls, Suicide When the Rainbow Is Enough. And it was a brilliant job that inspired me specifically, and I'm sure all of us, to look at that platform a little differently and to engage in it in ways that we hadn't necessarily thought to do. So this is a fine example of how our sisterhood elevates each other, because Gina did a fabulous job, and I believe it'll be coming again, and I'm sure she'll...
Will we get an encore?
Yeah, she'll post it or something.
Yes, we're going to be back on Clubhouse in the UN 75 Club, because that's another thing we do, is while we at Sankofa love to talk about the work we do, we're always in collaboration. We love to shine a light on other artistic and cultural partners. And so UN 75 Club on Clubhouse will be hosting For Color Girls Who Have Considered Suicide When the Rainbow Is Enough on April 17th at 3 p.m. PST. So please, those who are on Clubhouse, join us there. I'm excited to bring the opportunity. And I will say this about that, and thank you, Hesna, for highlighting this work, because traditionally the work has 7 characters. And I did 3 rounds of auditions on Clubhouse, and it was so clear that the community of Black women and the community of people who identify as women on Clubhouse, how they really wanted to not only bring forth the ancestral gift that Ntozake Shange gave us, but also live through this material their own experiences. And so I ended up casting 17 women to carry this text forward. So it was a great...
So truly a choreo poem. I love
a true choreo poem. And we had the original director, and we had original cast members of the film and the play. Carol Maylard from Sweetheart on the Rock, who was in the original play. Alfre Woodard, CCH Pounder. And all of them came forward because this work really is a space and a place where Black women of the diaspora can hear their voice. And it's not like changed and shifted and articulated in a Eurocentric way. It's authentic to the voice of the incredible diversity of Black women, because we're not a monolith.
No.
As you can see represented in our...
I was going to say, this is a beautiful exemplar of just how many shades and all dimensions that we possess, right? And the multitudes that we carry. I could have this conversation all day with you all, and I'm gonna crash one of you all's dinner. So just let me know when the next one is. I'm gonna be there.
You're
I'm
invited.
vaccinated.
Come on.
I'm coming through.
No need to crash.
But before I go, I'd love to ask this last question to each of you, because you all have been carrying on so many ancestral legacies in such beautiful and dynamic ways. Each of you has continued to contribute so much to our community, to our country, to our world. And we didn't get to necessarily have audience with all of the people that you grew up calling mom and dad and grandma and grandpa. What is, from each of you, the wisdom that has carried you throughout the incredible work that you're doing? Is if there's one piece of wisdom that you got from those who passed the legacy to you, that has helped you continue it, what is that wisdom? Stacey, I'm going to come to you first.
Woo, Brittany. Okay. So,
we want the goods. We want all the
absolutely. So, last week I had an interview with a reporter, and it brought me back to some of the things that my father would say. And he said two things that stuck with me. One was, you can always come home, right? Yeah. So that meant, like, if you mess up, if you trip, right, you can always come home. And then he would always say to me, in addition to that, you always have to come back home, right? So when I'm in these rooms thinking about, is this policy right for this particular community or neighborhood, or the mama who raised me, right? Like, you think about stuff like that, and you say to yourself, I have to do the right thing by my folks because I'm coming back home.
Yeah.
So, he was brilliant, very, very in tune with community and making sure that community get what they want and what they, ultimately need. It all started with home, right? Coming back home.
I love that. So you can always come home, and you always got to come home.
You got to come back home. That's right.
Keisha, how about you?
I am sorry, my Wi-Fi went down right when you were going to ask the question. What was the question?
It's okay. I would just love to know that one piece of wisdom that you got through your family legacy that has continued to carry you throughout all the incredible work you're doing.
Oh my God, that's so hard. Sorry, I'm freezing. I'm like,
you're like, there's so much. I get it. There's a lot.
So much. I think I would go with my grandfather was really unique in that he really defined his own life and his own path in a way that I think is unusual for most, not to mention being Black. Professionally, he was a Tuskegee Airman, he was an activist, he was a politician, he was an entrepreneur, and he was not confined in any way to any one path. And wasn't confined in any way to one narrative of what he could be. And so to me, it's that, like, the freedom to break the mold and to make the choices that feel good in your soul and that you believe are going to have an impact. People thought he was a madman for thinking he could own an FM radio station or own the Apollo Theater. An FM radio station in New York City, the #1 market in the country, or own the Apollo Theater. No, they didn't want to, to fund it. Ilyas's mom was one of the first shareholders, the founding shareholders of our company. So was Roberta Flack. So we're a whole bunch of people. We came together and said, we're going to do that. And so I think it was that freedom. That's the thing that I think is probably I hold on to the most, is the freedom to define who I am and how I am going to have an impact. And I'll just piggyback one tiny bit, a little thing. I thought he was fearless until after he died. And I was talking to Mayor Dinkins and Basil Patterson, and I made the mistake of saying something about how he did all this and he was fearless. And they said, no, Keisha, he had plenty of fear. He did exactly what Stacey did. He pushed through it. Yeah. So I'm trying to do the same thing.
Is it
So
possible,
living-
Brittany? I would love to just jump and say my bit right after.
Yes,
that,
no, I
because
was coming to you next. Perfect.
it so fits the same thing I was going to say. You know, my mother didn't tell me a lot of things like those kind of, you know, those sayings, those things, but I observed, and I didn't understand until I was much older that I embodied her in many ways. So I didn't understand that I carry her. People say I have a certain presence when I walk in a room. I had no idea. I really didn't. It took me so long to even know what people were talking about. But that is what I always saw. She, you know, you could laugh about her sort of the dynasty exaggeration of it and everything, but she did walk in the room like she owned the room. I mean, that was very much. And I, like Keisha, really thought my mother didn't deal with depression. I thought she didn't deal with fear. I just thought she just got that from her mother, who also had a kind of elegance. And so I just thought it was natural to her, and that's what she did. I was wrong. It was natural to her. But after she passed away, I found tucked in the back of her bookshelf a diary, which I know she left for me. My mother did not make mistakes. Like she left me a lot of material after she passed. And I'm working on a documentary based on that diary right now. I'm a writer and a filmmaker as well. So I know she left this to me because she left notes in it for me. You know, she's very funny. But she admitted there all the different times from the very beginning of her career when she had to deal with that fear, when she was grappling with it in such vivid detail. It just really got to me. Beautiful, powerful things about, you know, having to have her hair look a certain way and how that made her so angry. You know, it always had to look this way, because back then you didn't walk in the room with natural hair. Like there was just it was not a lot of wiggle room for what was acceptable if you were trying to have her career. Anyway, my mother was modeled for me that you walk in the room because that room belongs to you. But underneath it, she had to battle what Stacey's talking about, like we all do. And she did it with really healthy means sometimes and unhealthy means sometimes. And that's just our true legacy. That's the reality of it. We do struggle, you know, and that you shouldn't pretend. And don't look up to my mother or any of these figures that we're talking about and think, oh, I couldn't do that. They were bigger, they were superpowers. You know, that's just not true. They were audacious, yeah. And they had support of one another, but they were scared also, really scared at times. It's just there was something much bigger than their fear, which is their determination. That's all. That's the only thing.
I'm just going to jump in because I know we're running short on time and I can't moderate if Brittany leaves. So.
No, we're okay. We're okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna get to everybody. I promise we're good. Thank you. Suzanne, I know we're all so excited to see that film and to continue to see your beautiful work. Because ever since your mother on A Different World,
A Different World, right?
I really was obsessed and started to realize that I could throw my shoulders back and my head up and walk into rooms like that despite what I was battling inside. So thank you all for continuing that work. Gina, I'd love to know, I mean, you are doing so much. What's the wisdom? And we're fortunate to still have your father here. What is the wisdom that you have brought forward into Sankofa and all the beautiful work you do?
Well, you know, it's interesting. There's like all of us, I'm sure there's so many things that that come up and could be answered to this question. But one thing that keeps coming up for me is that both my parents are always interested in other people. They're always inquiring about other people. If you get into a cab or if you walk down the street with my father, he talks to everybody. And it's not like he's just waving, you know, he literally wants to know, like, where are you from? How long have you been in the United States? Or what's your favorite food? I mean, he really gets into speaking to people. And my mom also is just fascinated with other people and, you know, other foods and other countries and other cultures. And so I think that one of the things they've taught me in particular is that there is value in everyone. Mm-hmm. And we have an opportunity to learn from everyone. And I think that's why my collaborative nature is the way it is, because I think that sharing and being in community And learning from other people enhances who I am and how I walk through the world and the knowledge that I have. And, I don't boast about a lot of stuff because I'm more interested in boasting about other people. And I guess the way in which I boast about myself is sharing what I know about other people and uplifting their platforms and engaging and shining a light on the work that other people are doing. And so I will say that that is the wisdom that I have gotten, is that I feel like there is value in every single person, and especially those who are challenged and in spaces where they feel disconnected.
Yeah.
Because that's where you can learn really the most, and also an opportunity to connect.
That's right. That's right. How about for you, Dr. Muhammad?
Well, as a couple, as a family, they instilled in us similar wisdom as Mr. Lynch did.
Mm-hmm.
You can always come home, you must come home, and you can do anything that you need to do at home. And they, as a couple, exuded love, art, and activism. That's what we use to describe them. But as individuals, my mother was a fierce advocate for equity.
Yes.
There are many stories I can tell you, from Raising in the Sun to other things. But if you think of American Gangster, and when she slapped Denzel, says, I will leave you. That's the fierceness I'm talking about, not that Velvet Ruby D stuff. I'm talking, I saw that movie, my sister and I, we looked at each other like, whoa. And then my father, he always taught us grace. There was nothing that could not be solved with grace. And that you may have to sit a minute and look for it and find it or wait for it to come, but it can always be addressed with grace. And I think that shaped his personality and the work that he did. So that's what I got from them. Love, art, activism, fierce advocacy for equity, and grace.
And you're carrying it forward so powerfully. Dominique, Ilyasa, you're going to close us out. Dominique, we are seeing so much of that wisdom in action through you. What's been the most meaningful for you? What's that one piece of wisdom that you've been using to propel you forward?
And I think I hear my father's words in my head like at least 20 times a day. And that is, you can't be big and small at the same time. He always says, Dominique, I used to be petty penny. When I tell you, I was like I was like, anything you step on my foot, you stepped on my foot. I was reactionary, I was emotional. And, I thought that was, being vocal. That's what you gotta be strong. You don't take nothing. You gotta always speak up. When somebody does something to you, you speak up, you speak it out. But that doesn't always, help the bigger picture, to progress the bigger picture. And so you've always got to look at that. Again, where do you fit in this? Where do you fit in this movement, in this space, in your community, in your job, wherever you show up? How do you fit into that space? And I think that I hear his words often. He talks about it in his book, Reject the Stone. But you can't be big and small at the same time. And for those of you who, want to, look up transformational leaders, I think Reverend Al Sharpton will be on that line, not just because I'm his daughter, but because I have seen the transformation that he has even made as a leader to get to the next level and to help progress the bigger picture, the people. That's what it's about, to the next level. And so as me now, even in all the work that I do, I'm also a mom. I have a 2-year-old son, Marcus Al. And so for me, it's like, I've got to think bigger all the time. It's all about how can I, look at the bigger picture, because it not only impacts me now or my family or my father, my mother or my sister, but it now impacts my son and what he will become. So it's very important. And I hear those words, and then I hear my mom in the other ear, saying, always remember who you are and who you are. No matter what, you can weather anything knowing who you are and knowing whose you are. And so I take those two sayings, you know, to heart all the time. And it has helped to really, you know, define any approach that I've taken in life. You know, I can deal with, you know, now people. Before when I was younger, I used to hate like people talking stuff about my dad, or I used to be the one on Twitter saying, "Now this is not right," you know, going back and forth with the trolls, and you know, and you don't have to
get out those Twitter streets.
You gotta figure out how you can be bigger, because you being bigger is being bigger for everyone, for your sister, for your community, for the world, you know. And so I just encourage everybody to be bigger. You know, let's get you know, let's get through, you know, being the petty pennies. Like, let's get over that. Like, let's now look for how we can really show up in this space, in this movement, in this world, and understanding the time that we're in right now, we each individually can make a significant impact and difference by shooting to be bigger. So,
amen. Well, Stacey started off by saying we can always go home. Ilyasah, take us home.
Okay. I thought you were going to say, and then that's it. But, you know, I think of my mother, and I think of a young, beautiful woman having 4 babies, being pregnant with twins, being the wife of a man who challenged a government that had been historically unjust in the 1960s, when some people didn't quite understand. And yet, having her home firebombed, having witnessed her husband's assassination, that she was still, you know, love, she was still joy, she was still all of these great things, and instilled specific values in her daughter. And one thing that I learned from her is that she never saw herself as a victim. She never accepted no or I can't as an answer for herself. When I think of my father, I think of controlling the narrative, that we have to control the narrative ourselves, because we were here before Christopher Columbus. We were here before someone decided that they were going to change our education curriculum. We are the indigenous people of the world, of the Philippines, of Europe, of Africa, of the Americas. And so when we think about our ancestors who were enslaved, refined, and industrious African citizens, African and indigenous American citizens, that, you know, if we are going to allow them to just be reduced to slaves, the onus is on us. But when we take control of that narrative, we understand that had it not been for these refined and industrious African citizens, African human beings, that no one would have the opportunity today to call the United States of America our home. And so we owe them. And this is what it looks like, as Malcolm said, when we control our own narratives and not sit back and wait for someone else to do something for us that they never did. And you know, one thing that I'm always like, why do I have to be so passionate when I speak? I always say I want to speak calmly, like, you know, Dr. Muhammad and, you know, Stacey and Gina.
We can
you know, I don't know what happened.
I can't do it either. I can't do it.
Take me out that
door. Because we love really hard, and we understand, and we have seen some things, you know, and you know, it can almost be more than we can bear, but we know God gives us no more than we can handle. And so again, just having such gratitude for the women doing the work, and also holding up our men and our brothers.
Check us out, www.daughtersofthemovement.com. Stay connected.
You know I got you. Yes, please do visit daughtersofthemovement.com and nationalactionnetwork.net to find out how we can all be a part of what you all are doing. Like you said, Ilyasah, we love hard. And from me and the 10,000 I come with to each of you, we love you all so big. Thank you so much for sharing your beauty, your wisdom, and all the work that you continue to do.
Thank
you so much, Brittany. Thank you.
It was an amazing conversation.
Love you.
Hey, we did it, sisters.
Thank you so much, daughters. Thank you all for joining us for this dynamic discussion. We encourage you to tune in and engage, of course, with the Daughters of the Movement, and you can do that across various platforms. Number 1 is now Clubhouse. Number 2 is also, of course, www.daughtersofthemovement.com. But we want all of you out there, rep your sisterhood, okay? Rep your tribe, your family, rep your community, and yes, rep your nation by being committed, consistent, and finding your truth, knowing your history, where you come from, what your passion is, and what brings out how that is resonating in the world. And collectively, we can impact change starting right from within. Thank you so much. It is my honor and privilege now to introduce the Executive Vice President and General Counsel of National Action Network, Attorney Michael A. Hardy.
All right, thank you, Dominique. Good afternoon, brothers and sisters. We are here for the special legal night. We're going to get with you in just a second. They think they have to move the podium a little bit, but we will be revisited by the Attorney General of the United States of America, the Honorable Merrick Garland.
Thank you for the work you do every day to help ensure equal justice under law. I am very pleased to speak with you today. The National Action Network's website prominently proclaims that it works within the spirit and tradition of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. In that spirit, let us remember Dr. King's famous admonition, "It is not possible to be in favor of justice for some people and not be in favor of justice for all people." Today, that admonition guides the work of the United States Department of Justice. As I said in my opening statement to the Senate Judiciary Committee, the Attorney General is the lawyer not for any individual, but for the people of the United States, and that means all the people of the United States. The Civil Rights Division, created by the Civil Rights Act of 1957, is the tip of the spear of the Justice Department's effort to ensure justice for all people. That is why we have sought a substantial increase in the division's budget, as well as the budget of a complementary component, the Community Relations Service, which was authorized by the 1964 Civil Rights Act. Money, however, is not enough. Dedicated, experienced leadership is also needed. That is why the President nominated Vanita Gupta to be the Associate Attorney General, the department's third highest position, and Kristen Clark to be the Assistant Attorney General in charge of the Civil Rights Division. I do not need to recount their qualifications to you. Both are veteran civil rights lawyers, and both are highly respected alumni of the department's Civil Rights Division. I meant it when I told the Senate Judiciary Committee that they have skills that I do not have, and they have experiences that I do not have. And I meant it when I said I needed both of them and their experiences and skills to be successful as Attorney General. We are doing everything within our power to get them confirmed. In the meantime, the Civil Rights Division is already hard at work on a long agenda. It is stepping up its efforts to ensure the right to vote. It is combating discrimination in areas from housing to education to employment, and it will work hard to ensure accountability for law enforcement misconduct. It will also prioritize investigating whether government agencies are engaging in patterns or practices that deprive individuals of their federal or constitutional rights. And it is redoubling its effort to investigate and prosecute hate crimes. Indeed, one of my first acts as Attorney General was to mandate a 30-day expedited review to determine how the department can ensure that it makes the best and most effective use of its resources to combat hate. Now, the Civil Rights Division may be the tip of the spear, but our commitment to equal justice is a whole of department effort. That effort will involve work by our grant-making components to help police departments around the country improve their practices through funding and technical assistance, leverage to promote policing policies that benefit communities and enhance trust. Our equal justice effort will also involve work by the department's criminal components to help reform the justice system and end mass incarceration. This means revamping charging policies to give prosecutors discretion to make charges and consequent sentences proportional to the crime and to the damage it does. And it means looking anew at our First Step Act policies to ensure the maximum degree of retroactive sentencing reduction authorized by the Act. Our efforts will also involve work by the Bureau of Prisons, both to ensure that the rehabilitation promises of the First Step Act are met and that the use of private prison facilities is eliminated. And our efforts will involve the work of our Office of Legislative Affairs to actively support the administration's ambitious agenda to ensure racial justice. Finally, I must emphasize the danger we face from domestic violent extremism, and in particular, from violent extremists who are racially motivated. The FBI director has rightly testified that such extremism is a top threat priority for the Bureau. Combating it is a top priority of mine. When the President-elect announced my nomination as Attorney General, I recounted that the Department of Justice was founded in the midst of Reconstruction, with its first principal task to ensure compliance with the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. As historian Ron Chernow wrote, the new Justice Department would forge its identity in the battle to slay the first incarnation of the Ku Klux Klan. In that battle, the department successfully deployed its considerable resources to ensure civil rights, which were under militant attack. I promise you that today, 150 years later, the Justice Department will once again deploy all of its considerable resources to ensure, in the words of Dr. King, justice for all people. Thank you.
All right, and we want to thank the Attorney General of the United States, the Honorable Merrick Garland. Let's give the Attorney General another hand. There will be a lot on the plate of the Attorney General and a lot for us to encourage the Justice Department to do over the next 4 years. Once again, good afternoon, brothers and sisters. It is indeed my honor and privilege to be here. I'm Attorney Michael Hardy. I'm the General Counsel, Executive Vice President of National Action Network, and this is our special legal night. Now, normally, legal night happens on the last Thursday of every month, and we always say that you know when legal night is, because if it's the last Thursday of the month, it is legal night at National Action Network. And you know, the pandemic has had a lot of downsides, but it's also had one upside. The one upside is that we were forced to go virtual on the legal night, and therefore, since the pandemic and since we've gone virtual because of the pandemic, we've been able to get participation in legal night from both participants and attorneys from New York to Los Angeles, from Buffalo to New Orleans, and all in between across the United States, and including calls that we've gotten from Canada. So once again, in a general sense, if it's the last Thursday of the month, it'll be legal night at National Action Network. But here we are at our national convention, and it's a Thursday, so what better reason than to just bring legal night right here. We're so proud of legal night, and let me just say, we have been in our 11th year of doing legal night at National Action Network, and we have a great team, and we want to just, our general legal night team, some of whom will be joining us, and we have some special guests, which I will be introducing to you very shortly. But our regular legal night team includes Robert Bellison, Andrew Burson, David Blum, Gary Certain, Kyle Edmonds, Jeffrey Amden, Barry Fett, who's also here today, Carmen Giordano, Pete Gleason, Kenneth Gilbert, Gabrielle Harbis, Ted Kessler, Glenn Myers, Kim Parker, Edward Perchado, Royce Russell, Joel Schmelkin, Denise Service, Wiley Stecklow, Kareem Vessup, and we always give thanks to the staff that makes Legal Night possible, and that includes Kova McCall, Derek Perkinson, Patrice Perry, Brenda Ricketts, Arthur Robinson, Maxine Lewis, who is passed away, but she continues to, we honor her because she was such a critical part of our operation at National Action Network, and Winston Gilchrist, Brenda Dock. We also always honor our two emeritus. They were founding members of the Legal Night program at National Action Network. They are now justices here in New York State, meaning they sit on the New York State Supreme Court bench now, and that's the Honorable Senria Edwards and the Honorable J. Mashel Sweeting. So give all of them a hand because they helped to make Legal Night what it is. The other thing with Legal Night is we come to give voice to the voiceless. And so we will be coming to you because the whole purpose of Legal Night is for those who cannot get legal direction anywhere else. They can come to National Action Network and voice their issue, voice their concern, and the attorneys that volunteer for Legal Night are always there to give them some direction. And so that's what we will do today. There is no greater challenge that we face in this nation than the challenge involving police misconduct matters. And that is what we're going to address today, and that is why our special guests are with us today, because it is a challenge that we must face, particularly in communities of color, and a challenge of police-civilian relations that must be fixed. Richard Pryor had it right years ago when speaking about police interactions when he said, it is just us. And we have to stop making it that we are always at the bad end of that relationship. So it really shouldn't be just us. It shouldn't be us at all, frankly. Today we explored this topic with our special guest, but let me say this. I don't agree with a lot of what the Chief Justice of the United States writes in many of his opinions, but I have agreed with his statement that he wrote in one of his decisions that said, the way to stop discrimination on the basis of race is to stop discrimination on the basis of race. Clearly, easier said than done, but our work is to continue the efforts to stop discrimination on the basis of race, and most importantly, to stop it as it relates to policing. And we have great guests here today, and also some of our Legal Night panel that's joining us virtually. But first, let me introduce our very special guests that are with us on stage here and live at the convention. We have Barry Fett. Barry is a partner and a co-chair of the Civil Rights Division at Ella Lafracus and Panic. Barry began representing victims of workplace and healthcare discrimination in federal and state court. She also was a part of the New York City Corporations Council Special Federal Litigation Division, which specifically dealt in defending the city in civil rights cases, and many of those cases, of course, involved situations that arose between police and citizens. She now, as I just indicated, headed up the Civil Rights Division at the law firm, and she is also a director of the Southern District of New York's chapter of the Federal Bar Association. Our second special guest is a son of Harlem, a husband and a father with 2 children. Alvin Bragg has spent the better part of 2 decades in the courtroom standing up to the powerful and fighting to get justice. Most recently, Alvin served as the Chief Deputy Attorney General in New York State, where he oversaw some of the office's biggest cases, including those against Harvey Weinstein and the fights against creating a hostile work environment and challenging the Trump administration over census for its inclusion of the citizenship question. But many of us truly remember Alvin because when Governor Cuomo signed the special prosecutor law with regard to police shootings of unarmed civilians, again, generally just us, Alvin was put in charge of the special prosecutors division that managed those and investigated those police-involved killings. And just as an aside, he didn't ask me to do this, but he also happens to be a candidate for Attorney General in the County of New York and the Borough of Manhattan. In the Borough of Manhattan.
District Attorney.
I said District Attorney. What?
I said Attorney General.
Oh, Attorney General. Oh, see, got all these attorney generals, and he was, all right, let me do that again. He is a candidate for district attorney in the borough of Manhattan and the county of New York. And then joining us on the Zoom, we have some of our Legal Night participants, and I can see that we have Wiley Stecklow with us, and we welcome him. Wiley Stecklow is a partner in the Wiley Stecklow law firm. We also have, there used to be a picture right here. I can't, we have Joe Schmelkin, who's with Schmelkin and Associates. Is that David Yearwood? We have Royce Russell. Okay, Royce Russell is with us.
Okay.
And
yeah, because they thank me.
Thank you all for being with us. And we have one other attorney. I can't tell who the other person is. Somebody help me. Is that it?
Carmen? Carmen Giordano. Carmen.
All right, we've got Carmen Giordano with us also. Now I can see who everybody is. All right,
okay.
Thank you. Let's give all of them a welcome. So let's kick it off because we have a lot of ground to cover. So I'm gonna, again, go right out. This is, and this panel is discussing the challenges in dealing with police misconduct matters. And again, two of our special guests have been very involved in this issue. So I'm going to start with Barry Fett. And Barry, why don't you give us some of your special comments on this?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for inviting me. It's an honor, really, to be here. And me and my law partner, Gabriel Harvest, we're both the chairs of the Civil Rights Division of our law firm, LF Tarakis, and Panic. It's a tough name. And we have the honor of participating in Thursday night legal nights. So I just want to thank you, first of all. I do have a unique perspective because I actually used to work for the city of New York, in the Corporation Counsel's office in their law department. So basically, I used to defend the police and defend the city in cases involving police brutality, false arrest, malicious prosecution, similar to the types of cases we're seeing in the news now. So I have a unique perspective. I'm on the plaintiff side now. I've been representing victims of police abuse, false arrest, wrongful convictions for a long time now. And you know, I can really see, since I've been on both sides, the systemic racism and problems with police policy, which actually allows these officers to do what they do. So for example, in the Derek Chauvin trial, you know, the brass of the police department want to call the officer a rogue officer, and that's, in a way, that's convenient for them because they're able to distance themselves, but he was working within their police policy and with their authority and their approval. This is an officer that had been on the force for decades, who had multiple civilian complaints, and I think even deaths, instances of civilian deaths in his custody. But he remained on the force, and not only did he remain on the force, but he's a field training officer, so he's training new officers, and so he's really a part of that police department, and he was following the policy, although obviously this was clearly a use of excessive force. So it's convenient now for the department after the fact to call him rogue, because in a way he's not. In a way he's an officer doing what officers have been allowed to do in these communities for decades. And you know, just one more thing if I can add quickly. You know, what's so horrible and interesting about the Derek Chauvin trial and George Floyd is that it just happened to be captured on video. And the entire incident, the entire use of force was captured on video. But there are so many instances all over this country that nobody ever knows about. And so we're lucky, but it's happening a lot. And there's different ways that the police are allowed to get away with it. It's things like qualified immunity. It's police policies that allow, neck restraint. And it's also just a wall of police paperwork that whitewashes and hides police misconduct. And I just wanted to, if I can briefly, I wanted to just give an example of that kind of wall of whitewashing police misconduct, police abuse through the paperwork, through terms that kind of put the onus and put the blame on the victim. And but for a video, the family and the civil rights lawyers, we would never know about the misconduct. So I just wanted to read briefly the initial press release that came out after George Floyd was killed by the police, but before the video had become widespread. And this is how the police department and the government described the George Floyd killing. Man dies after medical incident during police interaction. On Monday evening, shortly after 8 p.m., officers from the Minneapolis Police Department responded to the 3700 block of Chicago Avenue South on a report of forgery in progress. Officers were advised that the suspect was sitting on top of a blue car and appeared to be under the influence. 2 officers arrived and located the suspect, a male believed to be in his 40s, in his car. He was ordered to step from his car, and he got out and physically resisted the officers. Officers were able to get the suspect in handcuffs and noticed he appeared to be suffering medical distress. Officers called for an ambulance. He was transported to Hennepin County Medical Center by ambulance, where he died a short time later. That's upsetting, and it's a lie. And I think if we hadn't had the video that we're so fortunate to have, all the police paperwork thereafter would have followed suit, and that would have been the official story. And I just wanted to really make that note.
All right, thank you. Alvin, again, you had the very unique situation and being the first of having to do something when Governor Cuomo signed the special prosecutor's law and the Attorney General at that time made you the chief of that new division. So in this whole complex of police, civilian, and misconduct situations, just some of your unique perspective on that.
Well, definitely, and maybe I can just pick up with a story that's a New York-based one, because you made me think about it. One of the things that bothers me so much about the Derek Chauvin matter, and is our mayor's response. Right? He immediately said, "Oh, we have to do something." And right here in New York City, he's not doing so much on these issues, and so. My story is related to my representation of Gwen Carr, a NAN stalwart, trying to still get details from this mayor, this city, about the officers who killed Eric Garner. And we know Officer Pantaleo, former Officer Pantaleo, has been removed from the force, but so many other officers there that day. And to your story, we know Officer D'Amico, who was at the scene, assisted in the arrest, went back to his precinct and filled out an arrest report that said no force was used in arresting Mr. Garner. He didn't know there was going to be a video, right? It's the same issue. He didn't know there was going to be a video. Felt very comfortable filling out his report. He also said Mr. Garner had like 10,000 cigarettes on him, right? And here we are almost 7 years later. We're in court, be in court on Tuesday with the city. Still fighting to find out who the officers were at the scene, whether Officer D'Amico's been disciplined. If so, what was the discipline? And if not, why not? There's a specific part of the patrol guide in New York which says If an officer tells a lie like this, he's to be removed from the force absent exceptional circumstances. So the question to the mayor and the commissioners, what are those circumstances here? So it's the same thing.
Right.
It's the same thing, and it coincides with the force so much. It's the cover up.
Right.
So I just wanted to sort of start where you ended. What we know from our eyes, but what I also saw from the cases I handled, is that the system just ensnares too much conduct, things that are not, or I believe should not be within the criminal system. So Derek Chauvin matter, this all started over a counterfeit bill, right? One counterfeit bill. We have civil lawsuits about millions of dollars. People go to court, no one dies, but we're over here sending a militarized police response over one counterfeit dollar. Mr. Garner, he was breaking up a fight. They alleged he was selling untaxed cigarettes. So untaxed cigarettes. We're going to respond to that with 5 officers. The most recent example in Minneapolis, air fresheners on a rearview mirror. So I think we have to not only think about the force, but the policing structure around the force that gives rise to these incidents. And then the last thing I would say is so much of this, and we've seen this again in the Chauvin trial, and I saw it in a case we tried at the AG's office, is what I call the black boogeyman defense, right? All else fails, the defense taps into the deep well of racism in America and the deep history of it, and will blame the black person who's died. So here they're trying to make much out of what was in his bloodstream. And we've seen this time and time again, going all the way back to Rodney King. He was big, or frankly, going back all throughout history, right? And even cases not involving the police. Emmett Till, well, he whistled at a white girl. I mean, there's always this sort of shifting away from the real misconduct. And so I think that one of the litigation challenges in these cases is to keep everyone's eye on the prize, on what actually happened. It's not what was in his bloodstream, it's this knee on the neck. And that is what, thankfully, the public, I think most of the commentary is focused on, but I think that's one of the challenges in the courtroom is to keep the focus where it should be and not on the black person who was killed and what he might have been doing beforehand. And I say he because in this case it's a he, but we know it's not just men, but also women as well.
Right, absolutely. All right, one of the best things about Legal Night is eventually we come to you because it's really you that we want to hear from. But we do want to give our Legal Night attorneys a quick chance to chime in. And I'm just going to go by the way they're on the screen there. So I will start off with Attorney Wiley Stecklow. Good afternoon, Wiley. And just give us some very brief comments again, because we really want to get the audience to be able to ask you guys and our special guests some questions, particularly as it may relate to the trial of Derek Chauvin.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much to Brother Michael Hardy and to everybody at the National Action Network, Reverend Sharpton, for organizing and inviting us here. I'm very happy to support the network, as I always do. I see the problem similar to the way it's been discussed by both Attorney Barry Fett and Mr. Bragg, that we've had this militarization of the police over the last 30 years, and they've been getting these different toys and these different gifts. I go to Randall's Island on a regular basis to take some of the boys to soccer practice, and they have a parking lot there of NYPD utility items, and it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and they keep buying more vans and more toys. And what happens when the police have these toys? They want to use them. And how do they use them? They use them in over-policing our communities. So I'm very excited that Attorney General Merrick Garland was on today, and I'm looking forward to this new administration and the new day that we're hopefully going to see, where we're going to have professionals dealing with the issues they should be dealing with. When somebody's having a mental health issue, they'll have mental health professionals deal with it, not the police. When somebody's having a drug issue, they'll have people involved with narcotics and helping deal with that, not the police. And I think that's the future that we see, where we're not going to have the militarization of the police harming our community any longer. Thank you so much for inviting me here today.
All right, thank you. Attorney Royce Russell, welcome, and Thank you for being with us. Give us some very brief comments.
Well, thank you for having me. And I would say that first, we need to realize, as colleagues have stated before, that there's a history in having communities of colors over police. And so is there a need for someone to die because there's a alleged fraudulent $20 bill? Is there a need for someone to die because there's an air freshener, or there may have been a warrant for a misdemeanor? I think historically we need to understand that that comes with the territory of living in America. And when I look at, it says National Action Network, and what I've heard from other speakers before in other seminars and workshops, it doesn't say National Reaction Network, it says National Action Network. And so I think as a culture, as a community, as a person of color that wears the suit of a lawyer during the day, father at night, African-American, 24 hours, 7 days a week, we need to be proactive and not reactive. And so we need to understand how we're perceived in America, not accept it, but understand it and understand the obstacles that come with that. That being not getting proper discovery, that being living in a community that's over-policed, that being understanding that if someone is oppressing me, going to the police precinct to file a complaint with the Internal Affairs Bureau is not going to serve you. Understanding how you're positioned and how you can control an unlawful stop so you can help litigants fight for you in the future. I think the Chauvin trial shows and displays all of that that we need to take hold and use in our control, whether it is a camera by way of phone, whether it is Dante Wright calling your parent when you're stopped so they can hear what is going on, whether it is the lieutenant in Virginia raising his hand and asking the question, why do I need to step out of the car? And being active in action area rather than reacting to what we know is coming to us and coming at us, and understanding how we can maneuver in this system unfairly, but righteously, is one of the keys to success. So thank you for having me, and I look forward to answering any questions before us.
All right, thank you, Attorney Russell. Attorney Carmen Jack Giordano, welcome.
Thanks, Michael. It's an honor to be here on this program, and much appreciation to the National Action Network for doing this wonderful work. And Michael, it's evident today that all these isolated incidents that we've read about over the years are not simply isolated incidents, but they're part of a pattern. They're part of a nationwide epidemic, a nationwide problem. And I'm very thankful to be a part of this group here because but for the efforts of groups like NAN and attorneys like the individuals here that are participating, a lot of the people that are victims of police violence do not have a voice and are unable to effectively communicate to the greater population exactly what they're going through and the extent of the discrimination, the extent of the violence, and the extent of lack of recourse that the powerless and the disenfranchised often have against the police and the government. So, people have mentioned video here. For instance, if not for the recording of some of these incidents, we would never hear about them. And we would never see just how grossly violent and, horrendous that they are. So I think the positive perspective that I have on these incidents is that it is forced the country as a whole to address this problem as an epidemic, and it's not going to be silenced, and it's not going to be suppressed any further. So thanks very much.
All right. And then next up is Attorney Joe Schmelkin of Schmelkin Associates.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Reverend Sharpton, members of the NAN family, and my fellow colleagues of Law Committee, really for doing a heads-up job and putting together this convention during these difficult times, of course, during the pandemic. It's really an honor and a privilege to be part of such a great group that really cares about our community and about people that really have no other place to go to get legal rights, legal assistance. You know, we've all watched the George Floyd tragedy, the Derek Chauvin trial. And when you ask most people about what disturbs them the most, people are going to say about that knee on the neck for 9.5 minutes. People are going to say about 3 cops standing around doing absolutely nothing when really they had a duty to intervene and do something. But, you know, I see more than that. And I see a situation, a pattern over here where the defendant's attorney, Chauvin's attorney, and the defense in general are taking the approach to blame the victim. Let's not forget one thing. No matter what happens in this trial, George Floyd is a victim. He's the victim. And I see a pattern in terms of trying to defend their defendant by blaming the victim. And, you know, I see this all over. I've been trying personal injury cases since the 1980s. And I see many, many times where a defendant's attorney is going to blame the victim, to throw out what we call a red herring, to take your eye off the bullseye, to make you decide a case for the wrong reasons. In this particular case, we've seen, and it really disgusts me when I see things like blaming him for claiming drug abuse. Was there ever any determination that he overdosed on drugs, on heroin, on cocaine? Was there ever any determination that he was walking like a zombie or like a speed demon, or talking about his heart condition or his medical problems? Look, even assuming he did have it, let's not forget that the straw that broke the camel's back, if in fact that there were other circumstances, was a knee on this man's neck for 9.5 minutes. Resisting arrest. How is somebody resisting arrest if he's on the ground with handcuffs, with a knee on his neck? You know, when you yell, "I can't breathe," that's not resisting arrest. That's a cry for help, crying for the help for people that are there to help you. You know, things like the crowd yelling and insults, that makes the cop do what he did? Is this a real defense? You know, this is a cop that was, well, he was a veteran. He wasn't a rookie. I think they said, what, 20 years on the force, so many areas of training. It just bothers me. I don't mean to give a summation, but I got to tell you, when I see things like this and I see blaming the victim, that really bothers me. And people really have to do the right thing. And hopefully justice will be done on this particular case, and justice in general in America on these police cases will be done where people really do the right thing for the right reason, keeping your eye on the bullseye. And I certainly am always here to help out, to answer whatever questions. And Mike, thank you, NAN members. Thanks again.
All right. So what we're going to do now is we'll take some of your questions. Tyleek McMillan, hold up your hand. If you, wherever he's going to set up, that's where you want to go so that you can ask a question. And so you should start, if you have a question, you should start moving over towards Tyleek McMillan. And while we're seeing that, let me ask both of you, you know, there's been a lot of talk, and you heard the Attorney General in what he had to say today. Right now in the Congress, the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act is before the Congress. The act addresses a number of issues. Of course, one of them is creating a reckless standard with regard to that conduct. But you can comment on the Policing Act, or since both of you are involved in this on a day-to-day basis in your own practices, and others that are doing wrongful convictions, and which I know, Barry, you do, is there something in policing that all governments, local, federal, that we really should be trying to figure out how we can bring a change that could have some significant impact?
I'm happy to take the first half and then maybe flow in a second. So the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, I mean, we need to get it passed, right? And it has so many important components. One is creating a nationwide database of misconduct so we can track. When you think about Cecilia Rice, the boy who was shot in Cleveland, that officer had been let go from another police department. We need to be able to track that. So this bill would do that. You mentioned qualified immunity earlier. This bill would pull back on qualified immunity. One of the biggest pieces of it, it would only apply to federal agents. And I think if I could change one piece of the law in all the states, this bill would, for federal agents, say that agent cannot kill someone unless it's a matter of last resort. To me, that's just a proportionality principle that should be in our law, but it's not. It's not in our federal law, and it's not in our state law in New York. And I think that law change is so important. It just makes sense to me, right? I'm an officer. If I have something else I can do before killing you, I should take that step. So we need to put that in the law. George Floyd Justice and Policing Act would do that at the federal level, and I think we need to be doing it at the state level as well. I think that would be a consequential step. But everything we've talked about is so interconnected, right? It's so hard to put on one. I think the shrinking the system and getting some of these things that just shouldn't be crimes and removing it, want to do something about it, give them a ticket and say, come to court later. But in terms of law reform, I think that should be a front burner issue, getting that law passed. And the last resort principle is something we need to do in New York as well.
Right. And Barry, there are really so many ways, not just with shooting someone or in the worst case scenario, killing. There's so many ways that if police don't act with principle, they can ruin people's lives. I mean, the wrongful misconduct doesn't just extend to excessive force, if you will.
Right, that's exactly right. And the recent killing of the young man, also in Minnesota, I mean, that was initially a stop because of something wrong with his registration, and that's a good example. It's like they're about to really mess up this kid's, I'm not talking about the horrific act of killing him, but even just the stop of messing up this kid's life, because he's about to go through the system, because for a person of color, when they get stopped by the police, it's a very different experience. And he knows it. And so when the police are stopping him for something as minor as an issue with his registration, well, now they see, oh, he's got a warrant. And we don't know anything about that warrant. What happens a lot with the people is that they get stopped on something minor, right? And now they have to appear in criminal court for some kind of minor infraction. Even, believe it or not, in New York City, jaywalking. Okay, they get a ticket for jaywalking. Now they have to appear in court and defend themselves. Well, that means they either have to leave school or leave work, and now they're going to criminal court to defend themselves. If they don't appear for whatever reason, they forgot the date or they didn't know, now there's a warrant. And so it's like a snowball effect in their lives that they're never able to really get above because the way the system is set up to keep them down. And so, yeah, the incident starts with a mere traffic violation, but we know, people in these communities and attorneys, we know what the potential is, and it's death, which is extreme and awful, but it's also just a hanging up of this person's life where they just can't move forward. And so I think, just to answer your first part of your question, I do think that there has to be some kind of reform involving officers in the community and seeing the community as them and us, not separate, but we're all the same, we're together. And these are kids, and I want them to succeed. And I don't want to be a bully on the street trying to handcuff them and take them in. I want them to succeed. And that's how our officers need to feel and believe when they go in the streets to police these communities. They're a part of that community, and we need policies that support that, not policies that support force and extreme uses of force. And when you do it, let's cover it up so that nothing happens to you and we're going to blame it all on him. Those are the kinds of changes we need.
All right. And movements matter. The numbers that have rose up across the country as a result of the Trayvon Martin case, as a result of the Eric Garner case, and as a result of the George Floyd case. That matters because we saw the video also in Virginia of an Army member of the armed forces who was pulled over, told to put his hands out the window. The officer not only pepper sprays him, but then says, you know, whichever way you want to handle this, meaning the Army, the driver of the car that they stopped, it's not going to affect me. Right. But because of the movements across this country, that officer woke up the next day and realized that he lost his job. So it matters. We're going to take these questions. We have some time for questions. We'll take as many as we can, and all of the attorneys will participate if they choose to answer the question.
Thank you to everybody participating in today's program. My name is Joe Gonzalez, and I direct my question to today's panelists. Ask you to comment on proposed laws in many states that would make it a crime to videotape the police. How do you respond to those current proposals in about 15 states? Thank you.
So I mean, I think that they violate the First Amendment.
Yep.
And I mean, I think I could start there and end there. I mean, I think they violate the First Amendment, and they're a product of really trying to intimidate people. Now that we're getting the evidence to document what police are doing, this is a response by government to squash that. But if that is litigated before a fair court, that should be those laws should be struck down on First Amendment grounds. Right? The police can say, well, you can't stand right here because you're in the way, maybe, but they certainly can't tell you can't record. So I think those should be struck down.
All right. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. NIA 2X, Greater DC Chapter. NAN.
Welcome.
Thank you. Great panel. How serious is the movement? Because we have a different component. We have the problems with the police department, but the other component is the grand juries. When you think about the Breonna Taylor crisis. So how serious is the movement to change also the grand jury? Is that covered in the George Floyd Justice for Policing Act as well? But changing the grand jury, who's a lot protects the police officers, as we saw here in New York, they're secret. And I think the prosecutors are not involved in it. How serious is a ground movement to change the grand jury and the way they do their job?
Great question. Grand juries, anyone want to start with that?
So the George Floyd Justice Policing Act, to my knowledge, does not address grand juries. Federal practice is a little different. We've got 50 states, 50 different laws. I think about half of the states have required grand juries, but about half don't. In New York State, we got a bill that was introduced by an Assemblymember named Danny O'Donnell that would give more transparency. I think it's just to the legal instructions given to the grand jury. So I think more attention needs to be brought to this issue. When I was at the Attorney General's office, one thing we did when we didn't bring a charge, we would structure our investigation so we would minimize grand jury so we could maximize disclosure, and we would do a report. I've been pushing that model to others around the country. There's some have responded, but I think this is a really important issue. So I think this moment we don't really have a movement on this issue, and we need one. We need this to be given priority so we can get a window in and have transparency, and so that these decisions are all made behind closed doors.
If I can add to that, yes, can I add to that? When I'm responding to how serious we are as serious as you, the person that is asking the question, and those in the audience want to be. And what do I mean by that? That means we have candidates that are running for district attorneys throughout New York. And if that is not something that you address with that candidate to say, how do you feel about this? What is your understanding of this when it comes down to police shootings? Should there be some other process so you have a good sense of who you're voting for? Then we're not serious at all. But if those questions are brought to the forefront and the candidate can articulate what the importance is of a grand jury, their interaction between the district attorney's office and police and the grand jury, because the grand jury is not an entity that floats on its own. What makes a grand jury, as speaking as a former prosecutor, is the person, the assistant district attorney that is presenting the case for which the grand jurors rely on and see every day. So it is as important and it's as powerful as a movement as the voters will make it by ensuring that the candidates that are running for these positions understand the need for change.
All right, thank you, Attorney Russell. Any of the other attorneys want to address that question? All right, thank you. Next question.
Grace and peace, everyone. My name is Chaplain Sandra Mitchell, and I'm a proud member of the New York City Harlem chapter, and I am the National Crisis Liaison. My question is, Mr. Joel Schmelk and my brother, he's helped me on a lot of cases, and he mentioned something that I had to get up for the mental health. I'm a mental health advocate. I am a counselor, and my peers, I call them my peers, they are suffering at the hands of the police, whereas they're just having an emotional time, or they have allergic reaction to their psychotropic meds, and they're out there in the street, they're taking off their clothes, they're screaming, and usually they wind up dead. So also I'm a member of the crisis community for crisis intervention, and I want to know, will you be able to help us to help form laws that will help to protect us? Because one day it could be you having an allergic reaction to medication and you're out there on the street. We don't want you to have a bullet, and we don't want bullets either. Will you be able to help us? Can I connect you?
Yeah, great question, thank you. And I think we should get a couple of people to touch on that, because I think the other part of that Sandra is also addressing, there are so many situations, unfortunately, that we've seen where people, and many times it is the family member that has reached out to 911, and they literally, because they have played the 911 tapes after the fatal situations have happened, and you can hear them on the tape saying, my son, my daughter, my husband, my niece, my whatever, they are off their meds, I need help, can you come and help me? And you see these situations, and again, the police arrive rather than, and they, in many cases, they understand that they are arriving to a situation of a person that's mentally distressed, and they end up in the use of fatal force. And certainly that is something that needs to be addressed. I know that in New York City, and probably in others, there have been a development of emotional disturbance response rules that are created, but how do we move on that? And again, everyone can respond.
So I wouldn't mind saying a couple words on that at some point.
You can start, Carmen.
Thanks. Sorry, it's difficult for me to hear everyone. Thanks again, Michael. Several years ago, I litigated a case against the city of New York for several police officers who shot and killed a schizophrenic man who was in crisis, and he was decompensated, and he was paranoid, he was hallucinating, and he was desperate, and he entered a police precinct in Queens, New York, with a screwdriver and, according to the police, a kitchen knife, though that was disputed in litigation. And they encircled him. He was screaming, and multiple police officers just surrounded him. Not one individual police officer tried to engage with him and calm him down and settle the situation down, but they ended up firing several shots in a circle, wounding some of their own members of the service and killing my client. And that litigation went on for almost 10 years in the Eastern District of New York. And it led to some interesting changes. At that time in Memphis, Tennessee, there was one of the best programs that police departments in the United States have. That program utilized training specific officers and making sure there was at least one specially trained officer in each precinct that could respond to situations where a mentally ill person was decompensated or in crisis. To a large extent, it's unfortunate, perhaps somewhat inevitable, that it's the police that often are called upon in these situations, and they're not properly trained to handle these situations. I don't know if it's a militarization or a defensiveness, but they're not really well trained to deal with these type of situations and these people. And I think obviously training is really important. Basic things. This is, one of the largest if not the largest police departments in the country. And, for a police officer to encircle a man who's hallucinating and, definitely in mentally ill, and all of them yell at this person at the same time, trying to get him to do something reasonable when he's not in his right mind, is just foolishness. And, there was no effort to de-escalate that situation, and there was no effort to handle it properly. So I think training is very important, and I think there has to be kind of an overall systemic approach and coordination of effort between different service providers and mentally ill people. It's really, really sad. I've known many, many people over the years who, you can't really see a mental illness on a person, but it's just as if they had a broken leg or, had some type of injury. It's just internal. And the police just aren't trained to properly identify that and deal with it. We had another client who was an autistic teenager who was playing outside his home, and he was different. And the police ended up assaulting him and abusing him very badly when he was afraid of them, when they asked him to stop because they thought he was peering into cars, trying to steal cars. And they really, beat the daylights out of this young man and injured him very badly. So I think training is very important, and coordination of efforts among different providers in the system is crucial.
Okay. Yes. So I would go a step further than that and just ask why we have the police who aren't mental health professionals respond. And there's some other models. I mean, so Oregon has a model locality there where they're sending out medical health professionals in the first instance, and their success rate, defining success on when they've got to call the police in, is really high. It's close to 100%. We're piloting a program like that now in Harlem and East Harlem, but I think we got to get that to scale so that the first call is not to the police, but to someone actually, fully trained. And then if they've got to call the police in, yes, definitely calling in police who have some training. And this is really, you look at the data of folks killed by police, 25 to 50% of those folks starts with a mental health call. Yeah.
Anybody else?
Yes, one of the things in New York City, de Blasio and the First Lady had started what they call a CIT or CTI training. It never really got off the ground. Less than 1/3 of the precincts had that type of training where there would be an officer or a social worker that would go with the police officer to a particular site if there was a mental crisis. And that just never, ever had become a movement and implemented over the long term and within precincts. So we have failure to, I guess, fortify financially and to demand that type of training and that type of response happens in New York City. Two, there's a certain mindset that we need to come face to face with. And if you know law enforcement officers, whether this is right or wrong, it is what it is that when they get a call like that, they really don't want to go. They really don't want to be bothered. And we can look at why, but as a person that makes the call, you need to understand that is what you're facing. You're oftentimes facing with, oh my God, I got to go here. I really don't want to go here. And I think to elevate the conversation and have some uniformity as far as police training is concerned, they need to go into psychological evaluation every 8 months, every 12 months. If you do any job over a period of time, there's a certain jadedness that you have, whether good or bad, and that needs to happen.
That's an excellent point. Yeah. All right, thank you, Ms. Mitchell. Next question.
Hello, Felicia Simmons. I'm president of the Monmouth Ocean County National Action Network out of Asbury Park, New Jersey.
Welcome.
Thank you for having me. So this is something near and dear to my heart, because in a town of 1.3 square miles, we've had 2 deaths within 2 years of people holding a scissor and one holding a little steak knife by the police officers, Hassani Best and Michael Menzel. We have a systemic problem, and it goes to grand jury because the officer who just killed the Hassani Best has still not been charged yet because the lack of grand jury. And we have a special task force issue, as these people all belong to this so-called street team, a special task force. In other areas, they're called no-knock task force that received the no-knock warrants. And that's what happened with Breonna Taylor. It's a systemic issue of these special secret task force that are called in to terrorize communities. They most likely operate in Black and brown communities. So how will you stop, or how can we stop nationally? Because again, I'm not from New York, I'm from New Jersey. How can we stop nationally these special task force and these secret grand juries? My cure for the secret grand jury is being able to opt into grand jury. In our area, you can't opt in to be a juror, right? People think it's voter registration, but in New Jersey, it's actually being registered at motor vehicles. So being able to opt in to being a juror, you'll have a bigger pool. And then also, this mess is killing me. I know. I'm trying to ask one question at a time, but I'm just passionate. So how can we stop these special task force of secret police, Gestapo, in our cities and our Black communities? And then second, how do we stop the cities who won't react to these special task force or policing? Our Attorney General in New Jersey are trying police licensing in our city, where you can, like a beautician, you need a license. A cop, you should be able to have a license to go around the police unions, right, and these things. So how would y'all attempt, legal team, to attempt or legislation to help these things forward? Did y'all understand that? It was a lot.
Anybody want to tackle that?
I think it's just making an issue as you see it on a one-on-one basis. As they say, you see something, do something, making complaints with your local civilian complaint review board, asking for investigations to take place, and just making an issue as you see it one by one.
Michael? I think there needs to be more transparency. I don't have an answer directly to what you're saying, but I think overall there needs to be more transparency of what the police are doing, what happens to them when they do something wrong, because it's so shrouded in secrecy and an air of protecting them from any consequences. And so, for example, if you do go to make the complaint to your local, CCRB in New York City, the Civilian Complaint Review Board. Citizens, they believe that they're going and they're making a complaint and it's actually going to be investigated and heard, and that's not what's happening. It's set up in a way that protects the police. And I don't have all the statistics, but well over the majority of civilian complaints against the police for things like abuse, false arrest, force, those are unsubstantiated by the Civilian Complaint Review Board. And then that is used in a civil case, in my lawsuits, against the plaintiff, because now the city can use that as a weapon and say, no, we've been investigated, and it's been found that it was unsubstantiated, we did nothing wrong. The only other body I know of, really, that civilians go to is the Internal Affairs, but that's within the police. And the police are protecting the police. We need an outside body, a transparent process where we can really understand what officers are doing, what they've done wrong, look at the paperwork, and hold them accountable. And I just very quickly wanted to answer the comment about the cameras. I agree, it's just the First Amendment and that's it. But I also think that there should be some type of discipline for officers who, what I find in my practice a lot is that my clients come in and they say, I taped the incident, I had videotape, but the officers confiscated my phone and deleted it. And so oftentimes, these citizens that are doing nothing wrong, they're not breaking any laws, but they're videotaping, they get taken in for some bogus arrest. Sometimes just so that the officers can go into their phones and erase them. And so civilians shouldn't be stopped from safely and reasonably videotaping what an officer's doing, but officers, there should be some accountability for officers who are going in and destroying evidence by destroying these videos and these phones.
Yeah, and let me just add to that. The one good thing about New Jersey is we have a very good, structured, statewide organization there. And I think New Jersey, we're activists. So I think you guys need to start that process in New Jersey, approaching the legislators there, the governors there, and begin to lay out a roadmap for legislation, and if necessary, if there's process for putting some questions on the ballot, we should do that work and get it done. Okay, so we are winding down. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the two questions and then we'll answer them.
Hi, Robert Bush with the Las Vegas chapter of National Action Network, and your answer kind of led into my question, which is in Nevada and also in California, we have a version of the Law Enforcement Officers' Bill of Rights, which makes it harder to discipline and also to convict officers and allows them to be able to hide out under protection. And so my question is how does the George Floyd Policing Act address that, or if it does? And then also, my question is there a national movement going on or that we can start that does not protect officers? This law is on the books in many states across the union.
It does not say.
I'm sorry?
The last part of what you said?
The law is on the books or it's a law in many states across the State of the Union.
All right, thank you. The final question?
Hi, I'm glad that you're here. I'm a lifetime member of National Action Network based in Harlem, New York. My general question is, I hear your legal minds at work basically bringing up the defects that currently exist in the federal laws, the George Floyd Policing Act. Being attorneys, is there an independent group of attorneys that deal specifically with federal law that can communicate with legislators to now enhance the federal laws pertaining to policing? I hear the talk, but is there a group of attorneys who actually can talk to legislators to now implement amendments?
There are a number of groups that do that, including the National NAACP Legal Defense Fund, among others, the American Civil Liberties Union, National Action Network. You have a lot of groups that do that.
That are currently working at filling these gaps in the law? Are they currently working on filling the gaps in the federal policing?
They are, and the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act is one of them. Again, it's an ongoing process. All right.
I'm gonna ask one last question while I have the mic. In regards to body cameras, a lot of times we see cases where police officers and the cases ends and the community wants to know what happened because of body cameras, and a lot of police officers say, well, I don't have body camera footage. What happens where we can address officers who don't turn on their body cameras to stop the viewership of their incident with folks in the community?
All right, so I'm gonna get both of our special guests. You got 1 minute, so you can incorporate any of the answers to these, but let's make our 1 minute closing. And before they do that, let me thank all of our Legal Night attorneys that joined us. We appreciate you. We thank you for being with us. Take us out.
Well, thank you for having me, and thank you for the questions. I think all of this is integrated, right? So from the size of the system, which I talked about earlier, what we're arresting people for, untagged cigarettes, counterfeit bill, I think it starts there. And then I think the accountability, and it comes in so many different ways and so many different forms. We need to lean in, and I would just say it's not just this. We need the national law, but I think we all need to be thinking locally. And we had a couple of other speakers sort of call to action. So there's something that's on your mind to push it locally. All of these issues are so important, and sometimes I think it's so much. I think at least for me, you can have a paralysis where you start. I think you pick the one thing that is the most important to you. If that's grand jury secrecy, if that's body cameras, for me, the issue of sort of lying by police officers is something that's probably near the top of my list. And you just start there, and you start pulling at the threads, and we're gonna keep on going. National Action Network, you've been doing this for a long time. We got to keep on keeping on, and there's lots of work to be done.
All right, Barry Fett.
I agree. I just think that there's momentum right now, and we just can't let that die. When this trial's over, there's going to be more, unfortunately, more incidents, and we just can't stop what we're doing. And I agree, it's the communities. The communities have to go into the policing, and what I mean by that is, police need to be held accountable. They have to answer to us. They're policing us. We're the taxpayers. And we have to expect that, and we have to be actively involved so that this momentum doesn't die, and we can keep moving for this reform.
All right, Joe Schmelkin, Royce Russell, Wiley Stecklow, Jack Giordano, Alvin Bragg, and Barry Fett. Thank you so much for making this special legal night happen here at the National Action Network Convention, and thank all of you that participated with your questions. We will continue to move on, and right now we have a great panel coming up. It's on environmental justice and healthcare in the wake of COVID. It's being moderated by Reverend Ron Saylor. He's the Southeast Regional Director of the National Action Network, and he's coming to us now. All right, take it away.
Thank you, Attorney Hardy. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're having a wonderful NAN convention. I am Reverend Ron Saylor, and I am the Southeast Regional Director of the National Action Network, where I have the happy privilege to provide leadership to execute the vision of Reverend Sharpton and the NAN Board of Directors in the states of Georgia, Alabama, Florida, Mississippi, Tennessee, and the Carolinas. Today, I have the privilege of leading you in one of the most important discussions during this pandemic window. We're going to talk today about environmental justice and healthcare in the wake of COVID-19. Let's face it, we are dealing with a pandemic that has given us a health crisis, the likes of which we have never seen before in our lifetime. And as is typical of the negative pattern in our country, when things go bad for all of the nation, African Americans and people of color often catch the worst end of the stick at more disproportional rates and with more alarming numbers. Today, you are going to meet some champions, some real heroes who have dealt with the disparity of COVID-19 vaccination, who have helped fight as a vanguard against the devastating impact of COVID-19 disease in African American communities and in the communities of people with color, and I want to introduce them to you today. They are all heroes in their own right. We're joined today by Dr. Jamal Harrison Bryant, who is the senior pastor of New Birth Missionary Baptist Church in Atlanta, Georgia. He is a civil rights activist and a community organizer, a global preacher. We're glad to have you with us, Dr. Bryant. We're joined likewise by Dr. R.B. Holmes, who is from Tallahassee, Florida, and he is this esteemed pastor of the Bethel Missionary Baptist Church that's based in downtown Tallahassee, and he has provided leadership in the area of vaccine disparity that is going to make you inspired and proud of the work he's done. We're also joined today by Dr. Jose T. Montero, who comes to us from the Centers for Disease Control. Dr. Montero is the director of the Center of State, Tribal, Local, and Territorial Support, where he oversees support to the U.S. health departments and those serving tribal nations and other insular areas. Dr. Montero, we're honored that you've joined us, and we appreciate you for being with us today. Likewise, we are joined by Dr. Barbara Williams Skinner. Dr. Skinner is the co-founder of the Skinner Leadership Institute and the co-convener of the National African American Clergy Network of denomination and independent church leaders, and she has worked with pastors all around this country in a way that has been inspirational and effective. I cannot wait for you to hear her story. And last on our panel, a hero to all of us, Dr. Calvin O. Butts III, who is the pastor of the Abyssinian Baptist Church in New York City for over 30 years, and the president of the State University of New York at Old Westbury for more than 20 years. He has been on the front lines of COVID-19 and many other civil rights issues for a long time. You honor us with your presence, Dr. Butts, and we thank you for being here. Panel, let's get ready to talk for just a moment. There was an article that came out on March the 5th, 2021 in the New York Times, and the information it shared was sad, but unfortunately it was not necessarily surprising. This article informed us, if anybody wants to go and look it up, that African Americans and people of color had been impacted negatively and more disproportionately by COVID-19 coronavirus disease. No surprise there. But what the article said to us, which was surprising, was that in data collected by 38 states, here's the kicker, people of color, African Americans in particular, had been vaccinated at a rate of almost 50% less than white counterparts in the United States of America. It says to us that there is certainly room to grow and certainly work to do in providing vaccination and access to vaccine to African American people. I want to start with Dr. Montero. You are here from the CDC. If I could pitch to you first, would you tell me, please, what what is the CDC doing to help reach communities of color, and what information would you share with us about the latest vaccine rates in communities of color? Dr. Montero.
Thank you very much for the invitation and the opportunity to address the group here today. As we look at how we are working with communities of color, there are several different things that CDC has been doing. We do recognize that there have been many issues, and the impact in communities of color, African American communities, have been disproportionate. They have suffered more, been impacted more, have higher mortality rates. So we are looking at how to, in vaccination, improve vaccination and make it that more equitable to other groups. For us, it's critical to increase access to COVID-19 vaccines in Black communities. And one thing certainly that we're trying to do is make the journey to vaccination as easy as possible. We work with the health departments and jurisdictions across the country, and we encourage them to increase vaccination points in communities. You can do that via mobile teams, hosting vaccination events at churches, YMCAs. In urban areas, we are encouraging jurisdictions to ensure that mass vaccination sites, pharmacies, clinics, hospitals, whatever mass vaccination sites we choose to have, are accessible to people via public transportation. One of the actions that we have taken is requiring at least 10% of the funding received by each jurisdiction to be allocated to high-risk and underserved populations, which includes racial and ethnic minority populations and rural communities. Actually, out of $3 billion that were allocated for that, we are asking them to keep that 10%. In addition, we are going to be awarding early next month, the first week in June, $2.2 billion that are going to go to health departments specifically to address disparities in outreach and vaccination access. So we're going to be working again with health departments, and we're asking those health departments to partner and engage with community-based organizations. We have several specific different projects that we have, programs. We have a program that's called REACH, Racial and Ethnic Approaches to Community Health. Through this one, we reach out to 20 national organizations that support community-based organizations and are going to help us improve the COVID-19 outreach. We have the Federal Retail Pharmacy Program that allows us to target disproportionate areas that are being impacted disproportionately by COVID-19. And then we have collaboration with community health centers and creating the community vaccination centers. So that is what we are doing. So sorry it takes this long. We are doing a lot of things to increase the outreach because we know that this is impacting the communities of color in a disproportionate manner.
Dr. Montero, we thank you and the CDC for your leadership in this particular area. One of the arms that the National Action Network, through the leadership of Reverend Sharpton, has always worked faithfully through has been the Black church. And I want to go to Dr. Calvin Butts next. Dr. Butts, of course, you are aware that there are some obstacles to vaccine access for people of color that tend to look like not having access to the internet, perhaps, to schedule online appointments for vaccine shots, or it could include not being able to have the flexibility in your work schedule to get to your vaccine shot. Or what about lack of access to the vaccine because of trust issues? Could you speak to us, Pastor Butts, about what Black church can do to help close some of these vaccine obstacles so that people of color can get access to the vaccine if they choose to take it?
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me on this panel. The Black church is the first line, has been the first line of defense against any challenge to the life of our community. And certainly COVID-19 is such a challenge. I'm delighted to share in this conversation with Dr. Holmes and Dr. Bryant in terms of their leadership in our church community. People look to their pastors and they look to their churches. These men and women are trusted voices. So therefore, many in our churches, if Dr. Bryant would say this is the direction in which we're going, will follow him, believing that he is leading them in a way that will improve or protect their life, their health. The same with Dr. R.B. Holmes and others who may be a part of this. This was recognized early by a young woman named Deborah Frazier Howes when we first had to face the HIV/AIDS epidemic in our community. At that time, as now with COVID, we were disproportionately hit. And Deborah came to the churches and we organized across the country, across this nation, and we raised billions of dollars through legislation. We brought ministers together to address mistaken notions about AIDS, and we made a big difference in how our community responded. And while it's still a problem in many of our communities, it is nowhere near what it was. And now with COVID, Choose Healthy Life, based on Deuteronomy, has come forward using that same model, which is sustainable. And we've worked with Dr. Montero, Dr. Messonnier. We've worked with Dr. Fauci. We've worked with Dr. Frieden. We've worked with Lewis Sullivan, Dr. Sullivan. We work with Dr. Reed Tuckson and our pastors. We are now in 50 churches across these United States of America. We've received funding from organizations like Quest Diagnostic to actually empower health navigators in our churches. And if I can use our church as an example, and I'm sure the others have this, we are a vaccination site as well. And more importantly, or just as importantly, a testing site. Because even if we have received the vaccination, we need to get tested regularly to make sure that we are not passing the disease on to anyone. And so the church is extremely important. And as I mentioned, Choose Healthy Life, I salute Deborah in her leadership here, Deborah Fraser Howes, and she has made sure that we have a reliable physical conduit, and that's the United Way of New York City. We're working very closely with them to get the funds out to the various churches. And if we pinpoint areas, it's David Jefferson in Newark, Reverend Dr. U.S. Senator Raphael Warnock in Atlanta. There's Reverend Dr. Frank Tucker in Washington, D.C. There's Reverend Dr. Horace Sheffield in New Destiny Christian Fellowship in Detroit, and Reverend Jacques DeGraff here in New York. All of us working together. And as a result of this, we will be reaching out to more churches. Now, key is that I share in the co-chairpersonship of this with Reverend Al Sharpton. And I'm pleased to call his name in this because we reach out through many organizations to many others, and our effort is growing rapidly. And with the connections in the government, with the connections through the churches, with the connections through other corporate organizations, we have made a major dent. This is what I know, I know this to my certain knowledge, at Abyssinian in the last several days, we vaccinated over 1,000 people. Finally, the medical schools, Meharry, Morehouse School of Medicine, Grew School of Medicine. I'm leaving out one that's very important. I don't know why it's not coming to me right away, but it's there. Oh, Howard University. These schools of medicine have said the vaccine is safe. These are our schools of medicine. These are our best, our doctors, our scientists. And so therefore we have to take our leadership positions and lead people toward improving our health. And this is a sustainable model. It went from HIV, AIDS to COVID-19, and we can take it even further. So I'm delighted to be on the panel. You have other experts like Dr. Barbara Williams-Skinner, who has worked with our churches across many different areas. And I think this is the most impactful way of ensuring the best health for the Black and Brown communities of our nation.
Dr. Butts, we thank you so much for your wisdom. We'll be coming back to you and looking forward to the comments from Dr. Barbara Williams-Skinner in just a moment. Before we go to her, I want to talk to Dr. Jamal Harrison Bryant out of Atlanta, Georgia, who has, we've watched over the last several months, taken a creative approach that you saw birthed from what was happening around your church. We've watched you pair food distribution and COVID combat. Can you talk to us about what some of your thinking might have been in creating the novel approach to fighting this disease the way you've attacked it?
Yes, thank you. And let me thank Reverend Sharpton for his consistent, sterling leadership. And thank you for allowing me to think out loud with these amazing geniuses in praxis. Our approach has really been holistic because what the pandemic has done is it's pulled the sheets off of what has been taking place in the Black community. A few blocks from Dr. Butts, Malcolm X said, when white America catches a cold, Black America catches pneumonia, where we are in the walking flu. Reverend Saylor, since the pandemic started, we have given out groceries to 750,000 people. Every Saturday morning, some 600-700 people walk around the spans of our campus for 3 miles. We've been putting the doctors on duty, not just to do testing and vaccination, but regrettably and embarrassingly, a lot of our doctors, our parishioners didn't have health care, didn't have access to doctors. And so we had a whole lot of work that we had to do. So what I saw, I'm pastoring now a multi-generational church. I call Motown and Def Jam. So I've got people who are committed to Smokey Robinson and those who are committed to the Migos. The divide of my congregation is Motown lined up for the vaccination and Def Jam ran away from it. And so we had to have some real intentional dialogue and discussion because we got outside factors that hadn't really hit our community in large measure as it is now. Holistic medicine, going to unconventional doctors and medical approaches. And so we had to have a series of dialogues and discussions, might I say, and debates about it. And it was not until they were able to see that it was a sister who was a Gen Xer, who was one of the lead contributors, that their ease began to come down. We have a right to have some level of paranoia when it comes to vaccinations, given our history. But we got to move through that level of trauma to get to a place of health and wholeness. And so it has not come without great battle and without great weight. We're coming eerily behind Abyssinia. We've done 1,000 in total, not for the week, but have been trying to do it incrementally. Our next one is next Saturday as a consequence. And according to our data, Reverend Saylor, 78% of those who have registered are over 55. So we've got a whole lot of work that we have to do for millennials and Gen Xers to get involved, but we're committed to it to try to move forward.
Dr. Bryan, I appreciate your leadership, and we look forward to your continued comments in the panel just shortly. Right now, family, I want to introduce you to another leader, prophetic in his leadership and great in his vision. Dr. R.B. Holmes from Tallahassee, Florida, has one of the most unique stories of being on the front line fighting COVID disparity of anyone I've been exposed to. Dr. Holmes, I'd like for you, please, to take a couple of moments and frame for those who are here in the auditorium, as well as those who are watching online, what you dealt with in terms of vaccine disparity in the Tallahassee community, and how you rallied together with pastors and churches to fight it to such a level that you received an invitation from the White House to commend you for your efforts.
Reverend Saylor, let me thank you for your effort, and let me thank President Sharpton for his vision to call us together. And I want to really thank my brothers, Dr. Bryan and Dr. Butts, and our CDC brothers for what they do. We know and we knew that when COVID-19 struck America, that Black people were going to die disproportionately. And unfortunately, that has come true. And what we tried to do in the state of Florida, going back to what Dr. Butts said, we needed to talk about trusted voices. Who can our people trust? Who can get before our people and say, look, we have taken the vaccines. We believe that these vaccines work, as Dr. Bryan has said so eloquently. We know that sisters and brothers were part of this research. And as Dr. Butts said, our major HBCUs with medical schools also signed off on these vaccines. So our job was, number one, to get trusted voices across Florida to say to our people that these vaccines are safe, we're dying disproportionately, and if we don't take these vaccines, we really will fall into what people want us to do, is to die. And so then the second thing we need to do was have trusted venues. Folk were not coming to Publix. They can't find Publix. They're not in their neighborhoods. We live in food deserts. So we had to really bring together trusted voices and trusted venues. And with doing that, we brought together some of our strong faith-based leaders across the state of Florida, the presidents of our HBCUs in the state of Florida, our elected officials, congressional leaders, the Black press. All those are trusted voices, and begin to put the pressure on the right people. So listen, we need to have pop-up clinics in the inner cities the Black church is a place where people trust. So as we look at the data now, we're moving the needle, but still in the state of Florida, less than 10% of Black people have been vaccinated. Across this country, it's close to 8%. So our model is similar to everyone else's model. We got to get to where the people are. They don't trust a whole lot of folk, and the Black church has been the pillar. Now, unfortunately, I need to say this. I may get in trouble by saying this, but we fighting with pastors who are telling folk that wait on Jesus. That we don't believe in these vaccines. It's anti-God. But with that kind of nonsense, I call it spiritual suicide and theological malpractice. What we're doing moving forward with the bad politics, with the bad policies, is saying that we have now over 121 sites across the state of Florida ready to bring the vaccine in, with church leaders saying we will do this because this is about saving our people. We see this as a call, as a ministry. And I think that with what Reverend Sharpton is doing, what I'm hearing from my brothers here, together, we're going to win this war. And this is a war against this beast, this violent virus. And we believe that the vaccines work. Now we know what J&J, what that means. There's always been a spirit of reluctance in the Black community. It is still there. But we have to overcome that because, again, our people are sick and our people are dying disproportionately. So these trusted voices and trusted venues will get us to, our goal is have 70% of African Americans and other people of color are vaccinated by the end of this year.
Reverend Holmes, your work is prophetic and heroic, and we honor you. And thank you for your contribution. We'll be coming back to you in this panel shortly. Let me talk to the diamond in the group, Dr. Barbara Williams Skinner. I am honored to have you join us on the panel. Now, everybody watching this dialogue should know I was raised with the genteel values of a Southern man, and I was always taught ladies first. It had been my intention to start the dialogue with Dr. Barbara Williams Skinner first, but in conversating with her, the nature of her comments positioned her best at the end of the presenters, and you're going to see why right now. Dr. Williams Skinner, I thank you for honoring us with your presence today, and your leadership with the National African American Clergy Network has been phenomenal. Would you talk to the nation and to those who are here in the auditorium about what the National African American Clergy Network has done to close the disparity gap and to deal with this? Well, just let's talk about disparity first, please.
Right. Well, so thank you so much. And thank Reverend Sharpton for always being on the case. And of course, these prophetic pastors on the call, Dr. Brian, and Dr. Buss, my hero, and Dr. Holmes is my new best friend in this battle. And so good to meet our brother from the CDC, Dr. Montero. What we have is this. We don't have a supply problem. 55% of Americans have gotten at least one vaccine of the two, but 65% of those are white, 11% are Hispanic, about 8% are Black, 5% Asian, and 1% Indigenous. We don't have a supply problem with the president saying you'll have enough supply from Moderna and Pfizer by the late spring. We have a hesitancy problem still, particularly among the millennials, but we have a big vaccine equity problem. And what this COVID-19 has exposed is another systemic racism issue, like the census, like housing, like criminal justice. And what the Black church does is not wait for help. We don't we don't say the Calvary is coming to rescue us. We are the Calvary. And so what I have is the honor of co-convening with Dr. Otis Moss Jr., a hero of so many of us, and Dr. Peete Smith, the African American Clergy Network of denomination and independent church leaders representing some 15 million members, who've always shared information together, whether it's a census or voting rights or voter suppression. And so we've been able, since the COVID broke out, to say, what can we do? We're not going to wait for anybody. So we have, number one, we have partnered with Joshua Dubois, who worked with President Obama and the Ad Council, in a Get Vaccinated toolkit. And I don't know if you have that, but the toolkit involves really the basics that pastors need. Why should Black people be vaccinated? Trusted voices like those, like Dr. Moss and others, and Dr. Jamal Bryant and so many others. What are the benefits of being the steps for becoming a vaccine site? Pastors want to do this. And no matter how much the CDC talks about using other sites, the pharmacies or whatever, Dr. Holmes is right. It is a sacred place. Like, if you're already hesitant, you want to go where help is, and help is in the church. We have frequently asked questions from the Ad Council, scriptures on the value of human life, sample social media posts, key actions that faith leaders who are not sites can take, and all kinds of additional resources. We also have a 90-second video that churches are distributing all over the place. We got a small grant to Progressive National Baptist Convention for the Midwestern Regional to start educating pastors. Pastors need tools in their preaching and teaching. So we've gotten that out. A small grant to the AME 11th District in Florida, working along with Reverend Holmes, Bishop A.J. Richardson, providing what? Stipends to those doing the parking ministry, voluntarily giving them stipends, those who are doing the cleanup ministry, the custodial ministry, stipends to those who are doing the intake and getting the assignments together. We got seed money to the Alabama Black Women's Roundtable and Black Ministers Group and Black nurses. What are they doing? They're registering older people who don't have access to computers and they can't register. So they're registering them. They're assisting churches that want to become vaccine sites. They're providing stipends and transportation for canvassers, just like we do when we're voting. They've gone out to canvass to neighborhoods that are just saying, we don't want this, to talk about why they should have it. And now they're obtaining 3 mobile units for mostly rural Alabama areas where there's no transportation. And then finally, we were working in Ohio with Dr. Otis Moss Jr. and the Mount Zion Oakwood Church in a Get Vaccinated site where the national sports arena, Cleveland Brown Arena, has been used. So the churches, instead of, while they're trying to become sites, they are actually busing people there in safe distance transportation to those sites. Out of that, they've done close to 5,000. They have gotten the toolkit to thousands. They are doing radio broadcasts, let people talk to a health care provider with questions. We have to let people ask their questions that we might call stupid, but they're questions that keep them from getting vaccinated. I don't care if they ask about, some people say that this is the devil's work. They need to be able to ask the question, if I got vaccinated, how long will that last? If I have lupus, can I do it? If I'm pregnant, can I do it? If I have heart disease or whatever, does this work? We need to give people the respect to be able to answer those questions. I'm also, through the National African American Clergy Network, working with an interfaith group of Muslim, Jewish, and Christian pastors, all trying to become the houses of worship, sharing information. And then finally, we're meeting on a regular basis with the White House, because here is the gap in equity. The disparity is about, if you're going to give $2.2 billion to help the local health and state health groups, and they have no incentive to use the sacred place of the church as a site, then you're not helping to close that gap. That's why you have 8% instead of closer to even our population, which is 13%. So those are some of the things that we are doing. I'm learning every day, listening to Calvin Butts and his group, and Dr. Deborah Frazier, following up on what Dr. Brian is doing, and Dr. Holmes has taught me so much about how you bring trusted voices together. This is not an unwinnable war, like Calvin Butts said, with the HIV, but we have to be honest about where the gaps are. And the White House needs to be talked to. There needs to be some pressure. They're there because of us. Therefore, we need to be talking to them about where that distribution goes. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Reverend, you're on mute.
Coalition of pastors. We thank you so much for your contribution. Now, panel, I'm going to come back through the panel this time with a singular question for everyone. We've got about 10 minutes left in our talk time together. I could do this all afternoon. So I want to ask you to set your timer for about 2-minute responses. And this is the question you knew was coming. There is still a large degree of skepticism about this vaccine. You've all mentioned it. Can you give us your best approach to how we fight or combat skepticism, vaccine skepticism in the African-American communities? I want to go in the order that I'm started in, so we'll start first with you, Dr. Montero. What can the CDC and others do to fight skepticism in communities of color, please?
So we know that people need to trust the vaccine, need to trust the vaccinator, need to trust the system that produced that vaccine. But at the end of the day, the messenger who tells them that counts above all of that. We need to identify the right messengers that have a trust relationship with our communities and engage with them in translating and addressing those questions, comments, and concerns from anybody in the community. That's why we have all of these different systems and contracts and partners that we are working with. I know that I have only like 30 seconds left. We have put a lot of money in national partners, different organizations that specifically target, address, and work with communities of color, brown communities. We have direct outreach. As an example, I did training of in Spanish of pastors of different denominations. I had a couple of thousands in different sessions where I went through many of these different questions. I got a question, isn't this the devil's work? And I answered. So we need to be able to build that trust. And you are an incredibly important partner for us. In the African-American communities, your work is the most trusted one. Help us help you keep your communities and our communities safe and healthy.
Thank you, Dr. Montero. Dr. Butts, the same question for you. How do we fight this skepticism? What's your best wisdom?
Well, I say that the pastors themselves need to be informed. And we need to continue to talk about this from our pulpits Sunday after Sunday. Take 1 minute for medicine, 1 minute for health, and tell people about the healing aspects. Now, a lot of our brothers and sisters don't go to church, but those who do have people who don't, and they can talk to them. I was fascinated by what Dr. Brian had to say about the rhythm and blues generation as opposed to the hip hop generation and divide there. But he seems to be making headway. And I'd like to take a look at that model. We need to share that. So I would say to pastors, look, get in touch with us at Choose Healthy Life. I would say call us at the United Way. I'm going to give a number now. It's 212-251-2500. That's 212-251-2500. That's the United Way. And ask for Choose Healthy Life. And let's begin to share what we've learned from our experiences. That's just fascinating listening to a divide in the congregation between what I would call old and young in one manner of speaking. But how is he being successful? Food is one way. We do a lot of food distribution. And so that's a way to overcome this skepticism. And of course, offering ourselves. I had to be one of the first to take the vaccine. Reverend Sharpton was right there. And I think we continue to press ahead like that. But we can't with all that we put into our medical schools and doctors like Louis Sullivan and Wayne Riley out of downstate in Brooklyn and other places. We can't ignore, and to our younger men and women and our oldest, we have some old stubborn people who just don't want to get it. We have to say, we have to trust those who have been trained and those who helped to create the vaccine. Oh, the sister Kizzmekia Corbett, Dr. Marcella Nunez-Smith, deeply involved. These are important names. So I would just say, keep talking about it from our pulpits, keep pressing, get as much information as you can, and make sure you give them a call, 212-251-2500. Choose healthy life.
Bless you, Pastor Butts. Thank you. Dr. Jamal Harrison Bryant, same question for you, sir. In 2 minutes, your parting wisdom. How do we attack this issue of skepticism?
The Bible has already given us the roadmap. It said clearly, our people die from a lack of knowledge. And so we've got to do education. I want to say a word to pastors who are listening, is that you will equip and empower your pew. That you will get a task force of health professionals who go to your church to open up those doors. I have absolutely no training that would put me in the room with Dr. Montero. I'm scared of needles, but I had to, in fact, equip those who were around me who had that knowledge. This is really the hour for the round table leadership, that we bring some doctors, some nurses, some specialists who can help us. Here at our church in Atlanta, we've done a COVID task force so that in our monthly newsletter, they give updates. What is happening in Georgia? What's happening in Atlanta? What's happening in the zip code of the church? How you can build your immune system? How it is that it has positively impacted the small number of adversarial impacts that have happened. We did 1,000 people. Only 3 people had migraine headaches after sitting out for those 15 minutes. So she'll give the praise reports, do testimony service about COVID, about how other members of their family have survived and how you maintained and covered by social distancing, washing your hands, keeping your mask on. It sounds redundant, but Jesus often repeated in order to get the point put across. And so I would just dare say that we would keep championing the cause and raise up those who know it much better than we do.
Thank you for your leadership, Pastor Bryant. Dr. R.B. Holmes?
Yeah, I just think that what we're trying to do with our statewide task force in the state of Florida is again, use trusted voices, the Black media. Our people still listen to the Black media. Our people still read Black newspapers. We got to put the resources there. Our people still trust our HBCUs. That's why we have satellites on those campuses. I think that what Dr. Skinner was saying so beautifully, we got to put the resources where the people know the people. We've spent almost billions of dollars already talking about COVID-19, and less than 8% of Black folk have been vaccinated with billions of dollars already spent. I think that Reverend, sometimes we're not talking to the right people. If I give Dr. Bryant or Dr. Butts or Dr. Skinner billions of dollars, I guarantee you they have everybody vaccinated, even the elephants and the monkeys. Because we know how to get the job done. And I think that what the White House is going to have to do, and we all support them, is to listen to other voices out there in the community that understand what's going on. I mentioned earlier, there's 127 satellites in the state of Florida, but we can't get the partnership with the right people to help those pastors get it done. Now, we also have set up grants throughout our city and county governments where they're giving out grants to local churches to get out there and beat the bushes to deal with the hesitation. So, but we got to do this differently. If we keep doing the same thing, the same way, it's insanity. Now, the same people that we giving these dollars to, prior to COVID-19, that brought about this healthcare disparities, and so we can't be doing the same thing. We got to look for those trusted voices in these communities and those trusted venues and make sure we fund them appropriately where they can get the job done. At Bethel Church, we buying our own medical mobile unit just to say we lead by example. You know, and other churches want to do the same thing, may not have the resources, but the federal government have the resources to purchase those medical mobile units where they can go into these underserved communities and debunk some of that disinformation and misinformation and distrust and mistrust.
Pastor, thank you so much. Dr. Barbara Williams Skinner, the last 1 minute and 50 seconds belongs to you. Give us your wisdom. How do we do this?
Allow people to state their fears, own them. There are legitimate reasons why they have them, but it's education that makes the difference. Use the radio, the Black media, host a radio call-in with the health professionals there and allow people to ask whatever questions they have with the pastors supporting that. Put COVID vaccine and our press to get Black people vaccinated in the larger healthcare disparity context. You're concerned about me getting vaccinated, but my high blood pressure, I don't have health insurance. You're not concerned about my diabetes. So you've got to talk about it. The White House has got to talk about closing the health disparity, not just getting us vaccinated. And finally, I think the idea of getting the idea of most churches have health professionals. I love that idea. I think it was Dr. Butts. Use the people you already have, and finally, show images of pastors, trusted voices getting the vaccine, not just the political leaders, but the people who people trust getting the vaccine.
Thank you, Dr. Skinner. I want to thank all 5 of you for your service and your leadership on behalf of Reverend Sharpton and the entire National Action Network, many of whom are sitting here with me in New York, and thousands who are watching you across the country. Thank you for being the vanguard on the wall and for fighting for vaccine equity for African-American people. You've blessed us today. God bless you. We'll see you very soon. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
Family, this concludes our time together. Bless you. And we are going to close this particular session. There are a couple of announcements from Reverend Toon. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Certainly, we thank you. Let's give Dr. Ron Sawyer a hand tonight for moderating this awesome panel, giving us information that's so valuable to our community. We need everyone to be aware that starting at 7 p.m., we will have our inspirational hour. Normally, we'll be having our revival each night, but due to the pandemic, we will only be having a fireside chat. You do not want to miss this tonight. It starts sharp at 7 p.m. We'll be joined by Dr. Lakeisha Warren, who is the president of New York Theological Seminary, also the president of Virginia Union, Dr. Hakeem Lucas. So please come back. Dr. Lucas will be here in person, and we look forward to seeing all of you. And thank you so much. And have you enjoyed the convention so far? Now listen, if you have not text, called, Instagram, Facebook somebody and told them to go online and watch this convention, you need to do so now. And thank you so much, and God bless you all.
difference inside and out with Renew Life probiotics.
I measure my worth by my dedication to my goals, not the outcomes.
I'm not letting my disability stop me from living my best life. Loving your body at every stage is key.
Renew Life, made for what makes you different. YouTube Music Premium is dedicated to you. During your dinner party with friends and family, on long drives without a signal, and when your phone screen's locked. It's full of exciting features that make you feel like you're with the band. that help you find the music you've been looking for and discover new music that you'll be listening to for years to come. Upgrade to YouTube Music Premium. Uninterrupted music dedicated to you. Try 1 month free. Personal guide to the world of hip hop. Get a free trial of YouTube Music Premium today.
Shut the.
Hey, two.
Good evening, everybody. Those of you who are in the room, in the space, I want to welcome you to this evening's panel and to share with us in what is an important and powerful dimension. We're really talking about the temple and the academy, how they relate and manifest themselves in the African American experience. And we're fortunate tonight to have two outstanding leaders in that space, in the persons of Dr. Hakeem Lucas and Dr. Lakeisha Waldron. Each of these persons who are our panelists tonight have lived their lives in the parsonage. Each of them has been raised in the parsonage. Each of them have come from a New York experience. Each of them have been people of faith and people of academics. Dr. Lakeisha Waldron is the president, the first African-American, first woman president of New York Theological Seminary. She has been a woman of forcefulness, courage. She's bringing new ideas and energy to that institution. She's prepared for her journey as a pastor working in 1 Corinthians and before that in the South. She is also a person who has been extraordinarily prepared for this hour. She's a Spelman graduate. That's where it's saying something about it. You don't get past that. Spelman graduate. She also is earned her PhD, philosophy and education at the University of North Carolina in Chapel Hill, Masters of Divinity from University Theological Seminary in New York. She is clearly a force to be reckoned with, and we are fortunate to have her captaining New York Theological Seminary. She is changing the paradigm of theological education in this city and seeking to transform our city to the values of our Christ. And so we celebrate her today. Let's give her some love.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson.
God bless you, Doctor.
God bless you, sir.
Dr. Hakeem Lucas is also brings the blend of the faith experience and the academy to his responsibility. He is a son of pastors, his mother and his father. He grew up in the parsonage. He is one who has been cultivated in faith. He's served in various aspects of our community, having served at two outstanding HBC Medgar Evers and in Florida. He has been a leader in the educational community. But in addition to that, he has served many activities that have cultivated him and brought him to this hour. He currently is the president of Virginia Union University. He is a young man full of energy and ideas. He connects very well with all of the dimensions of our population and culture. He is highly prepared, earned a PhD from Fordham University. He is a Morehouse graduate. Now, you know it's hard to get, hard to beat that Spelman on one hand and Morehouse on the other. You can't do much better than that. And they are leading our institutions. Virginia Union is has a school of theology, largest African-American school of theology in the country, as well as a large and expanding graduate school. I've worked with both of these people firsthand. I know what they're doing. I know what they bring. I serve as chairman to Dr. Lucas at Virginia Union, and Virginia Union is in the transformation mode. It has opened this year with extraordinary improvement, met all of our enrollment goals. In the last 6 months, raised over $30 million, and recently received a $20 million forgiveness from the federal government. He has been so powerful
to bring it forward. So I tell you, I could not have any better choices tonight than these two outstanding leaders who are from us, who know us, and are prepared to lead us. It's my privilege and honor to present them to you. And now the president of the National Action Network, Reverend Al Sharpton, will come and moderate this session.
Well, thank you, Dr. Richardson, our chairman. Give our chairman another hand. And as he said, the chairman is also chairs the trustees at Virginia Union. And because the federal government, due to a lot of the pressures and influence, has forgiven a lot of the debt for HBCUs, $20 million for Virginia Union. So that's the only reason Dr. Lucas said we didn't have to take a love offering for him tonight.
We'll take all the love.
We'll take the love offering too.
We'll take the love.
Walrus said they didn't give her. Let me also say, and I know our chapter leaders have been tarried all day and some are coming in slow. This is an important session, but I must acknowledge as I look out, Reverend Clement James from, stand up, Reverend. He is from Governor Cuomo's office, but he also has been part of NAN. And I want to acknowledge him because he worked diligently with the full support of the governor in making sure that we could, during the convention, have a quick testing, a rapid testing, so that we could have our 100 delegates. We only allowed 100 people in the building. That could not have happened without rapid testing. And if the governor's office hadn't done it, we would not have been able to do that. So we thank both the governor and Reverend James for doing that for us. And I appreciate it because a lot of our delegates and chapter leaders like to shake hands, and I wasn't shaking nobody's hand until we got the results immediately back from y'all. So thank you very much, Reverend James. We know that everybody in here is COVID negative, and we're glad about it. All right, let me begin by posing a question. In this time in which we are in, and we are in very tumultuous times, as we look at just what's going on in Minnesota, both the trial of Derek Chauvin over the murder of George Floyd, and now the pending trial of the officer that has killed young brother Wright. What role is the church in these times? One of the things that we that have studied the Bible know that God always uses his church, his prophets, for the time in which they're in. In these times, what is the academy's role in preparing the preachers, pastors, ministers for these times? Let me start with you, Reverend Walron.
Yes, good evening, Reverend Sharpton, and thank you so much for having me. I'm so grateful for the work that you and the National Action Network are doing, being on the front lines with everything that's going on in our country. And I'm so grateful, Dr. Richardson, for such a gracious introduction, and looking forward to this conversation, Dr. Lucas. Certainly, the seminary is a daughter of the church. We are here for the church. We exist to prepare faith and thought leaders, particularly at New York Theological Seminary, to prepare them to engage in work that is relevant, restorative, and revolutionary. And certainly in these revolutionary times, there is a call for revolutionary leaders. And so we need leaders who are prepared to engage all of the racial tension, all of the political discord, all of the inequities surrounding healthcare, and certainly being able to get a theological education so that they can serve the communities that need them the most is our number one priority. So absolutely, there must be this connection, and we need to make that connection even stronger, especially during this season where we have so many of these spiritual but not religious category that's growing in our nation. Less and less people are attending church and attending traditional church and attending and participating in denominational churches, but they're considering themselves spiritual. But even in that consideration, we need leaders who are prepared to lead the way as we navigate these turbulent times. So I'm grateful for this conversation, because there is not a disconnect, and there should not be a disconnect between the seminary and the sanctuary. But during these times, it's important for that connection to even grow and be stronger and have more sustained engagement.
Dr. Lucas.
Well, once again, I would like to start where President Waldron did, and to thank you for the invitation, and NAN, all of you and the members who are here to listen to us, to, of course, the chairman that we all share, Chairman Richardson. We are both a son and daughter of Dr. Richardson, so we're excited to be here. You mentioned it. I forgot about the parsonage days until you said it, and it brought a shiver to me. I remember the parsonage days, and I know my mother and all of them are watching, so thank you, Agape Tabernacle International Fellowship. The intersection between church and academy is an important conversation today. The way I like to talk about it on our campus, as we try to strategically position the Samuel DeWitt Proctor School of Theology within the culture of the rest of the university for undergrads and grads, is that there are particularly three spaces that we must work together to strengthen. The first is spiritual formation. President Waldron is right. It is the younger group, particularly of African Americans and people of color, who are increasingly recognizing themselves as spiritual and not religious. It is our responsibility to teach them the power of the transcendent and to call God by name. It is the purpose that one draws oneself to, that anchors one in this world, and that ties into the next important term, which is our connection in social justice. Without the moral consciousness and calling this America to accord for the work that it does for and against us at the same time, we don't allow ourselves, as the church and the academy can work together, to sustain the social justice movements of our people. The young people have particularly those that are on the campus of Virginia Union, have an increased yearning for God. They just don't know if they trust the spaces called church. They have a unique yearning for justice, but don't know how to organize with the previous generations for that. It is then that the important part of social justice is to lead us to economic development and empowerment. That it is in our justice movements that we prepare the young people, the young generations, and the leaders tomorrow for generational wealth. And it's this moral consciousness that leads to this justice movement, that leads to this generational wealth, that the nexus between the two communities must continue. The history, particularly of historically Black colleges and universities, of the importance of the church and the chapel. There's no academic community that the chapel is not at the center of the campus. But while it is at the center of the campus, it is often not at the center of the mind.
Reverend Waldron, Dr. Waldron, both you and Dr. Lucas brought up the tension between those that identify as spiritual but don't want to deal with the traditional or the denominational way of worship. How do those that are in the traditional or denominational legacy churches, how are they to be trained to deal with that without abandoning the the tenets of the denominational church, or can they do that? And is the academy the place, two-part question, is the academy the place where they should wrestle with how you synthesize this thesis and antithesis?
I'll never go before you, President Walton. So we might as well do this.
Please, sir. Please, sir. I defer to you.
Before my sister. No, my sister.
I insist that we take turns in answering the question.
Right.
It's only fair. Amen.
With your permission, I'll do that.
Yes, sir.
I think I would take it from this perspective. I'll take it from a HBCU grad perspective, as you own the theological space. I think it's the Dean of the School of Theology, Dr. Howard, he says something I think that is critical: the preparation for practical scholars. What we are clear about is that the academy cannot reign as it usually does as this glass tower on a hill looking over the people who are poor and impoverished and have no opportunity. That the days of the academy being that which cultivates the elitism of our community that stifles our justice movements, those days are gone. If we can't talk as leaders of academic institutions and not introduce bibliography. So whether we talk about W.B. Du Bois and this still notion of a double consciousness and the faith of our fathers and the importance of religion, and particularly the Black church as the symbol of ownership, entrepreneurship in our community, but also the places in which we act out our leadership. The church still has an important role for the preparation of leaders because there are still spaces where our young people cannot participate and grow. When you talk about, and of course, honoring James Cone, who famously said in the state of the Black church and the Black community, I'm loving God with my mind. That understanding that the intellectual pursuits is still a part of the God activity. And how we connect these two worlds are important with another simple thought, and I'll hand it to you, President Waldron, is this love. I mean, the truth of the matter is that the younger generations are dealing with the hate they received from the previous generations that hurt them in the church.
Yeah.
The problem is that the church did not, and oftentimes has not, proven itself to be different than any other institution.
Yeah.
That when these religious communities have been birthed that can provide an authentic experience for building people, quite like Grace Baptist does with Chairman Richardson and other churches that are around in New York City and around. But these authentic experiences of leadership that provide opportunities for them to see God and not man is what we need.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Amen. Yes, I absolutely agree with what you're saying. I think the two words that really emerged as places of contact and connection for me were accessibility and inclusion. One, making theological education accessible to pastors who are engaged in doing the work, that Matthew 25 mandate to feed the hungry, to clothe the naked, to visit those who are sick and in prison. And for so long and for so many, theological education was not accessible. I remember when my husband and I first met, and he told my family who's a preacher, and then he told them he was going to Duke Divinity School to study theology. And, many people in my family, were looking at him like he had two heads, because in their minds, if God had called you, then there was no reason to go to school, because whom God calls, God equips. And so we have to understand that absolutely God will equip us, but God also equips us with spaces and places that can give us those additional resources to help us understand so that we can rightly divide the word of truth. And that is the responsibility of seminaries and divinity schools, to make this education accessible to the pastors who need it the most, who may not even know or be aware that this kind of space is available to them. And then also when I think about the church, I'm thinking that in order to reach these SBNRs, right, spiritual but not religious sect, we have to be more inclusive and more willing to understand that the church has never been perfect and never called for perfection. And sometimes that gets lost. Right. I remember when I got pregnant and I was not married at 19. The church that I grew up in, where I sang in the choir from the time I was 3 and ushered on the junior usher board and just participated in BTU, Baptist Training Union. But when I was 19 and pregnant and unmarried, they took my scholarship that they had given me to attend Spelman College. And there were people who did not want me even to receive communion there. And so there was this isolation and this rejection because I had, made a mistake. And right now, this generation that is coming behind us is not interested in organizations that reject them because of how they show up and because of who they are. And so whether it is the young girl who got pregnant and is not married, whether it is members of the LGBTQ community, whether it is people that may have gotten divorced, we have to understand that if we really are going to hold up, that bloodstained banner, as we call it, we have to recognize that it is following the carpenter that is going to make the church accessible and inclusive. And if we look closely at the teaching of Jesus, then we see that whether it was the woman who was brought caught in adultery, my question would have been, where's the man? But Jesus' question was, he who is without sin cast the first stone. We've got to start going back to those stories of healing, those stories of forgiveness, those stories of empowerment, and begin really to model that in our churches, in our congregations, and certainly in our pulpits.
How do we, and let me push you on that, Reverend Dr. Walron, how do we then deal with those that have dogmas and interpretation of scriptures that preach to, in many ways, denounce certain lifestyles and certain life situations, some of which you've named, pre-marriage pregnancies or the LGBTQ. How do we in the academy develop people to understand the difference between some of their doctoral teaching and some of the actual life experiences that they are supposed to be trying to guide people to Christ?
Yeah, that's a great question, Reverend Al. And I think our responsibility is to be open to the Spirit, be open to what God is communicating to us now. That same church that I grew up in taught me my entire life that God did not call women to preach. So for 18 years, I believed that. I would say it. I think about this cancel culture now, and I think if you would have gone back to me at 18 saying God didn't call women to preach, I might get canceled as well. But it wasn't until I actually went to Spelman College and had an opportunity to hear a female preacher that my perspective was challenged. And then I really had a choice to make. Am I going to believe what I thought I knew, what my pastor had told me, what my parents had told me, what my church community had told me my whole life, that God didn't call women to preach? Or am I going to be open to what the Spirit is saying to me now and is showing me now in hearing this woman preach with authority and with compassion and with power and with boldness? And so sometimes we have to challenge ourselves so that we recognize that what we think we know may not be the end of the story. It may have been enough to get us to where we are today, but then we have to open ourselves up to what is the Spirit of God doing in this season and what is happening where I am. And what we recognize is that fundamentally, God is a God of love. And so if what we're doing, if what we're preaching, if what we are teaching is not based in love, then I don't know where God is in the midst of that. Even as we look, at the carpenter, right? I always go back to the teachings of Jesus. We don't see Jesus beating up anyone because they've made a mistake. We don't see Jesus pushing anyone out as others have done. We see Jesus touching those who he's not supposed to touch, speaking to women and allowing them to touch him, breaking the rules, healing on the Sabbath. Because for Jesus, he was trying to teach us that the relationship is bigger than the rules. And so if the rules are fracturing relationships, we need to look at those rules again. If it's causing us to be more dogmatic and more traumatizing than the one that we call Savior and Lord, then we need to look at those rules again. And so it's really about being open to not only learn, but unlearn and relearn, and not be afraid to embrace what God is doing in this season and at this time.
Dr. Lucas, same question.
I mean, President Waldron hit it. I'll take it from this perspective, right? So how then does a educational institution, undergrad and grad, particularly historically Black, because that's important, right? Historically Black college and university and the historically Black church, right? How do they work together to incubate this awareness of what God is doing in this moment? The Geist, I mean. Sister, you got me excited. Because that's the thing, right? That's what we do in all things love, right? And so, the social justice movements of our community were about challenging the laws of the land that did not fit the reality of our current context. And oftentimes we allow the church to escape, particularly the Black church, to escape the same attention and the same call to action when it excludes through its rituals that were provided as a great dichotomy, and the religion who try to eliminate the need for love that often is being called for from these generations. But we all have experienced it, right? President Waldron, in her vulnerability, has stated the experiences of the church, but all of us have our scar, right? But also we have our sutra that the church has healed us at the same time, right? And it's this love-hate relationship with the form. I think when I am engaged with students at Virginia Union, I'm actually seeing an increased amount of students who are accepting the call of God in their lives, but they're not translating the call of God in their lives to the active profession of minister. That they are ministering to each other in their rooms, they're ministering to each other on the streets, and oftentimes Black Lives Matter is their form of ministry. And it's an interesting place for the church and the university to come together to seek God in this moment. And I believe that seeking together begins with a commitment to a radical love. I mean, it's an extension of everything Dr. King will say about beloved community. It's about making all of these things real. And it cannot be contained in a Sunday between 9 and 8 or 10 and 12, but it also can't be contained in Monday from a 9 a.m. class to a 10:30 class. And so how we work all this together, I think, is what the call of the day is. But
let me go to you first now, Dr. Lucas. How do we deal in the academy with those that have popularized the proposition that Christianity itself is a white man's religion and alien to us as Black people?
I have not encountered that in my contextualized space. But for those who do, I would say to them, first of all, I'm not going to speak for myself. I'm going to speak for the academy. From the academy's perspective, it is the classroom that is the place of transformation of the mind, right? And so we enter into these dialogues. You know a person by their bibliography and what they read, and so we start there by introducing readings. I think the next place is to critically engage them. If someone would come with a ulterior thinking, I think we would listen to them just for a little while before we would interrupt them and challenge the thought. But I think it is the classroom that provides the debate that the structural church service does not allow, and oftentimes the Q&A and there. Focusing directly on this question of a white God, I'm just a James Cone guy. I just believe that God must come out of the oppressed, and I just believe that the nature of the genetics that come from the region that Jesus allegedly was born from, that we all will seek in that historical narrative, allows Jesus to emerge as a man of color and as a person who lives out of that experience. With that said, and to you, and with this comment, President Waldron, I give it to you. I think that anyone today who wants to simply define Jesus by his location in whiteness is probably confused. I'm going to give it to you on that. That's your space. So,
you know, you know, when you ask that question, Reverend Sharpton, I really think my mind kind of took me back to our ancestors, right? Who, yes, Christianity was forced upon them and used to manipulate and oppress them specifically by preaching things like slave be obedient to your slave masters. But yet somehow, right, these enslaved ancestors of ours who were forbidden to even learn to read, somehow they were able to find God in the midst of all of that. Somehow they were able to take what was given and keep what was valuable and release those things that were not valuable. So then they could come away with a song saying, you know, everybody talking about heaven ain't going there. And so there's something to be said about relationship. I think that when we think about, you know, the contextualization of religion, I don't know that I think God cares about religion. I don't know that I believe God cares about what denomination we're in or, you know, whether we go to the church or the temple. It's really about that relationship that we have with one another, that relationship we have with God, and that relationship that we have with ourselves. And if our spirituality, whatever the practices are, leads us to a closer relationship and a better understanding of how we can honor the humanity of everyone, then that's really what this faith is about. And so I don't know that I would say, you know, even when I think about Jesus, who wasn't a Christian, you know, I don't know if a whole lot of church people know that Jesus was not a Christian. Jesus did not come to start a new religious organization. He came to set the captives free. We're the ones that put a name to it. You know, he came to set the oppressed free, to preach the day of our Lord. We're the ones that divided it up and said, okay, we do this, we don't do that. We do this, we don't that. We made the rules. We made the dogma. Jesus didn't give us that. God didn't give us that. And so for me, it's going back to that fundamental practice of where do we start? And we start with love. We start with loving ourselves to know that even though somebody's preaching something to us that doesn't resonate with our spirit, we don't have to accept that. We don't have to accept that we're less than. We don't have to accept that we are not equal to, we are not deserving of. That there is a place in our hearts, there's this place in our spirit, there's a place in our reading and our teaching. And I'm so glad you brought up Dr. Cohn, because he was one of my professors when I studied at Union Theological Seminary. But also we can't forget about women like Dolores Williams, who preached Hagar and showed us what it was like to come out of the wilderness. You know, we can't forget about people like Jacqueline Grant, who helped us to understand it was white women's Christ, but black women's Jesus. You know, and so if we go back to the carpenter, we will understand that a lot of the things that we say, do, and think that we believe aren't really true to the nature of the one that we're following.
Amen. Dr. Walron, how do you deal with those that feel, particularly those that come out of a church experience, that to become seminary trained will make them lose some of their authenticity or their anointing?
I think that when you go into seminary, when you know who you are and you know who you serves, there's nothing that can take away that anointing. There's nothing that can take away who you are and whose you are. Now, are you going to learn some things that might shake you at your core? Absolutely. Learning, you know, things like the Bible was written by many people. Learning things like, you know, it was not written by God, or God wasn't speaking directly to a scribe who was writing everything down. To learn things like, you know, Jesus who tells the scribes and Pharisees, my Father has children that you don't even know about. To understand that Paul was not writing for the church universal, he was writing to specific communities. There are things that you will learn that will shake you, that will rock you. But if you stick with it and you stick with God, you come out better on the other side. And the thing that I think, kind of frustrates me is all of those who have been given the privilege of attending seminary, who have learning, how the Bible was formed, how the canon was formed. It was the Council of Nicaea who decided which books would be included and which books would be excluded, that we learn all of this valuable information, but then we don't share it so that others can be empowered as well. And so I don't think the greatest fear is going to seminary and losing our anointing or losing who we are. I think the greatest fear is going to seminary and learning more than we could have ever imagined, but then being afraid to share with the communities that need it the most, because we need that liberation. We need that work. We need that freedom. The Bible has been used to bind so many people. But we say then on the other side that he came that we might have life and have it more abundantly. But we can't have abundant life if we're allowing someone to beat us over the head with a Bible that is supposed to empower and free us.
Same thing. Man, I started Union Theological Seminary in 1999. And so thank you for those names, calling their names. Dolores Williams, I tell you, Sister Williams, systematic theology. She was not easy. Anyway, I think that the point is so clear that the way President Waldron ended her statement, and it's worth repeating, she said, the fear is not going and learning the truth. The fear is taking the truth back to the people who don't know it and sharing it. Like that's where the fear comes. Like, how do you share the truth when it's made known to you? I think that is also about understanding what the anointing of God comes to do. And it comes, as she rightly said, to proclaim freedom and to release and to empower the people. I stand on, whether it's Luke 2:52, Mark 12:30. I mean, it's always that loving God with your mind, with your heart, your soul, and all these things. And that, these are what, as Jesus would say, all the commandments and the laws of Moses is to love the Lord your God with all your heart, your soul, your mind, and then to love your neighbor as you love yourself. But then we have to agree that Jesus also says, or it is said of him peculiarly, that Jesus did grow in wisdom and favor amongst God and man. And that it is this increasing of God, which is that anointing that we speak and the empowerment to do what you could not do before. But it is this growth in wisdom and favor amongst man, where you study to show yourself approved. Is this not your space? A work person that needeth not be ashamed, but can rightly divide the word of truth, right? That is what the scriptures will say. And it's how you will balance these two that are critical. What is a person with an anointing who is unlearned? An assassin. So you'll kill people. What is a person who is learned without an anointing? A fool. I mean, someone who's just walking around with the Jezebel in the streets. I mean, and so you must have the wisdom of the tradition, but also the anointing to know how to use it. Yeah. I mean, I'm in your space. But these are
you're good. That's wonderful.
These are your
yeah.
Space. But I love the words that you say because this is as we translate it. Do you mind me?
Right.
No, because it's his church today, y'all. So I have to honor that. But it's very important. I mean, I remember the days of my youth growing up, even in seminary, and watching you on TV and NAN on Saturday, and saying to the young prophets and the ones who will lead, "I wish church was like that." We just stood up and you just saw everybody. And every time you said, "Power to the people," yes, we got to go forward. Yeah, we don't feel that prophetic creativity. And it's, I don't lead a church, but I do lead with the anointing of God.
Yeah.
And it's trying to figure out and agree, and I think we agree, Sister President, the church must survive and the church must continue to exist. And we need to get our young generations in the church, but the church must exist differently than it does today.
Yeah. Let me ask this. Is there a qualitative difference, I'll start with you this time, Dr. Lucas, between white seminary training and black seminary training?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'll leave it, I'll call their names. Look, we struggle with this all the time. Whether it's white seminary or white university, black seminary and black university. And it is something that upsets me so much that in 2021, the HBCU or the black college and university still has to struggle with whether or not it's relevant and whether or not it's significant when being compared to its white counterparts. Here's the truth. Y'all got to hear the truth. Here's the truth. The truth is we do more with less. We've done it for 156 years, many of them starting after 1865, and we will survive continuously through all of the struggles of life. Yeah. The notion of black education and its blackness is essential because, and it's, Chairman Richardson will say it, you hear a couple of presidents, Dr. McCullough Abdullah at Virginia State will say it, that there are two things that we must agree. One, when it came to the problem of race in America being divided after Abraham Lincoln and this whole Civil War, the first solution to race in America was the establishment of historically black colleges and universities. It was the education of our people that was believed to be the way to empower and lead to true freedom. The second one that we have to admit, and Chairman Richardson is so much better at articulating it than I will be in the next 45 seconds, is that white universities don't prepare, they prepare you for a simple career, which is another way of servitude and enslavement. Black universities prepare you for life. Yeah. Look, no matter what my students may do, they will be billionaires, lead organizations, they will do great work as CEO and leaders. They still can be pepper sprayed, pulled over, shot. They still will have to deal with racism in the boardroom. I mean, and so you have to prepare these people for life in freedom. The other thing that's important that we don't always tell the truth about, and we talk about it a lot at Virginia Union, and I'm sure you see it, Sister President, where you are. White institutions called universities, so I'll say that again. White institutions called universities ultimately are a part of the racist infrastructure of the nation. What we don't talk about is the agreement that government has with private industry, with philanthropy, which is the private sector and their funding, and the university itself, that they all conspire together to perpetrate and to reproduce white leadership. Right? That's what they're the hegemonic group. And what we don't like to talk about is the fact that it's happening right in this city. When universities buy land, that's the first sign of gentrification. Columbia is doing it right now. They push us out. No, let me not. I'm in Richmond. When we are charged to do it, the HBCU, we buy property and educate the people who are there. We give contracts to minority small business, women-owned businesses, and we perpetuate economic development for the betterment of those who are left out and disempowered. Mm-hmm. But if it wasn't for the protests of the students at Columbia who just got upset because they were going to have to pay $50,001, nobody complained when they stole that land up there and told them that they were going to help them get housing and didn't give them nothing, and they keep growing. Yeah. I'm done with that, sister.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it is true. And it's so challenging, especially in this day and age. I am, a product of Spelman College. It was Spelman, that sacred space, that taught me what it meant to be a Black woman in America, that opened my eyes to many things that I was not exposed to growing up in, small town Texas. I remember even in being in high school, we were studying history, and there was, a little section about the Black Panthers and maybe 2 sentences. And I went and asked my teacher, can you tell me a little more about this? And she says, oh, you don't want to know about them, that they were just a very troublesome group. And I took that to heart, and I just sat with it and knew they were troublesome, thought they were a troublesome group until I got to Spelman, and was exposed to African-American history, Black history that I had not had access to in my very white, large high school. And so I do believe that, as Dr. Lucas said, these schools were created because there was a system in place that would not allow us to educate ourselves or allow us to be educated. And so we took it into our own hands. And that was how all of the HBCUs were founded. And so coming from Spelman, having been a part of that sacred space, when I look at other young Black girls, my prayer is that they will find a sacred space at Spelman or at another school where their humanity can be honored, where they can be empowered, where they can recognize that they are enough in a world that is constantly telling us that we're not light enough, we're not smart enough, we're not in, the right class, we don't have enough money, our hair is not straight enough. So to go to a space where your humanity and your identity can be affirmed and your authenticity can be appreciated is really the gift that HBCUs give. And even at the seminary level. Right, absolutely. At the seminary level, NYTS is primarily serves minorities. And that is a sacred place where our traditions can be honored. And we can understand what it means to grow up in a Black house and attend a Black church, and try to wrestle with what the world tries to tell us versus what we heard sitting at grandma's table. So absolutely, I think there is a huge distinction, and there is a gift that HBCUs can give us that we just don't get at other institutions. So you're absolutely correct. Yeah.
Can't get. They won't give it. They refuse to give it. White institutions are not going to tell Black kids every day when they see them in class or out of class that you are going to be great, that it doesn't matter where you come from, you can go somewhere even more. Yeah. That's not going to happen.
Absolutely.
Your notes that we're going to have to wrap up. Let me just ask one closing question. For those watching virtually around the country and for those here that lead chapters, give us 1 or 2 suggestions of readings that we should do to study and start learning from. I would give us a book or 2 that you would recommend that people put in their library. Aside from the Bible, let's not.
You want me to go?
Yeah, you can go.
Shameless plug, I'll do it. Say it up front. I think you should all buy Witness to Grace. That is published by that gentleman right there.
Yes,
you should go get it. You should read it. I'll tell you why quickly. 1, because we don't learn enough from the living. We wait to learn from those who have passed on and transitioned. He is a man amongst us. Dr. Richardson is the only African-American male and person, period. It's not even about gender, who leads and chairs a historically Black university board, a historically Black church board, and a historically Black a social justice organization board. And to read where he came from, and to learn from his journey, and to touch him, and to call him, email him, and get that, y'all need to pick it up. I'll just talk about what I was reading today. Today's reading is the autobiography of an ex-colored man, James Weldon Johnson. and talking about what it's like to not know that you were colored and be reminded by life that you were colored, and then to grow pride in who you are.
Dr. Walron.
Yes, sir. So I absolutely was thinking witness to grace, because it was such a blessing to me and such a blessing to our community, and so grateful for Dr. Richardson. Right now, I'm actually reading In My Grandmother's House by Dr. Yolanda Pierce. She just released it, I think, a month or two ago. And it is such a phenomenal read, reminding us of those stories that we often forget. Those stories that we learned at our grandmothers' tables, and how many of our grandmothers and grandfathers were theologians in their own right, even though they never went to school. And so that it is an amazing book, and I'm really enjoying it. But I also want to recommend kind of some non-traditional reading. And that is these non-canonical texts, these texts that were left out of the Bible, because we know that it was a group of men who sat around the table and decided what to put in, what to keep out. And there are so many stories that are out there that are just as valuable as what we find in the Bible, but they were excluded for whatever reason. And so things like stories like the Acts of Paul and Thecla, which is a non-canonical text, about a woman, Thecla, who, when Paul refused to baptize her, baptized herself. The Diary of Perpetua, the first Christian martyr. And so I invite you all to really, you can go on Google and search books not included in the Bible or non-canonical texts, but there are so many. The Gospel of Mary, the mother of Jesus, the Gospel of Mary Magdalene, my God, is such a blessing. The Gospel of Judas. There are so many books that are out there written at the same time, written by people who had direct interaction with Jesus. There are Old Testament books included as well, like the Maccabees. But those books can really enrich and add value to what you think you already know about God, about faith, about Jesus. And that is really where my life was awakened. I learned about these books when I was in seminary, another thing that we learn in seminary. But thankfully, I've been able then to come and transition and teach some of these classes, teach some of these books at FCBC. And so grateful for my pastor, the Reverend Michael A. Walron, who gave me that opportunity to teach the Gospel of Mary, to teach the Acts of Paul and Thecla, because we don't have to be afraid of these books. We don't have to be afraid of them just because they weren't included in our canon. So I invite us to lose our fear and embrace the opportunity to learn as much about God and faith and ourselves and how to interact with one another as we can.
Dr. Lakeisha Walron and Dr. Hakeem Lucas, show them some love and appreciation.
God bless you. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you all both for being with us tonight. Thank Dr. Richardson. And for you that do not have Dr. Richardson's book, we have them at the House of Justice, and we certainly endorse both of our speakers tonight, or our participants tonight, in recommending that you do get a copy of that book. It will change you and open you up for great possibilities. We're going to adjourn for the night. We need to be out of here in 5 minutes. We're supposed to be out by 8 tomorrow morning. We start at 9 o'clock with increasing diversity in corporate strategies. You have the agenda for tomorrow. We look for you tomorrow. Let us go in peace and prayer. I know since COVID, we can't order room service, but it's late. Y'all don't eat too much this late at night, too late to go to bed with all that in your stomach. Thank you. God bless you. Good night. Amen.
What a powerful system. What a powerful.
Thank you.